Hi friends! My name is Celine, and my mom is my best friend. She was a small businesswoman, but after she divorced my dad, her luck turned around and she made it big. Mom adored me. By the time I was 7, I was living the life of a Malibu Barbie. She got me everything I wanted. She threw a birthday bash for me that had ponies and hot air balloons in it. My friends were shocked. Once when I was in 2nd grade, I had a fight with my annoying classmate, and Mom was called to the school to meet the teacher, who I hated.
Celine needs some discipline. Just look at what she did to her classmate. Maybe she needs a father to teach her some manners. Get her one.
My mom suddenly went ballistic and pushed the teacher away. Are you a moron? My daughter doesn't need a father. She has me, and I can take care of her. You say nonsense like that again, and I'll have you fired. I was so proud of my mom as she took my hand and stormed off. By the time I was in 4th grade, my mom was my best friend. I used to tell her every single freaking thing that happened to me. But once, I made a mistake. I told her how I'd seen my friend Jessica take the teacher's watch and put it in her bag. And a few days later, I invited my friends to my house. When we were all having lunch, I heard a loud scream from my room. We all ran there to find Mom holding Jessica's hand.
You can't fool me, kid. I know you stole your teacher's stuff. And now you're snooping in my daughter's room.
Oh my God! Jessica was shaking and in tears. Mom, she had to go to the bathroom. I told her to go to my room. When my friends left, I was so angry at Mom. I told her I won't be telling her anything from now on. Even though she apologized, I ran to my room and slammed the door shut. The next day at school, my friends started avoiding me like I was some weirdo. And this mean Jessica said, "No, you can't sit with us because you tell all our secrets to your mom. Why are you like that, dumbhead?" I started eating alone, but one day, something amazing happened. A girl came and sat next to me at lunch. Her name was Ashley, and she was new in the school. Soon we became friends, and it was so good having someone to talk to. A few days later, I saw Jessica wearing my bracelet that Mom had specially gotten made for me. Hey, that's mine! That bracelet has my name on the back! You're such a thief! I grabbed her wrist to take it away, but Jessica pushed me hard and pounced on me. Just then, Ashley came running and snatched the bracelet from her. We reported her to the principal, and she took a look into Jessica's locker. She was stunned to see so many stolen items. Jessica was suspended for 2 weeks, and I felt so foolish. Mom had been right about Jessica all along. When I went home, I apologized to Mom and she hugged me tight. By the time we were in 10th grade, Ashley and I were best friends. Once she was at my place and we were discussing my new crush Adam when Mom walked in. I was so excited to tell her too and showed her all his pictures on Facebook. I can't believe you just told your mom about your crush. I would never tell my mom such a thing. A few days later, Mom came to school and she spotted Adam with some boys. And then she said the most embarrassing thing ever.
Oh, you're Adam, right?
This is Celine, and she's my daughter.
Oh, yeah, that weirdo?
What did you just call her?
A weirdo, and I think she's also dumb.
Oh my God, you're such a rude kid. I can't believe she has a crush on you. And she even looks at your pictures on Facebook all day? For what? You're a jerk, I can tell. Everybody, including Adam, looked at me like I was some psycho stalker. I grabbed Mom's arm and tried to drag her away.
Oh, so Celine is crazy. Just like her mom.
Just let me teach this loser a lesson. Mom tried to attack him, but thankfully, I was able to drag her away. At home, I had a huge fight with Mom about it. I did the right thing, Celine. The only thing you did was ruin my life. Mom asked for forgiveness, and I knew Mom meant well. So after a few hours, I forgave her and we hugged. But not for long. A couple of months later, we were having a Mother's Day event at our school. And when it was time for Ashley to give her mom the gift in front of everyone, Mom rushed to Ashley's mom and handed her a bag. She had gotten a matching outfit for her and Ashley.
I was so sorry to hear from Celine about your money problems and the divorce. You must be going through a really hard time right now. That's why I bought the nicest dresses for you and Ashley.
Oh my God! How could she blurt that secret out in front of everybody? Ashley and her mom were stunned. So were all the people in the classroom. Suddenly, Ashley was furious. She attacked me and held my hair tight in her grip. How could you tell your mom about it? You know she can't keep a secret. Why did I ever trust you? Even Ashley's mom was furious and she screamed at Mom, calling her bad names. And that day, I lost my best friend. She just refused to talk to me, and a week later, she and her mom moved away without even saying goodbye. I was heartbroken, and my relationship with my mom was never the same. Celine, please forgive me. It was an honest mistake. Mom, enough is enough. You betrayed my trust and hurt other people. You can't just say it's a mistake every time. I can't do this anymore. I moved out of the mansion when I turned 18 and got admission in university. I got busy with studies, and Mom and I spoke less and less frequently. Luckily for me, I found love and got married after graduating. I was living a happy life with my husband, Andrew. After graduating, I opened up an art gallery with Andrew, and the exhibitions I held were famous all over town. After 2 years, we were blessed with a little baby girl. We named her Crystal. She had a star-shaped birthmark behind her ear, and I just loved kissing it. She was my world. One day when I returned from work, I saw Andrew park up his new Porsche. I was stunned. Sure, we both earned well, but not that well. Something was off about Andrew. I walked into his new home office and heard him talk to some girl. Oh, babe, I love you too. You think I'm in love with her? I am living with her only for the money. I went berserk on Andrew. I made him tell me the truth. The way he did, I felt the earth shake beneath my feet. My mom had been sending him money, and that's why he was with me, while he loved someone else. First, I kicked Andrew out of the house. I was done with him. Then I called up Mom. Why can't you just stop interfering with my life? Why did you give money to Andrew? But honey, Andrew asked me for money. He said he would leave you if I didn't give him the money. You knew he didn't love me and you didn't tell me? Mom, that's awful. You think giving him money was right? I told her never to send money again and hung up. I just wanted to focus on raising Crystal. Now that life was set, Crystal and I became best friends. When she was 4, I took her to Disneyland and we had a blast. I even got a star tattooed behind my ear, just like Crystal's birthmark. Mommy, we have the same mark now. I love you. After a few days, it was time to go home. When our plane landed, we needed to take the train to get home. As I was buying tickets, I suddenly turned around and saw Crystal wasn't there. I went crazy. I searched for my baby girl all over the station, but I didn't find her. People started to help me look for her, and soon the cops arrived on the scene too. I just sat down on a bench, crying with shock. I couldn't believe that my daughter was missing. I took my phone out and called the only person I could think of. I need you to come immediately, Mom. The minute she arrived, I broke down in tears and hugged her tight. I'm so sorry, Mom. Now I realize the pain of being away from your child. I am so sorry. Hush, Celine. You have nothing to be sorry about. Don't worry, love. We will find my granddaughter. But days turned into weeks, and my baby girl was nowhere to be found. It had been many months since Crystal was missing, when a familiar-looking woman visited me at home, and when our eyes met, we were both shocked. Ashley? Is that you? Oh my God, Celine! I'm the detective handling your daughter's case. We hugged each other tight as we both started to cry. Don't worry, we will get her back, I promise. For 5 years, we searched for Crystal day and night. Everywhere I went, I would see my daughter. One day, I was walking towards the police station where Ashley worked when suddenly, I heard a voice. A voice so sweet that it shook me. Hey, Mom, wait up! I'm coming! I turned around and saw a girl who looked so much like Crystal. Oh my God, it was my baby girl, all grown up. Without a second thought, I ran to the girl and took her arm, and she started screaming, Mom, Dad, help! Sweetie, just let me look at your ear. Turned out, it was not Crystal, and her parents furiously took her away, and I was heartbroken all over again. I was almost beginning to lose hope. I met Mom at the park that night and cried on her chest. Mom, it hurts, Mom. It's burning. I miss my baby. I'm so sorry for treating you badly. You were my best friend. I now understand how much I hurt you. Mom, I just want my baby back. Mom? I couldn't believe what I just heard. I looked around to see Ashley, and next to her was a 9 or 10-year-old girl looking confused. The moment I saw her, I knew it was my Crystal. I ran to hug her, but the girl took some steps back. Mom had a tattoo like mine behind her ear. Show it to me if you are my mom. I showed her the star tattoo, and she gave me a huge smile and flung herself in my arms. Mom! I missed you so much! Why did you leave me? You don't love me! Oh, baby girl, I love you so much, and I looked so hard for you. I missed you. I missed you. Ashley told me that my baby had gone on a train to another city, where a couple had found her wandering alone and crying, and they'd taken her in. Since then, they had been trying to search for her family. I pulled Mom to join our hug, and also Ashley. I love you guys so much. All my best friends are back now. I love you, Crystal. I love you too, Mommy.
One night, I jumped out of bed when I heard her screaming. I rushed to her room but couldn't find her anywhere. I was surprised when I opened her closet. She was in there looking like a scared little kitten. "What happened, Mom?" I asked, kneeling down. "A shark took my disinfectant and wants to eat me alive. It's under my bed," she cried out while shaking badly. "But we don't even have a pool, Mom," I said. She then looked at me closely and started to scream like I was the most disgusting thing on earth. "Shut your mouth and don't come near me. You're not wearing a mask and gloves. Go get them now." Sighing in frustration, I jumped to my feet before she could get hysterical again. There was one time when I came back from school and found her with huge blisters on her hands because she washed them 100 times every day. The virus cases had been at 0 for more than a month, but she'd been acting like there was a zombie apocalypse. One day, my older sister Steffi brought her boyfriend home, and Mom didn't even let them come in until they took off their shoes and put on the special outfit she'd made, which looked totally ridiculous. Steffi said they looked like astronauts. Every time they walked, they squeaked. Mom took paranoia to a whole new level. She said that Steffi's boyfriend's neighborhood was dangerous, and she wasn't going to take any risks. "You and your contagious boyfriend," Mom yelled at them while standing at least 2 meters away, of course, and squirting disinfectant at them. My sister was really embarrassed and decided never to come back home ever again. The week after that, my mom saw my older brother Seth talking to the garbage truck driver one night. She refused to allow him back inside the house unless he took a bath with water and alcohol in the backyard. Seth was furious. "Just stop these stupid swab tests, temperature checks, and quarantines already. You're just overreacting, and it's seriously irritating," Seth shouted at her as he came in shivering. "What if I don't? You'll leave just like your sister?" Mom asked. "Yes, I will. I'm so done with you. You're crazy," Seth yelled at her, and the next day, he packed his bags and left, and now it was down to me and my twin brother Sean, who had been a total jerk to us. One night, I heard Mom crying in her room. I stood behind the door and listened. "Why did you leave me for that gold digger? You should have been here with me to take care of everyone." Dad left Mom years ago, and we never knew why, although we asked her many times. She always said, "He's coming back. I know it. He will. Just wait and see." Grandma was also gone because of the virus, and it had made Mom even worse. I felt sorry for her. I thought maybe I could make her a chocolate milk, even though I knew she might scold me and wouldn't drink it. She didn't want anyone to touch her food. I saw Sean playing an online game on his phone and his dirty feet up on the dining table. "What the hell are you doing, Sean? Mom's gonna kill you," I warned him. "Oh yeah? How about this?" He grinned and then suddenly started coughing on purpose. Mom came out of her room and ran towards us like a raging bull, ready to attack. "Who coughed? I heard a cough." She demanded answers with bulging eyes. "It's Sammy. She's been coughing nonstop," Sean said. To my horror, I tried to deny it, but Mom cut me off. "Enjoy another 14 days in the basement then," she exclaimed as she dragged me downstairs. "Mom, no, please," I cried when she once again locked me up. Sean had just finished his 3rd quarantine here, and the last one was because of a single sneeze. I had to get out. It was my best friend Amy's birthday party on Friday. I hadn't seen her in person since the pandemic started because of online classes, and my mom wouldn't let any of us leave the house. Amy's brother Harry would also be there, and I had a major crush on him. I had to do something about Mom. I heard another scream upstairs. Panicking, I kicked the door until it opened. I rushed upstairs and saw my mom holding a baseball bat while staring at the closed window. "Go check the doors and windows. Make sure they're all locked," she said. Sean walked in and asked what had happened. "A dirty man in a hoodie has been trying to get in. He was licking my window. He wanted to infect our house. He wanted to kill me," Mom said, looking horrified. Sean and I tried to calm her down, but we both got the shock of our lives when she aimed the bat at us. "No mask, no gloves, no face shield. Back off or else," she yelled. Sean looked at me and said, "Your mom is officially insane. I'm sure you're so proud." I dragged him out of the room and said, "You're only good at making fun of people. That's it. I'm contacting Dad. He needs to do something about this." "Sure, go ahead. Ask him to take me with him after." I'm tired of Mom, Sean said in frustration. She needs us this time, and we have to do our part, I said. Whatever. I'll be staying at my friend's place for the week. Tell Mom that the shark ate me if she comes looking for me, he said before walking away. How could they do this to their own mother? I was about to call the hospital from the living room when Mom appeared. You're supposed to be in isolation, she yelled as she picked up a lampshade and threatened to throw it at me. Mom, please drop it. I'm going to wear my mask now, I said. She dropped the lampshade as soon as I put on my mask. She then sat down on the couch, which she had wrapped in a special plastic, and burst into tears. I'm so sorry, Sammy. I'm so sorry. She was bawling now. I first sprayed alcohol all over myself before sitting beside her. It's like I have a special vision, and I can see the virus and germs everywhere, even when I close my eyes. Her crying got louder, but it stopped when I tried to hug her. The next day, I ordered ice cream and pizza and lied that I had made them all myself using the clean ingredients from the fridge. I then suddenly started coughing uncontrollably in front of her. Oh no, it was probably the cold ice cream. My heart started to race when my mom flipped into crazy mode again. She angrily pushed the dining table over and shouted, "That dirty man is right behind you!" Mom screamed. I turned around but didn't see anyone behind me. Are you sure? I asked. I swear, he was here. He was spitting everywhere. He wants to fill our house with the virus, with his disgusting saliva, she cried before running upstairs to hide in her room. While looking for any signs of the dirty man in our house, I was horrified to see that one of the windows in the kitchen was open. When I turned around, I gasped when a man pressed a finger against my lips. It was him, the dirty man that Mom was talking about. He was real. I was about to bite his hand and scream, but I froze the moment he showed me his face. Dad? He pulled me into a corner and started explaining. I have been trying to apologize to your mom, but she always screams whenever I go near her. I think she's hallucinating. That's why she thinks I'm trying to hurt her, Dad said. I couldn't believe he was back. He went on to say that his girlfriend had left him and he had nowhere to go. He was literally begging, and I didn't know what to do. I told him that Mom had gone insane, and he needed to work hard to win her heart again. Mom didn't even open her door for the next few days. She was in self-quarantine again. I let Dad stay with us for a while because I needed his help in dealing with Mom. Then one day, Mom suddenly went missing. Dad found a way to break her door after hearing some odd noises in there, but she'd only left a note saying, "That man came back, just like I expected. I even saw him rubbing his eyes after holding the remote. I can't take this anymore. I'm sorry, Sammy. Take care of yourself. Mommy loves you, despite everything." Oh my God, what had she done? We asked for help from the police to look for her around the house and all over the city, but it had already been a month and there was no sign of her. A while later, I was in the basement and while I was going through some old stuff, a big rat ran over my foot. I screeched and jumped back, lost my balance and landed on the floor. Groaning, I turned to my side and noticed something under the rug on the floor. I lifted it and saw a trap door. I had never noticed it before. I opened it and saw a set of stairs going down. I went down and was startled to see a huge glass cage, and my mom was sleeping in it. It looked squeaky clean, with hand sanitizers and alcohol everywhere, and also herbal supplements and vitamins. Oh my gosh, she'd been living here the whole time. I tried to shake her awake, but she wasn't moving. Her skin felt cold, and there was an empty container of alcohol beside her. Panicking, I called Dad, and we took her to the hospital. A lot of procedures were done on her, and the results showed that her stomach was irritated from alcohol ingestion. She got treatment for it and started to feel better. It was 3 a.m. and Mom woke me up beside her in the hospital bed. "Sammy, wake up. The shark is back again." I told her to relax and go back to sleep, but she kept pointing at the window. I got up to take a look, and she was completely weirded out to see a shark tail poking out from behind a building across the street. I rubbed my eyes and checked again, but it wasn't there anymore. Wait a minute. What was happening? Was I going crazy too? It was there, right? I'm not crazy, Sammy. It was there, Mom exclaimed while shaking. I waited until Mom fell asleep before heading out of the hospital alone. While I was crossing the road, a black van suddenly stopped in front of me. The doors opened and a masked man got out and grabbed me and threw me inside. I tried to fight back and scream, but he had already handcuffed me, tied up my feet, and put duct tape over my mouth. I looked around and saw the shark beside me. It was a costume. I woke up in an unfamiliar room. The masked man entered with a younger, smaller guy. They told me that I was in an old abandoned house in the middle of nowhere, and I was devastated. "Who are you people? Why are you doing this? What did I do to you?" I cried while thinking about Mom, who was all alone now. "I need your mom to totally lose her mind, but you kept getting in my way," the older man said, which gave me goosebumps because his voice sounded familiar. No, it couldn't be him. My eyes grew wide the moment he took off his mask. "Dad? Why?" "Come on, Dad. Let's go before someone sees us," the younger man said, who I figured out was Sean. "Don't worry, sweetheart. We're not gonna hurt you," Dad said. I didn't believe him. "You can quarantine for the rest of your life here, sis. I'm sure your crazy mom would be proud," Sean said before laughing at me. They were about to leave when the police unexpectedly barged in, along with someone who looked like an astronaut. "Mom!" Dad and Sean were caught off guard as the police immediately handcuffed them. Mom then ran towards me and untied me. She looked so weak, yet here she was, saving us like a superhero. Just as the police were arresting them, Mom suddenly passed out. We brought her back to the hospital and she was placed in the ICU. A CT scan of her brain revealed a small tumor. The doctor said it was the reason for her changes in behavior, but it was easily removable. I tried contacting my siblings regarding the hospital bills, but they refused to help. Steffi said that she was pregnant and had more important things to do, while Seth had started working again and was busy looking for an apartment. They said that they were done with Mom and didn't want to deal with her anymore. How could they be so heartless? It was Mom's third day in the hospital when our family lawyer paid us a visit. He told Mom that Grandma had left a will, saying that she was giving everything to Mom, including her mansion. "I knew it. He was just waiting for your grandma to pass away," Mom said, and it all made sense to me now. Dad wanted all my mom's fortune for himself. Mom fully recovered after the surgery, and we moved into the mansion after a week. She then suggested something unexpected. "Why don't you invite Amy and the rest of your friends here tomorrow night? I'm going to throw a huge party." I pinched myself to check if I was dreaming, but Mom giggled and assured me that she was serious. We had some unexpected visitors at the party the next day. I opened the door and was shocked to see Steffi and Seth wearing the special outfits that Mom made. "What are you doing here, and why are you wearing those? I thought you said it looked ridiculous," I asked. "Where's Mom? We miss her," Steffi exclaimed. "We just wanted to apologize. We realized that she just wanted to protect us from the virus," Seth explained. I was speechless. Mom heard our voices and immediately came down. My siblings acted like they were so happy to see her again. "We've got presents for you, Mom." Seth gave her like 10 paper bags filled with alcohol bottles, sanitizers, face masks, gloves, vitamins, and a lot of fruit. Mom didn't say anything. She grabbed the bags and threw them away as if they were the most disgusting thing she had ever touched. "I don't need them anymore, right, Sammy?" She turned to me and I automatically nodded. Seth and Steffi insisted on coming inside, but Mom shut the door in their faces. "Now, let's get back to the party," Mom said, and I just smiled in excitement.
Hey there, I'm Haley. I was born on a small island in New Zealand, the kind of place where everyone knows everyone. My family was a bit special because we were the lighthouse keepers. As a kid, I loved pretending I was Rapunzel in her tower. Little did I know, I'd start feeling as trapped as she did. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. My parents broke up soon after I was born, and Mom left to follow her dreams and became a very successful actress. She was extremely busy and never got time to visit me. Sure, she'd send me amazing gifts, but Dad basically raised me alone, and oh boy, he wasn't fun. Dad was a very strict person, and also a local hero. Years ago, he was the first to spot a ship that hit the rocks on a stormy night, and he bravely coordinated a rescue mission. Ever since, he vowed to never leave his post at the lighthouse, and I mean never. We didn't go on vacations and would only visit the local market once a week for supplies. But that didn't stop me looking for an adventure. Like one day when I was 5, we were at the market when I decided to sneak on a fishing boat about to leave port.
Aye, aye, Captain. Ready to set sail.
Who is this child?
Of course, that made Dad furious. But can you blame me for wanting to go crab fishing instead of being in that tower? To be fair, it wasn't all bad. Dad and I enjoyed watching movies together, and Moms were my favorite. I loved how glamorous she looked, and I wanted to be just like her one day. And growing up, that dream grew stronger. Sure, once school started, I had plenty of friends, and I liked this place, but I just wanted more. Dad, can I take acting classes?
For the 100th time, we don't have any on the island.
But maybe if we moved.
That's out of the question. Our life is here.
Well, maybe for him, but I couldn't accept that as my fate. Then my opportunity came in the 10th grade. I was at school when I noticed a flyer on the bulletin board that said a famous acting program was looking for new talent in our area. Whoever got through the auditions would receive acting classes, and the person who performed the best would get a year-long role on a popular TV show. I didn't tell Dad anything, and on casting day, I skipped school and boarded the ferry for the mainland alone. The contest started, and I realized that being in front of the camera came to me naturally. I didn't tell anyone about my mom, though, so they wouldn't have higher expectations. That night, I tuned in for the results. Dad happened to walk by the TV just when my name showed up on screen. I'd passed the auditions round.
Haley, I can't believe you went there alone.
I'm sorry, but you would have never let me participate. Please, Dad, let me do this. He reluctantly agreed to let me continue, and I squealed as I hugged him tight. For the next 6 months, he went with me to the mainland for all classes. At the end of them, I was invited to a talk show where it would be revealed which TV show was about to hire me. As I was chatting with the host, suddenly someone from the audience walked onto the stage.
Well done, Haley. I knew you were going to make it.
Everyone was silent, stunned to see the world-famous actress, but to me, it was just, Mom?
Indeed. After all these years, we are reunited, love, and we'll get to work together on the new TV show.
The audience gasped and cheered as Mom hugged me, and I was speechless. I had no idea she was a part of this. I walked backstage with Mom, where Dad was waiting.
Nice to see you, Celia. It's been what, 15 years? And now you're suddenly Haley's adoring mother, ready to take her away? Oh, if you're such a good father, don't stand in the way of her dreams.
And can you just straighten your ugly tie? It's driving me crazy. Mom walked off while Dad looked upset. Dad, I know this is all very unexpected, but aren't you proud of me?
Of course I am, love. I guess I'm just not ready for you to leave.
He looked so sad. It broke my heart. Maybe I shouldn't go.
No, she's right, Haley. You deserve to follow your dreams. You know where to find me.
And 2 days later, I was all packed up and ready to go. After we landed at the airport, a limousine took us to Mom's house. Or should I say palace? Then Mom showed me to my beautiful room, complete with a walk-in closet full of designer clothes and accessories. This feels like a dream.
No, honey, it's your life now.
Mom, I just don't understand one thing. Why didn't you ever visit me?
Oh, sweetie, I wanted to so much, but there was never a good time. You don't know how hard it is to make it in this industry with no support or connections. I barely even had any money. I had to fight hard to get good roles and grab every opportunity. But now you won't have to fight so hard because I'll make everything easier for you.
I felt overwhelmed by her love and attention, and it was so cool to have the great Celia as my mom. But soon, I discovered Mom was a bit strange. All her clothes and shoes had to be arranged by color. She would schedule every minute of her day and give her staff some crazy tasks like cleaning the ceiling. She wanted us to make public mother-daughter appearances in matching outfits, and the designers got an earful if they weren't identical. On my first day on set, I went alone, feeling super nervous. My first scene was with Jake, the gorgeous male lead. He was so distracting, I kept forgetting my lines.
Cut. 10-minute break, everyone. Especially Haley.
I felt so embarrassed.
Can you even act at all?
Excuse me?
I'm just saying, there are plenty of talented girls who can take your spot.
If you have nothing nice to say, you do have the option of staying quiet.
If you don't know how to act, you do have the option of leaving.
What a jerk! I calmed down my nerves and delivered my lines perfectly perfectly in the next take, but after that, we were always trying to trip each other up. He made silly faces to distract me during scenes, so I slipped laxatives in his coffee that kept him running to the bathroom. He put cat poop in my shoes, so I put super glue on his seat. You get the gist, right? But one day, I found out it was the makeup artist's birthday, so I ordered a huge cake to surprise her.
This was your idea?
Yeah? Why? Did you put something in the cake?
No, just wishing you ordered chocolate. Who likes pineapple cake?
SpongeBob. But from then on, Jake started being nicer to me. We'd chat during lunch and rehearse our lines together, and the pranks stopped, mostly. Working with Mom, though, was not a piece of cake. She was a perfectionist and would make me redo scenes 20 times. I was eager to learn, so I didn't mind being pushed, but she was really hard on everyone. Like that time her assistant brought the wrong coffee. I told you no sugar, and always put my coffee on a coaster. Plastic spoon on the left, napkin on the right. Ugh, did you even pass kindergarten? Or that time with the camera woman? Oh, you're getting all my wrong angles. Look, you're clearly not pretty enough to be in front of the camera, but now you're not even good behind it. Also, can you get your eyebrows done? One is like a thin worm and the other's like a fat caterpillar, and I hate uneven things. One day, I had a long scene with Mom, and she kept pointing out every tiny mistake. She wanted to discuss it more during break, but I just shut myself up in the bathroom, escaped through the window, and ran to Jake's trailer. Jake, let me in!
Oh no, a crazy fan. Security!
I'm gonna punch you in the face if you annoy me right now.
Okay, Grumpy, what's going on?
I told him how Mom was tiring me out by being so demanding.
Well, what were you expecting with your mom's reputation?
What do you mean?
Your mom is famous for being difficult to work with. No one likes her because of her bad attitude. I literally had to sign a contract that I wouldn't pick fights with her because I can't stand rude people.
Hey, that's not really fair. Yes, Mom can be hard to please, but that's because she's passionate about her work.
We're all passionate about our work, but we don't act bratty.
You have no idea what she went through. She started from nothing and struggled alone for years. Look, I just felt a bit frustrated, so I vented to you, but that doesn't mean you get to diss my mom. I was about to storm off, but Jake stopped me.
You're right, I'm sorry. You just came to vent. Maybe, since she's your mom, you can tell her to be less critical of you sometimes, because I think you're pretty you're all right.
For some reason, my heart fluttered as I walked off, but I didn't take Jake's advice and talk to Mom. I understood this is who she was, and I just had to work hard to make her proud. Soon after, we got news about the ratings of our season. It was a huge success, and the studio wanted to sign us for season 2.
That's great. Of course, we'll need you to double our paychecks if you want Haley to stay. You know we don't have that kind of money.
Mom, isn't that double the paycheck or Haley walks?
Fine. And you two will be good to work through winter break?
No, I have plans to visit my dad and
Yes, no problem. Plans can change.
I felt mad as we walked out of the office. I promised Dad I'd go see him.
Haley, success requires many sacrifices. But sure, you can always go back to the life you had before.
That made me quickly drop the argument because I couldn't imagine going back to my old town. When I told Dad the news, he was sad, but understanding. The next day in a meeting, the director told us that Jake's character and mine were gonna end up together in the second season.
Ew, I'd rather kiss a frog.
I'd rather kiss the frog's poop.
Make sure to brush your teeth that day, Haley.
I'll make sure to eat garlic instead.
And here I was, hoping for something more romantic.
I wasn't sure if he was joking, but just then, Mom pulled me away. As we climbed into the car, she started lecturing me about not getting crushes on my co-stars, as if I could help it. Yeah, duh, I have a crush on Jake. That evening, I was in my room watching MSA videos when Jake called.
Haley, are you watching the news?
I turned on the TV and was shocked to see reports of a devastating hurricane that had swept over my island. I tried calling Dad, but the line was down. I was so worried, and finally, hours later, Dad called me back.
I'm fine. Well, except for the torn ligament in my arm. I'll need surgery for it, and the lighthouse is damaged, and most of the town too.
Dad, you just focus on getting better before anything else, okay? I'll cover your medical bills. He tried to refuse, but I wasn't backing down. I had plenty saved from the first season of the show. But the next day, when I went to the bank to transfer money, my account was nearly empty. You and your mother have a joint account, and recently she transferred all the funds to her solo one. What the heck? When I asked her about it, she acted totally normal.
I left some allowance, and I buy everything you need. What else do you want?
My money? I earned it, and Dad was injured. He needs...
I don't care about him. You're living here now, and your lifestyle isn't cheap.
But I care. And if money is an issue, we can move to a smaller house. No, our image would suffer. You mean your image? Do you even care about what I want? You wanted to be an actress, right? I made you so. So you're saying I have no talent? I was getting that TV show role without you, Mom. It's not enough to steal credit for everything? So you've stolen my money? I won't stay here another minute.
Yes, you will, or your career is over. She'll go wherever she wants.
I turned around to see Dad. Dad? What are you doing here?
Just decided to make a surprise visit. I didn't have a good feeling when you showed up out of nowhere, Celia, but I didn't think you'd steal from your own daughter. Some things never change, I guess.
What do you mean?
Years ago, when I rescued those people from the sinking ship, the owner gave me a huge sum of money to thank me, and soon after, your mom asked me out. She, the most popular girl on the island, finally noticed me. I felt so lucky, but then she used all my money to start her career, broke up with me, and left the moment her popularity rose.
Why didn't you tell me all this before?
Because I hoped she'd change and come back, and we could be a family.
You really think I'd come back to the dumb, stinky village? You were always a fool. I guess I take after Dad, because I didn't see right away what a cold-hearted, selfish person you are, Mom. Dad and I left, and the next day, we were on the ferry back to the island. Seeing the lighthouse so battered brought tears to my eyes. I've been so blind. I was so obsessed with Mom, I couldn't see who she really was.
But she was right about one thing, Haley. I've held you back, and I'm sorry. I've just always wanted to keep you safe, but I ended up making you feel trapped. From now on, I'll always support you, even if that means we have to move. Once you left, I realized my job isn't more important than you are.
The next day, Dad made some calls and arranged a meeting with a lawyer. We managed to get my money back, and he had the surgery while the lighthouse was being repaired. I also used my popularity to raise funds for my town. For the first time, I realized how much the island and our community meant to me. Yes, I still wanted to act, but it wasn't a way to escape my old life anymore. I still had to figure out what to do about the second season. There was no way I was working with Mom anymore. One day, I was enjoying the sunset on the lighthouse balcony when I heard someone behind me.
How many steps does this place have?
You're wheezing like you're 80. What are you doing here?
I talked with the producers and found some interesting stuff about your mother.
Turns out, Mom's career hasn't been doing too well in recent years, and she had used me to get that role in the new show.
The producer said they never wanted to hire her, but were forced to when she made that public announcement. Now that you left, they're more than happy to fire her. They want you back, Haley, and this time, you'll work on your own terms. Please come back, or they'll find another female lead.
And you don't want that to happen?
Yeah. What if they hire someone I want to kiss even less than I want to kiss you?
That would be terrible. Then I suppose I'll have to rescue you.
You're my hero.
Hi, I'm Marin from Vermont, and my parents are a couple of lunatics who hid a secret from me that rocked my world. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. I guess you can say I'm the grumpy oddball of the family. My dad's a psychologist, and my mom's a life coach, and they have permanent smiles plastered on their faces. Before I was born, they made millions and became famous selling books that taught people how to be happy. When I was a kid, they insisted on driving me to school, where they'd always make a big scene.
Give Daddy a hug, sweetie.
Give Mommy a kiss.
And don't forget Mr. Stuffy and your magic hat.
It was nice when I was 5, but now I'm 16 and they're still doing it. Every day they'd find new ways to embarrass me. They'd burst into song in the middle of the grocery store. They'd insist we dress like triplets every time we went out. And they'd show up at school in cheerleading outfits before every big test. You can do it, honey. Yes, you can.
Go Marin!
My parents and I couldn't be more opposite. I failed to inherit their cheery disposition or their good looks. Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that my parents are gorgeous. People are always staring at them and stopping them in the street to pay them compliments. But no one ever noticed me. My parents tried to share their spotlight with me by dragging me to their photo shoots and TV interviews, but it always ended up a disaster. I was not photogenic. Then one time, they decided to do a photo shoot in Disneyland, and the place was just getting on my nerves. All the workers there in the Disney characters characters kept waving and smiling like they were infected with happiness, just like my parents. And then a woman dressed as Cinderella's fairy godmother came to me with a big smile.
So, sweetie, how do you like being at the happiest place on earth? Bippity-boppity-boo!
And something inside me just snapped. What is wrong with you? You're a middle-aged woman whose job it is to dress up as a fictional character in a dumb costume, and you're smiling like a psycho. What are you so happy about? Then I grabbed her wand, snapped it in half, and threw it in her face. Okay, I know that wasn't my best moment. I apologized to her a lot and gave her a really big tip, but someone had made a video of me, and it was making the social media rounds. For the first time, my parents didn't look too happy with me. I thought they'd ground me, which was totally understandable, but after a day of silent treatment, they burst into my room, hugged me, and took me out for ice cream. I learned to accept that my parents were just not normal, and we were poles apart. But then one day, I came home from school, and they told me something that changed my life. Honey, we think it's time you knew the truth.
You're adopted.
Dad's words echoed in my ears. I couldn't believe it. My mind raced, and so did my emotions. First, I was in denial. No way. I got so mad I threw a chair. Then, I tried to convince my parents to come to their senses. Haha, funny joke. Now take it back. I'm sure you have a lot of questions. Suddenly, I started crying like a baby. It took a while for my parents to calm me down, but I was finally able to hear them out. They told me they'd adopted me when I was 2 years old, and the craziest thing was that I had a sister. Why tell me now? We received a letter from your sister. She saw us on TV.
Up until now, we didn't know she existed. She's been in foster care her whole life, but she showed her records and she's been adopted from the same orphanage we got you from.
The more I thought about being adopted, the more it made sense. This is why I didn't have my parents' genes. They weren't my parents. Your sister wants to meet you.
She'd like to visit, but the choice is yours if you want to see her.
My parents gave me my sister's contact information, and I looked her up online. Her name was Francesca, and she was 2 years older than me, and she looked a lot like me, but somehow 10 times better. She was head of her cheerleading team, voted most likely to succeed, and wore the most stylish clothes. I sent her a DM on Insta, and she responded a half a second later. Surprisingly, we had a lot in common. We both loved rom-coms and mint chocolate chip ice cream, and we both hated zombies. Maybe having a sister wouldn't be so bad. Francesca and I made plans to see each other the next weekend. The next morning at school, I told my BFF Ray the news. I showed Ray a picture of Francesca, and he couldn't stop staring. So I slapped his forehead.
Ow!
Earth to Ray.
Sorry, it's just I can't believe you have a sister.
You mean a pretty sister, right? I guess she got the pretty gene from our birth parents.
You're just as pretty as she is. In fact, you look 10 times better.
Yeah, right.
No, it's true. You're a goddess and I love you.
What?
I said I love plastic spoons. Hey, look, that lunch lady has a bunch. I should go talk to her. Bye.
Ray was a little strange, but that's what I liked about him. We met in 5th grade. Ray brought a snake into the classroom for show and tell. It got loose, and everyone freaked out. But I grabbed the snake by its tail and tossed it into its cage.
Wow, you're incredible.
We've been besties ever since. My parents were excited about Francesca's visit, but they were busy the day she was arriving, so Ray and I volunteered to pick her up from the airport. The moment Francesca stepped off the plane, I had a feeling I was in for trouble. She was beautiful in her pictures, but in person, she looked like a movie star. A bunch of boys jumped over themselves to carry her bags. It's so nice to meet you, Marin. I can't believe how friendly everyone is. Then this old lady bumped into me and started yelling, "Move, girl!" Sorry, ma'am. We didn't mean to stand in your way. The mean lady looked at Francesca and instantly smiled. Aren't you a sweetheart? You, on the other hand, could learn some manners and comb your hair. You look like a peacock. What the heck? And to make matters worse, Francesca kept fawning all over Ray on the way back home. OMG, Ray, your muscles are huge. Do you work out?
A little.
Ray was practically a toothpick. What was she talking about? I don't know why, but when Ray smiled at Francesca, it made my blood boil. When we got back to my house, I barely had a chance to introduce Francesca to my parents before she ran up and hugged them. Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. Is it okay if I call you that? How about no? Don't be rude, Marin. She's our guest. That whole night, my parents and Ray couldn't get enough of Francesca. Francesca had apparently read all my parents' books and could even quote them by heart. She laughed at Dad's stupid jokes, sang show tunes with Mom, and geeked out when Ray Ray showed her his comic book collection. She even volunteered to cook and made the most amazing 5-course meal. You are just wonderful.
Extraordinary! Unbelievable.
I'm not saying I was jealous, but come on! Francesca made herself right at home. My parents gave her a room down the hall from me, and that night, I felt so relieved that the day was over. But just as I turned out the lights to sleep, I saw Francesca in my doorway staring at me with a creepy smile. What are you doing? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. I just wanted to say goodnight. Okay, thanks. Well, good night, and don't let the bedbugs bite. It can get pretty bad if they do. You could get an infection or have an allergic reaction. I've even heard that a bug bite can drive you insane. Oh my god, is that a bug on your pillow? Huh? I was so scared I hopped out of bed. Francesca turned on the light and glided over like she was Wonder Woman. Oh, my bad. False alarm. It's just a piece of lint. Sweet dreams. Francesca skipped out of my room with that stupid smile on her face. Thanks to her, I didn't sleep at all that night because I kept dreaming of creepy bed bugs. 48 hours later, I was so relieved because Francesca's visit was almost over. But when I came downstairs for breakfast, I found my parents and Francesca giggling with excitement.
Guess what, sweetie? Francesca's decided to stay for another week.
Oh god, I couldn't take much more of Francesca. She was ruining my life. I swear my parents liked her more than me, and so did Ray. That's not a good idea. Don't you need to go back home? You have school tomorrow. You'll miss all your classes. You could fail a test. You could flunk school. The decision could destroy your life. Don't worry, Marin. I'm actually going to stay so I can check out your high school tomorrow. Francesca and my parents were so excited about the possibility of us going to the same school. I tried to keep my frustration to myself, so I avoided them the best I could. I made up some excuse that I wasn't feeling well. I locked myself in my room and watched MSA videos to cheer myself up. The next day at school was as bad as I'd imagined. The moment everyone saw Francesca, they fell head over heels in love. Even the popular kids ran up to me, asking me about her.
Hey, Mavis, does your sister have a boyfriend?
My name is Marin, and I don't know. Can you give Francesca this invitation to my party? What about me? Sorry, cool kids only. Francesca may have been perfect, but there was one thing about her that was a little weird. Every time anyone asked her about her foster parents, she'd tell a different story. Once, my parents asked to speak with them. Oh, they can't be reached. They're marine biologists and they're in the middle of the ocean studying whales. A few hours later, I overheard her talking to the principal. My foster parents can't answer any calls. They work for the government and they're on an undercover mission. It's a matter of national security. She even told the popular kids that her foster parents were in a heavy metal band on tour in Thailand. I don't trust Francesca. She's a liar and I think she's up to something.
Not Francesca. She's the nicest, sweetest, and kindest person I've ever met.
That's what she wants you to believe. She's got everyone under her spell. You have to help me expose her.
Well, of course I'll help you. I adore you and I would do anything for you.
What?
I said I love helping my friends. We should spy on her like in those spy movies.
She's smart. What if she catches us?
Believe me, she won't.
Ray and I bought a bunch of spy equipment online, like binoculars, hidden cameras, listening devices, and these cool camouflage outfits so we could sneak around without being noticed. We spied on Francesca at school, when she went out for a run, and when she got groceries, but she didn't do anything weird. Till one day, we were spying on her while she was cooking, and we heard her on the phone speaking in a strange coded language. What?
Oh, I know. That's Pig Latin. You keep adding A to the end of each word or something like that. My parents have been talking like that since I was a kid.
Okay, so what is she saying?
I don't know. I've never been able to crack the code and figure out their secrets. Oh my god, do you think they're hiding something really big from me and—
Focus on my problems, Ray. Yours can wait. Then one day, I caught Francesca sneaking out of school. I followed her to the park across town, where she met this shady couple. I hid in the bushes and used my spy equipment to listen to their conversation. What's the holdup, Francesca? I've changed my mind.
You can't back out now. We had a deal. You break into their safe, steal their money, and then you're free. You'll get your share, then you can go to that fancy college you're always yapping about.
I said no, I won't do it. The mean woman grabbed Francesca's arm. You don't have a choice. We could always tell them about your past. You think those rich people will love you after they find out you're a thief? Suddenly, my allergies started to kick in, and I sneezed really loud. Francesca and the shady couple looked in my direction. I panicked. Then I saw a bird on a tree, which gave me an idea. Oh okay, my bird impression was a little lame, but I had to do something. What the heck was that?
Sounded like a bird dying, but forget about that. You're out of time, Francine. We'll make our move tonight.
The shady couple got into the car and drove away. Once they were out of sight, I jumped out of the bushes and confronted Francesca. No, Francine. Geez, this is getting confusing. I'm just gonna call her Francesca, okay? Like I said, I jumped out of the bushes. I knew you were up to no good, you thief. I heard everything. You're going down. Suddenly, Francesca burst into tears, and man, did she look ugly. Her eyes got puffy, snot ran down her nose, and her face looked like a newborn's wrinkly butt. I'd never seen anyone look like a hideous troll when they cried. Can you please give me one chance to explain? Yes, anything that stops you from crying. Francesca told me all about her awful childhood with her cunning foster parents, who always made her part of their schemes. I've been waiting to turn 18 to get away from them. Then one day, they showed me you and your parents on TV and told me you were my biological sister. They said if I stole money from you, they'd give me my share and I could go to my dream college. I just wanted out really badly, so I agreed. But soon after I met you and your family, I knew that I couldn't go through with the plan. You're my sister, my only friend in the world, and I love you. Francesca hugged me tight and cried some more. I hadn't thought of her as a friend before, and she was getting snot all over my shirt, but it was okay. I started to realize how silly I was for being jealous of her. I was the lucky one. Even though my parents were annoying, there was no doubt that they loved me. That night, Francesca and I told my parents everything. They told the police, and Francesca's foster parents were arrested the next day. I asked my parents if Francesca could live with us, and they said yes. After that, Francesca moved in for good, and we became a happy family. One day, I was hanging out at the pool with Francesca and Ray. Hey sis, I've got one question. Why did you say your name was Francesca? I wanted something fancy. Francine was too plain. Now it's my turn to ask one. When are you gonna admit that you're in love with Ray? I spat out my juice. I'm what now? You heard me. And he's always looking at you like an infatuated cow.
I am not, and that doesn't even make any sense. I'm as thin as a toothpick.
Oh, jeez. Just shut up, admit it already, and work it out, losers. And with that, she pushed us into the pool and ran off cackling. Maybe it wasn't gonna be so fun to have a sister after all. Hi, I'm Celine from Oregon. Please like and subscribe. My parents had me right after high school, by accident. But my dad told my mom that he loved her more than anything and was excited to start a family with her. I was born with mom's lovely red hair and green eyes.
Oh, honey, she's beautiful. Just like you. My perfect little family.
But things started going downhill really soon. Mom stayed with me at home, and Dad just wasn't earning enough to afford everything we needed. And that made them fight a lot. Once when I was 5, Dad and I went to go buy some burger buns from the supermarket, and he started ripping open each package, taking one out, and tossing it aside.
Sir? What are you doing? All these packets have 4 buns, and I'm a family of 3. What about people like me, huh? Why should we pay for the extra bun? So I'm taking one out, 'cause I only want 3 buns. I'm sorry, but you can't do that, sir. Oh, yes, I can. You can't make me pay for something I don't want.
Dad flung it at the storekeeper's face and started running away. He was caught by security guards, and he punched one of them and spent the night in jail. And when he got back home, he packed up his bags to leave.
I love you, Celine, but this is just too much responsibility for me. I can't handle it. Goodbye, darling.
And just like that, he was gone. We had to leave our house and move into a trailer. Mom had to work for the first time ever, and she wasn't very good at it. She did odd jobs like cleaning and waitressing and got fired often, and she'd spend the next few days crying on the couch. It's okay, Mommy. Not everyone can be a good waitress. Pouring coffee is hard. I know, right? I really tried, but my manager said he wanted to give me an award for the worst waitress ever. This is your dad's fault. Growing up, I realized Mom was never gonna be a responsible adult. The only thing she took good care of was her skin. She'd mix some ingredients in her lotion and put it over herself daily. And on me too. She said looks were the most important thing for a girl. But I really wanted to excel at school and have a better life than Mom. In 10th grade, I also got a job as a dog walker for some rich people. But I told Mom only half of my salary so I could save the rest. One day while I was going to work, I saw a dog barking loudly as a man was forcing it to go with him. Wait, I knew that dog. Hey, you thief! Let him go right now!
Buzz off. It's my dog.
No, it's not. Timmy, come here, boy. The dog tried running towards me, but the man wouldn't let go. I grabbed a rock from the ground and threw it at him, and he yelled as he ran away. I immediately took the dog to its owner, a rich old lady named Mrs. Grant, who was already looking for him frantically, and I told her everything.
Oh, how can I thank you? Come in, child. I'd like to get to know you.
After asking me many questions, she said something really surprising. She wanted to send me to a great private school, all expenses covered. What? This was an offer I just couldn't refuse. But Mom didn't seem very excited. She should have just given you the cash for finding her dumb dog. You already go to school. I was too happy to argue with her. Going to a good school meant great opportunities for college. Mrs. Grant had me enrolled a week later, and I was so nervous as I walked into the building. Luckily, the school had a uniform, so no one would see my own worn-out clothes. But I noticed several people looking at me, and I had no idea why. Later that day in the cafeteria, a girl from my class waved at me.
Celine, right? Come and join us. And I gotta say, girl, you are gorgeous.
Yeah, your skin's flawless. I wasn't expecting such a nice welcome. The girl who'd waved me over was Jasmine, and she seemed really interested in me.
So, tell me, Celine, where do you live?
I was about to say in a trailer, but something made me stop. I just knew these girls wouldn't see me the same if I had said that. Oh, Cherry Tree Hill.
OMG, that's such a posh neighborhood. What's your address?
251, Street 20.
That street has the biggest mansions.
That was Mrs. Grant's address, and I'd said it before I could stop myself. Now I'd have to live with this stupid lie, but at least the girls looked impressed. A week later, we were in the library when Jasmine suddenly elbowed me.
What do you think about Aiden, the football captain?
I don't even know who that is.
It's that guy in front of you, dummy, who can't take his eyes off of you.
I looked up to see a really cute boy, and he did seem to be looking my way. I ignored Jasmine, but some moments later, a paper plane landed on my desk. I can read your mind, and yes, I'll go out with you.
I burst out laughing at the cheesy line.
Aiden took that as a sign to come over, and he seemed to be really nice. We started hanging out often, and soon enough, he asked me out. Life at school was going great. I was doing well in classes, I had friends, and a hot boyfriend. But one day, Jasmine and her friends were making plans for the mall, when suddenly someone behind us spoke.
Hey, can I come too?
I turned around to see a girl with stained clothes and knotted hair.
Ugh, go away, Miranda. Celine, this is the school loser who can't afford clean clothes. She can come with us if she wants to.
Really?
Excuse me? No, you can't. You're not sitting in my car. Just leave, Miranda.
Her face turned red, and I felt really bad as she walked away. But later that day, I was just coming out of the bathroom when I bumped straight into someone. Miranda!
Hey, sorry about that. You seemed nice earlier, and I wanted to be your friend. Most people aren't nice to me because of the way that I am.
It's okay, Miranda. You don't have to be embarrassed around me. Can you keep a secret?
Of course, anything.
I'm poor just like you, so I know what you're going through.
You're poor?
Shh, yes. And yeah, we can be friends. Meet me outside school later. I ditched Jasmine and her gang and took Miranda home. On the way, we walked past Mrs. Grant's house, and I explained that she was paying for my school. When we got to the trailer, I gave her some clean clothes to change into, and then we had lunch together.
I would have never guessed you lived here, Celine.
Yeah, we don't have much, but I try to take care of myself. No reason your life has to suck just because you're poor. Soon after, Miranda thanked me for everything and left. But half an hour later, I got a call from Mrs. Grant, and she asked me to come over immediately. And when I got there, I was shocked to find a furious Mrs. Grant next to Miranda? What are you doing here?
Is this homeless person a friend of yours, Celine? I found her in our backyard with Timmy. If I hadn't caught her, she probably would have stolen him.
You told me about Timmy, and I just...
Told her what? Why are you showing strangers the way to my house, Celine? Did I make a mistake in trusting you?
No, of course not, Mrs. Grant. Believe me, Miranda is completely harmless. I'm so sorry. It won't happen again. I took Miranda outside and then turned to her angrily. Are you insane? Why were you here?
I just wanted to see Timmy because I like dogs.
That's all. But you can't just walk into someone's house. I work for that lady, and she's the reason I go to a good school. She could easily take it all away from me, thanks to you." Miranda looked upset and ran off, and I didn't stop her. Gosh, she was crazy. Maybe I'd made a mistake letting her into my life. The next day at school, I just wanted to avoid her. But later, as I was sitting with my friends on the bleachers, Miranda suddenly appeared and sat next to me. "Listen, Celine, I'm really sorry about yesterday."
What happened yesterday, garbage girl? Celine, what's she talking about?
Oh my God, was Miranda about to give away all my secrets?
How would I know? She's a total nutcase.
No, wait, I know you're mad at me, but aren't we friends? You said,
In your dreams, weirdo.
I got up to leave, but suddenly Miranda took my arm. And without really thinking, I threw my glass of juice at her face. She stood there stunned. But just then, Jasmine and the rest stared at her.
Your clothes looked cleaner today. Now you look like your usual self again.
Miranda burst into tears and ran off. And I felt horrible. What had I just done? I looked for Miranda everywhere the next day, but I couldn't find her. As I was walking down the hallway, I suddenly spotted Aiden clearing out his locker.
Hey, Aiden, is everything okay? No, nothing is okay. You bullied my sister.
Wait, who? Miranda? She's your sister?
Yeah, and I know she's a mess, but I'm supposed to take care of her. I just didn't know I had to protect her from you.
Aiden, please tell me where she is so I can apologize.
She's refused to ever come back to the school because of jerks like you, and I'll be transferring wherever she goes. And I can't even look at you, Celine.
As I watched him leave, I'd never felt worse in my life. Miranda had just wanted to be my friend, and I'd become a bully because I was afraid people would find out I was poor. The next day at school, Jasmine caught up with me in the corridor.
Celine, did you know Aiden and Miranda were siblings?
I just found out, and they've both left.
What happened?
What happened is that we bullied that poor girl, and she doesn't want to be here anymore, and neither does Aiden.
Oh, come on, we were just having fun. And who would have thought Aiden is poor too? He sure did a good job of hiding it. Well, I'm glad those broke losers are gone.
And suddenly, I just lost it. You want to know something, Jasmine? I'm poor too. Yeah, there's no fancy mansion. I live in a small trailer.
Ew, a trailer?
Yeah, and I don't know why I let anyone make me feel ashamed of it. If you only treat people with respect based on how rich they are, I don't want anything to do with you.
As if I want anything to do with you now, trailer girl.
I just pushed her aside and walked off. Telling the truth was actually a relief. I lost my friends in a day, but I didn't care. I begged the principal to give me Miranda's address so I could go see her. But when I got there, I was shocked. This wasn't some poor person's house. I rang the bell, and the person who answered the door said that the previous family had put the house on sale and moved to another city. I walked away feeling low and confused. Why was Miranda like that if she wasn't poor? For the next few months, I just kept my head down and focused on studying. But one day, I was sitting in the classroom when I heard Jasmine making fun of another girl.
What's wrong with your skin, girl?
It's peeling off like snakes. I've tried everything. I don't know why it's happening. Hey, try this. It's awesome. I use it all the time. And with that, I took out a bottle of Mom's lotion mixture I always had with me.
Ew, don't. Who knows what kind of products poor people use?
Shut up, Jasmine. I'll try it. Celine's skin is amazing. And just a week later, the girl reported that her skin had never been better. After that, everyone wanted to try the lotion, and they were willing to pay for it. I told Mom, and it got her excited too. With the savings I had, I bought all the stuff we needed, and soon, we were making good money just by selling the lotion to girls in my school. Eventually, I set up a website and started selling it online, and it was such a hit. By the time I graduated high school, we were making enough to move out of the trailer and into an apartment. I got into university in another city, but I kept my business running with Mom and a few employees. But sometime later, I started getting complaints from customers that their orders weren't getting delivered. I went back home that weekend to see what was going on, and I found the apartment in a huge mess. And Mom was snoring on the couch. Mom, how can you live like this? This place looks like a garbage dump, and I'm getting so many complaints about orders.
Can you please relax? So what if some orders are delayed?
I was tired this week, and I'll clean the mess. No, you won't. When have you ever done that before? All our lives, I've been cleaning up your mess, and I'm done. You're on your own, and I'll handle the business too. You're cutting me out of it? It's my product. But it's my money and hard work. Don't worry, I'll keep sending you your share. I just won't be coming back to live with you. And I left. I graduated university with honors, and my company kept growing. I was living the life I'd always wanted, but something kept bothering me all this time. I really wanted to meet Miranda. I hired a private investigator to track her down, and finally I found out where she lived. When I arrived at her doorstep, Miranda opened the door, but I barely recognized her. She looked so much better now. Celine, is that really you? Yeah, it's me. Can I please come in? We started talking, and I told her how I'd been wanting to apologize for years. I'm so sorry about what I did, Miranda. The day after you left, I told everyone the truth about me. I didn't want to be some fake person anymore. I get why you were mad at me. You were trying to make a better life, and I was just good at messing everything up. I wasn't poor like everyone thought, Celine. My mom had passed away, and I was just having a really hard time dealing with it. But you helped me realize too that I had to get my act together, and I got help. We hugged it out, and I felt a weight lifted off me. I knew Miranda would be okay. As I was leaving, suddenly someone called out, "Celine, wait." I turned around to see Aiden. I heard everything you said to Miranda. Thank you. I could tell you meant it. Every word. So, how long are you in town for? I'm leaving tomorrow. Maybe we could catch up over dinner? I think I'd really like that.
Once, when I was in the 11th grade, I threw a birthday party and Ellen, my neighbor, was coming over. Most importantly of all, though, tonight I was going to tell Ellen about my feelings for her. But just before she was due to arrive, she gave me a call and said, "Luce, I'm going out with Brian tonight. Do you mind covering for me? I told my mom that I'd be spending the night with you." I rushed to my window just in time to see Brian kiss Ellen before they got into his car and left. This was just a week after I told her I thought Brian was cute. Hi, my name is Lucy, and this is my story. Anyway, when Ellen's mom called later that evening and asked to speak to her, I said I hadn't the slightest idea where she was. That night, I heard Ellen's mom yelling at her when she got home. For once, she was getting what she deserved. The next day, she came over and apologized for putting me in an awkward position. Then, she pulled a brand new box of AirPods from her bag and gave them to me. "I know you've always wanted these, but they're too expensive for you, so here you go." I said, "Get off your high horse, Ellen. Stop showing off your money all the freaking time. Is that all that matters to you? You make me sick." I was so mad at Ellen that I didn't know what to do. So I decided the best person to get advice from was our school guidance counselor. After listening to everything, she said she had something serious to discuss with me. She said, "Ellen was just in here." She said that Ellen had said something crazy, and since she knew about my feelings for Ellen, she had decided to tell me. She said, "You have to promise never to repeat what I'm about to say." Then she told me the craziest, most unimaginable thing. She said Ellen had told her we were half-sisters. Apparently, Ellen's dad was also my dad. Just last week, she had overheard him say to my mom that I was his responsibility too, and he had to keep taking care of me. I was beyond horrified. This was too much. Not only was my crush my half-sister, but my dad had also left me to live in misery while she got everything? And I'd lived without a dad my whole life. I was done with this. I needed payback. I started with small things. I cut the string on a tin can phone line we had made when we were kids. It went between our bedroom windows. She always said it was a symbol of our friendship. Well, no more. Ellen called me immediately and asked why I had cut the line. Instead of answering, I asked her about her boyfriend, Brian. She just said goodbye politely and then didn't speak to me for a few days. A week later, she called me and said in her stupid goody-goody voice, "It's no big deal. We're growing up, and yeah, Brian is fine. It's nothing serious. We're just friends." I could have screamed with rage now. The next day, I decided to up my game. Ellen was hard of hearing and needed to feel what I was feeling. Ellen loved to listen to my music. So, I wrote a song just for her. I opened my window and started screeching. "Ellen is the worst, the worst, the worst, the worst. She looks like fuzzy lumpkins, has cheese like bloated pumpkins. Her breath smells bad, she's borderline mad. Ellen is the worst, the worst, the worst, the worst." A few minutes later, there was a knock on my door. I opened it to see a very upset Ellen. I asked, "What's up, Elle?" She said, "You're singing about me." and loud enough for the entire neighborhood to hear. I smiled at her. I thought you'd appreciate me writing a song just for you. Consider this a small repayment for how good a friend you've been. She didn't know what to say to that. It felt so good to finally get to her that I decided to amp it up. I shared the song on Facebook. The video was removed a few hours later, and I was banned from Facebook for bullying. Brian came rushing over to Ellen's. He went inside and consoled her. I looked out from my window that night and was shocked to see Ellen and Brian kissing in her backyard. Ellen saw me looking, and I slammed the window. This was all wrong. To make it all worse, at dinner, Mom said to me, "What was that horrible song you were singing? You and Ellen are like sisters. Don't be so mean to her." I was so mad when I heard that. I yelled, "She's not my sister! I don't care what you or her dad say!" A month later, there were rumors going around school that some college scholarship scouts were coming to watch the final hockey game of the season. Ellen was the star of the hockey team, but I was going to make sure that the scouts never got a chance to see Ellen. The morning before her big game, I snuck into her garage and stole her goalie kit. Ellen showed up late for the game. Her coach didn't let her play, and the team had their biggest loss of the season. Best of all, the scouts never saw Ellen. If she wanted to get into college, she'd have to get her dad to pay for it. When Ellen got back, I was waiting for her in her driveway. She looked at me in surprise and asked, "Where did you get that?" I said, "Hey Al, it looked like a pretty fun sport, so I borrowed your stuff to give it a try." Looking at her face, I knew that she was finally going to explode. It was the moment I'd been waiting for. We'd finally put an end to this friendship and would have the biggest fight of our lives. She would finally tell me that I was the worst friend ever, and I could tell her she was a backstabbing, heartbreaking pain in the butt. But instead, Ellen took a deep breath, nodded, and then went inside. I didn't hear from her for 2 weeks. To make matters worse, Brian visited her more and more regularly now. Then she came over one day and said, "I want to apologize for being selfish. I'm glad that you want to play hockey." She pulled out a brand new hockey kit and handed it to me. "Now we can play together. What do you think?" I shut the door in her face. She'd done it again. For the next month, I was miserable. Ellen tried to call me, but she was the last person I wanted to speak to. Over time, she found new friends. But I wasn't going to let her off that easy. My life was going nowhere, and hers was perfect. I had another idea. Monica, the leader of the group of girls Ellen was hanging out with, was super insecure about her boyfriend. All it took was an anonymous message and a quickly photoshopped picture sent to Monica, telling her to watch out for Ellen. Monica did the rest. The next day, I watched as Ellen went to greet her friends, and they completely ignored her. Monica even posted on the class WhatsApp group. The message said, "Ellen is a boyfriend stealer. Be careful, girls." Finally, Ellen broke down. But rushing in to her rescue was Brian. He told her that everything was going to be okay. Damn it! I couldn't believe it. Every one of my plans seemed to backfire. Every single time. I felt like I had no energy left. I made a decision right there. I was done with Ellen. 6 months went by. We didn't speak. It hurt to be betrayed by her, but I didn't have the energy to fight it. And then one day, Ellen was at my door with a plate of brownies. "I miss you, Lou," she told me. "Can we talk?" "How's Brian?" I asked. She took a deep breath and choked back her tears. "He doesn't go out of his way to hurt me, which is more than I can say for you." I had finally made Ellen feel as hurt as I was, but I didn't feel happy. I just wanted to tell her how I felt, about my 16th birthday and all the times she let me down, but I didn't. A week later, Ellen and her family moved away. I started college, but I always kept tabs on Ellen from afar. She went off to college to become a lawyer. Now that she was gone, I missed her like crazy. One day when I got back from college, I saw Mom had a visitor, Ellen's dad. Seeing him, I snapped. I demanded to know why he was here, and before he could say anything, I said, "I don't care about you. You're no dad to me." Mom jumped to her feet and asked me what I meant. I told her what I had kept a secret all this time and said I knew everything about how she cheated on Dad with Ellen's dad. Out of nowhere, Mom roared, "How dare you say that?" I yelled back, "That's what Ellen overheard." Then they told me that the conversation Ellen had overheard had nothing to do with us being siblings. He had even cleared up that confusion with Ellen years ago. Her dad said, "Your father used to work in my factory when the accident happened. I felt responsible for you just because of that." Then he handed me a card and said, "You're invited to Ellen's and Brian's wedding." Then he was gone. An hour later, I was outside Ellen and Brian's house. To my surprise, I heard screaming inside. Brian was yelling at Ellen. I called 911, and then I banged on the door until he opened it. Behind him, I saw Ellen. She was sobbing. I pushed inside, ran over to her, and said, "I'm so sorry, Ellen, for everything." After a minute, she pushed me away. Brian rushed in too. He yelled at her to throw me out or else. I demanded to know why he was speaking to her like that. The police arrived and Brian stopped screaming. Immediately, he started telling Ellen how much he loved her, how he couldn't live without her. The police asked Ellen if she wanted to press charges. She said no. I told her she was crazy. I told her that marrying him was going to be a mistake. She told me to get out of her house. It hurt like hell, but I knew that Ellen wasn't going to listen to a single thing I said after all that had happened. After that, I knew I had to stop their marriage no matter what happened. So I started going to all the places I knew Ellen would be and tried to talk to her. At first, she refused to accept me. One day, I decided to surprise her just like she had once many years ago. I baked a batch of brownies and rang her doorbell, but no one answered. The next day, I went again, and still no answer. Disappointed, I decided to try one last time. The door was opened by Ellen's mom. She told me Ellen and Brian had decided to move upstate and marry there. She said, "It's a private event for close friends and family only. You're not invited." I left and tried to look for Ellen everywhere. I still hadn't told her the truth. I hadn't told her how much I loved her. Years passed and I couldn't find any trace of Ellen. One day, my mom said to me, "It's time you get married, Lucy. You're a girl. You've got to settle down soon. Why don't you date someone?" I told her I wasn't interested, but that night, I got a call from Mom telling me she was waiting for me at a restaurant. She gave me a table number and said, "It's serious, hurry!" But when I got there, I saw a guy sitting at the table. He called my name. Oh no. Reluctantly, I walked over to him and told him I wasn't interested. I said my mom had set this up, but he held my hand and said, "Don't you remember me, Lucy?" He told me his name was Alex. I didn't, and he said he had been in my college. He said, "I love you, Lucy. I always have." Then he begged me to stay. I felt sorry for him. Before I knew it, Alex was coming around to my place and calling me his girlfriend. Mom was thrilled. A few months later, on my birthday, Alex threw me a huge party and he asked me to marry him. Before I could respond though, the doorbell rang and the police walked in. They arrested me saying Ellen had claimed I was involved in stealing millions of dollars from her dad's business. I said, "I haven't even heard from her in years. How could I?" But they refused to listen. The next day, I saw her again. Even after all these years, my heart jumped at the sight of her. Clearly, though, I wasn't the only one who thought that. Alex jumped up as soon as he saw Ellen. She said, "Why won't you leave me alone? I don't even know what I did to deserve your hate." I wanted to clear up the confusion, but I knew now was not the time. Instead, I said I didn't know why she thought I would steal her money. Just then, Brian appeared and yelled, "Don't try to pretend you're innocent!" He accused me of trying to ruin Ellen's life. Ellen agreed. Then she left, saying, "I hope I never see you again, Lucy." I was still very confused about everything, so I called Ellen's dad. He said he had no idea what Ellen and Brian were talking about. The next day, he came to visit and got them to let me go. I asked him what was happening, and he said the person behind the stolen money was Brian. Turns out, he'd been transferring large sums of money to offshore accounts under my name. By the end of the month, Brian was arrested, and Ellen finally filed for divorce. She moved back in with her parents just a few blocks away. Slowly, we became friends again, and Alex encouraged it. "She's a great person. I'm sure you'll be close friends again," he said. The problem was, I still hadn't figured out how to tell Alex I wasn't going to marry him. Then one day, I decided to surprise Ellen with a visit. When I got there, I was stunned to see Alex's car already parked outside. I snuck in and found Ellen screaming at him. "Get out of here! How could you even think I would like my best friend's fiancé?" I rushed inside and they both fell silent. But I'd already heard enough. I started yelling at Alex and kicked him out. Then I turned to Ellen and said, "I've had enough of this." After 10 years, I finally told Ellen the truth. "I loved you. I always loved you. I got mad when I saw you kissing Brian. Then that stupid counselor said we were sisters, and I loved you. I didn't know what to do." For a while, she stayed silent, and I knew what her silence meant. I got up to leave when she called me, and now, she asked. I said, "I will always love you, Elle." Suddenly, Ellen ran over and hugged me, saying, "Me too, Luce. I've always loved you." Hi, I'm Dee Dee, and I'm your typical high school nerd, except I have a very big secret. Want to know more? Stick around and like and subscribe to MSA. I lived with my parents and twin sister Claire. Growing up, I was a very quiet kid and mostly kept to myself. Read books, got straight A's, but Claire was the total opposite. She was the school's queen bee, really pretty, and every week she would date a new guy who would instantly fall in love with her.
You are so perfect, Claire. I love you.
Aw, sweetie, you're not too bad yourself. I love your, Smile.
I love your smile and your eyes and your perfect little hands. I love everything about you.
Can you guys go and be annoying somewhere else? I'm trying to do my homework and your sugar talks are making me nauseous. Are we making you jealous? Because let's face it, the only guy you'd ever kiss is your stuffed panda. At least he's permanent, unlike the losers you date for 2 weeks, then dump and file restraining orders against because they end up stalking you. I wonder what will happen to this new arm candy. Word of advice, lover boy, run before it's too late. Claire threw a cushion at my head and left, and I couldn't help giggling. But she wasn't wrong. I was a little jealous of her. Even though I was smarter and more poised than Claire, I was always known as the other twin, or the geeky one, and no guy ever gave me the same kind of attention as Claire. Well, no one except Sid. He was the bratty son of some rich industrialist and was really popular for his stupid pranks in school. The first time I saw him was on the first day of high school when he rollerbladed his way into me in the school hallway and we both fell on our butts.
Wow, I've never seen anyone like you before.
Really?
Of course! I mean, how many people can be as stupid and blind as you are? You've gotta be someone special.
Excuse me, but you crashed into me. You should be apologizing.
You're right! Where are my manners? I'm sorry for calling you blind. Cause you also have an incredibly twitchy face and you sound like a pregnant horse when you talk. Now I know I'm very handsome and you'd rather spend your day staring at me, but I'm late for class.
And Sid just pushed past me and left. I was hoping to never run into him again, but then I walked into the class and the teacher introduced him as the new student. To make things worse, she appointed me as his student tutor to bring him up to date with the classes. Later, as I sat with Sid in the library, I saw him staring at me funny.
You must be so happy.
What makes you say that?
Come on, I saw how you were staring at me in the hallway. You like me, and it's cool. So how about we ditch these books and make out?
How about I punch your face and fracture your nose?
My plan's better.
Sid slid to my side, and our faces were inches apart.
Do you always smell like this?
Like what?
Like a mix of poop and garlic. Your breath stinks.
What the heck? I thought with time, Sid would find a new target, but a whole year went by, and he only got more annoying. One time, he put a rat in my locker, and it chewed all my books. And another time, Sid pulled out a fake snake from his bag and threw it in my face, in the middle of a chemistry class. I got spooked, tripped, and crashed into a table full of chemicals. We couldn't enter the lab for a whole week, thanks to the smell of rotten eggs. But despite everything, I had one thing going on right. My secret matchmaking website. I was Mrs. Cupid, famous for giving advice to anonymous kids who are suffering in their love life. Dear Miss Cupid, I have a crush on this mega hot chick, but since she's the most popular girl in school, she never notices me. How do I get her to date me? Dear Agent Hot Abs, I'm sorry, but the only way you'll get a girl like that to date you is in your dreams. But try the math club, drama club, and polar bear rights club. You've got a lot of pretty girls in there. And a month later, Agent Hot Abs confirmed that he was dating a theater club girl. Another time, I got an email from the bimbo babe. Dear Miss Cupid, I want a boyfriend, but I don't want to sound too desperate. What should I do? Dear bimbo babe, if you're writing this email, it means you're already desperate. And something about your name tells me you're not too smart either. Try searching the library for some hot geeks. This way, you can find a date and maybe learn a thing or two. Win-win. And a week later, bimbo babe was dating someone too. Another score for Miss Cupid. I'm making your dreams come true. Ooh, ooh.
There you are!
I jumped in shock as Sid walked up from behind me and I shut my laptop.
What you hiding on that computer? Are you stalking me on Instagram? I knew it. You have a crush on me.
I don't. Now stop snooping around and leave.
Not so soon.
Sid snatched the laptop from my hand. I tried to get it back, but that sleaze bag wouldn't let go. Finally, the laptop fell on the ground and the screen flew open.
No way. You're Mrs. Cupid? You give advice to corny teenagers. Oh my god, I'm dying. I think I might have coughed up a lung.
Shut up, you moron. And yeah, I am Mrs. Cupid. But if you tell anybody, I swear I will end you.
I won't tell anyone if you agree to set me up with someone. I know you're probably wondering why a hot guy like me would need your help, but I want to see how good you are.
I'd rather eat a bag of worms than help you. Suddenly, Sid ran out of the door and screamed into the school hallway.
Hey everybody, our grand school matchmaker Mrs. Cupid is none other than...
I covered his mouth and yanked him back into the classroom. Why are you doing this? You haven't dated a single girl this whole year and now suddenly you want a girlfriend?
Maybe I'm bored, and this could be a welcome change. Now do we have a deal?
Ugh, I hate this, but fine. I'll find a date for you. And if you two hit it off, you have to promise to permanently get off my back.
Whatever you say, princess.
I know it was probably the worst idea to help Sid, but I also didn't want anyone to find out I was Miss Cupid. It was the one good thing in my life. I wasn't going to let all my hard work go down the drain. So I sat up all night trying to find the perfect match for Sid, and the next day, I arranged a few dates for Sid, but they all ended up in massive disasters.
Have you seen my new rubber chicken collection?
Your what?
Rubber chicken. You know the one you squeeze and it makes a sound? Let me show you an example. I'm a dorky chick, beep, and I love to flap my wings, beep, beep, beep.
Okay. Actually, I just remembered I have to take my cat for a manicure. See you around. And we never saw her again. The next day, Sid met another girl at a burger joint and sneakily placed his dumb rubber chicken in her food. Just as she took a bite, the toy made a sound and she almost passed out. This happened a few more times before I finally lost my mind and cornered Sid. What's the matter with you? And what's with this stupid obsession with rubber chickens?
What? I really like them. And if I can't share my passion, what's even the point of having a girlfriend?
If you really want this to work, you've got to step up your date game. Carrying chicken toys to dates is not how you woo a girl.
Really? Then how do you woo a girl?
Sid came closer, staring into my eyes, and for a second I forgot how to breathe. But then he just pulled my laptop closer and stared at the screen.
Ooh, this one sounds interesting. Dear Cupid Lovelock, I'm tired of dating the same guy over and over again. Find me someone different. Bored Anonymous.
Yeah, cool. Now sit back and let me work my magic. I texted Bored Anonymous that the boy she was looking for would meet her in the library with a red book in hand. And the next day, Sid sat at the desk with the book while I hid behind the wall waiting for Bored Anonymous to show up. I almost threw up when I saw Claire walk in and she went straight to Sid. She was Bored Anonymous?
Mind if I take this seat?
I don't see why not.
Claire pulled out a chair and I waited for Sid to do something stupid, but surprisingly, they got along really well. They were cracking up at Sid's jokes and Sid was blushing like stupid girl. And weirdly enough, I started feeling kind of jealous watching them together. I was still lost in my thoughts when Sid walked over.
That went well.
You don't actually think you can date my sister, do you?
Why? Claire is fun, cool, and pretty to look at. Why should I not date her?
Because you guys are totally different and she's known to crush boys and walk all over them.
That was before she met me. I'm gonna steal her heart and she won't know what hit her. In fact, she just asked me to be her date at this super cool party, and I think I'm going to go.
Uh-huh. Guess what? I'll be there too, with my boyfriend.
You know you can't bring an imaginary person to a party, right?
He's not imaginary. He's a very real person. You'll see.
I can't wait.
Neither can I. And yeah, don't forget your rubber chickens. I walked away feeling kind of miserable. I had less than 5 hours to find myself a boyfriend, so I just asked one of the guys from the chemistry class to be my date, and he said yes. The party was nice, and I was having a good time, until Sid showed up with Claire on his arm and sat right next to me and my date. Oh, my sweet honey buns. I could stare into your eyes forever.
And I could stare into yours.
I can stare deeper.
I can stare into your soul and I can say you're an angel.
That doesn't even make any sense.
It's a metaphor.
It's stupid.
You're stupid.
Are you two done? Because I want to dance. Sid, come on. We'll join you.
But I don't know how to dance.
Just follow my lead. I dragged my date, but he kept missing steps, banged into a bunch of people. At one point, he stomped on my feet so bad, I had to sit down with an ice pack. I didn't see Sid and Claire after that, and the next day, they were officially dating. Sid was so lost in Claire's love, he didn't pay any attention to me. No pranks, no rude comments, not even a glance, and it made me so mad. But I knew it was only a matter of days till Claire would dump Sid. Despite our weird relationship, he was kinda the only friend I had, and I didn't want him to end up hating me after Claire dumped him. So I tried talking to Claire about it. So, you and Sid, huh? When are you dumping him? Not this time. I actually like this guy, and I think I'm gonna stick around. But he's so uncultured and weird, and I might warn you, he has an unhealthy obsession with rubber chicken toys. It's bizarre. So, he's a funny guy. And why are you so interested in Sid anyway? You never paid attention to the guys I've dated in the past. I'm just looking out for you. Yeah, right. Stop prying and mind your own business. Claire Cat walked her way out of the room, and I kept thinking about what she said. Why was it bothering me so much that Sid was dating Claire? Did I have feelings for him? Ew. No. Yuck. I just shoved whatever stupid thoughts I had to aside and decided to focus on my studies. But my concentration was all over the place. Then one day, I was in the library breaking my head over some complicated maths equation when someone pulled my notebook. Sid, give that back.
I will when you tell me why are you so mad at me?
Why would I be mad at you? Do I look mad at you? You and I are not friends that I'll be mad enough to be mad at you. That'll be madness, and I'm not that mad. I grabbed my books and turned to leave, but Sid got in the way.
I'm not done talking. Did you tell Claire that I'm uncultured and weird?
Maybe.
Why?
Because it's the truth. You are weird and creepy, and you don't care about anyone's feelings. feelings. Remember how you chased me around for a year, saying the stupidest things, and now that you have a girlfriend, it's like I don't even exist?
I thought you wanted me to back off, and now you're bothered by it? What do you want, Dee Dee?
I don't know, okay? Maybe I'm just mad at you for not even saying a thank you. If not for me, Claire would never date a rubber chicken loving brat like you.
Fine, thank you. Happy now? Anyway, I came here to ask your opinion on this necklace I got for Claire for prom, but I guess it was a stupid mistake.
Glad to know that there's something you can figure out on your own. Sid and I didn't talk after that, and I just spent most of my days locked up in my room, eating tubs of ice cream and watching MSA. Watching these stories made me realize how stupid I was to chase a guy who didn't even like me, so I decided to keep my self-respect and forget about Sid, even though it broke my heart. Then a few days later, it was prom, and I decided not to go. I was casually sitting in my living room when I heard a car pull up in the driveway. I peeked outside the window and saw Claire kissing some guy who looked nothing like Sid. What the heck was that? It's called none of your business. No, it's called cheating. You're dating Sid. Remember? Your boyfriend? Ex-boyfriend. I've decided to dump him. So he doesn't actually know? Claire, he genuinely likes you. Well, they all do. I'm literally perfect. But you know me, I get bored so easily, and this Sid was a total freak. He keeps annoying me with those stupid rubber chicken toys, and all he ever did was joke and talk and blah blah blah. Anyway, I can just drop him a text now. Claire pulled out her phone, but I just snatched it and threw it away. And then I pounced on her like a wild cat while she struggled to push me away. Finally, my parents walked in and threw me off. I can't believe I thought you're capable of changing. I should have fought harder for Sid. In fact, I should have just asked him not to date you when I figured you were bored anonymous. How did you? Miss Cupid? Oh my god, you liar! I should have known it was you. Only someone too lame to get a boyfriend would have so much time to find boyfriends for others. You're calling me a liar? What about you? You cheating, backstabbing witch? At least I have a life. All you have is this desperate attempt to save your sanity. I will kick your butt like a bazooka. I charged at Claire one more time, but before I could grab her, Dad screamed at us to stop, and then suddenly he fell to the ground unconscious. We immediately called 911 and took him to the hospital. Apparently, Dad had been under tremendous work stress that impacted his heart, and now he needed immediate surgery, but it was really expensive and we didn't have that kind of money. Mom had some savings, but it wasn't enough, so Claire asked her friends for help, but she was only met with more closed doors. We were running out of options when the nurse told us that someone had paid our bill in full. What? Who? The donor wants to keep his name anonymous. Sorry. With the bill being finally paid, Dad went into surgery, and thankfully it was successful. I was happy, and I couldn't stop thinking about this anonymous donor. So I waited for everyone to sleep, and then slowly made my way to the computer in the reception area. I typed in Dad's name, and the bill had no name, but it did have a number. Sid's. What are you doing? Sid paid the bill. I can't believe this. He must really like you a lot. I don't think he did this for me, dummy. I've seen the way he looks at you. He likes you, and I definitely know you like him. Sorry about that. Don't worry. Now go before it's too late. And yeah, don't ask Miss Cupid for help. She kind of sucks. I smiled and rushed out of the hospital, but it was too late at night and I couldn't find a cab. Disappointed, I was headed back to the hospital when I noticed a car in the parking lot and Sid sleeping inside it. I walked over and banged on the window.
What? I have a weapon, Dee Dee?
Sid stepped out of the car and I immediately hugged him. Thank you for saving my dad. I don't know what would have happened if you hadn't stepped in, but what are you doing in the parking lot?
I stuck around in case you needed more help. Listen, Edie, there's something you should know. I like you. I was stupid to be playing games with you to begin with, but I thought you weren't interested in me. I started dating your sister to get some reaction out of you. And I did get a bit infatuated with her, but I started seeing her true colors soon enough before she even dumped me. I know I was crazy and should have just told you I like you in the first place, but...
Hey, I like you too, always have, but I needed you to date Claire to finally see that.
Guess we both kind of messed up.
We can still make it right.
I'd like that.
Sid leaned in, and I was sure he was going to kiss me this time, but instead, he handed me a rubber chicken. You really know how to woo a girl.
The first sound I ever heard in my life was a beeping so loud I thought my ears were going to explode. For 17 years, I'd lived in a bubble of silence. But my mom worked super hard and finally, she was able to afford hearing implants for me. Honestly, though, the beeping wouldn't stop, and I thought if this was what the world of hearing was like, I'm not sure I would ever cope. I looked at my boyfriend, and he was making all these weird sounds. My boyfriend is still deaf. He'll be getting the implant soon, so I signed to him to stop crying. And that's when he laughed and signed that it was me who was crying like that. I'd waited for this moment for so long, but little did I know how many crazy things I'd now be able to hear, including some big secrets that would change my life forever. Things were about to get wild. Before I share everything that happened to me, click the like and subscribe button, and who knows, maybe your hearing will become as sharp as mine, and you'll find out some secrets of your own too. I soon stopped crying, and the next thing I noticed was how loud my heart was beating. I mean, I'd seen my heart beat in my chest before, but oh my gosh, it was thumping so loud. My boyfriend ran to find my mom and the doctor, and I just lay there, feeling like I'd landed on another planet. I opened my mouth as I was so curious to hear what my own voice sounded like, and that's when I realized something. I had no idea how to speak. I didn't understand where my mom was, so I opened my phone and started looking through old videos. There was one of me and my dad from the last time I saw him. So I clicked play. I'd obviously never heard his voice before, or anyone's voice for that matter. It was so overwhelming. I actually fainted. And the next moment, my mom and my boyfriend were crouched on the floor next to me. Then a few doctors ran into the room, and I felt like a tiny ant that was about to be squashed by giants. Why was everything so loud? I covered my ears and shut my eyes and curled up in a ball. One of the doctors helped me up onto the bed and signed to me that it would take time for me to get used to hearing sounds and voices, and that at first I might not understand what people were saying, that it may sound like gibberish. Well, no kidding. My brain was fried. I couldn't keep up with anything going on around me. When the doctor finally told me I could go home, I practically leaped out of the bed. On the way out, I went to use the bathroom first. Obviously, I'd never heard someone pee before, so I got the fright of my life. It was so loud, and suddenly I felt so embarrassed. Had my friends at school heard me pee before? I ran out of the toilet so fast and bumped right into a woman who was waiting to go in. She looked disgusted and started shouting, but I had no idea what she was saying. I just walked off. But I was not ready for how overwhelming the outside world was going to be. I just froze. Cars were beeping, sirens were blaring, birds were flying everywhere and were making noises. Every time one flew near me, I ducked. They sounded so angry. I must have looked like an insane person. Then I heard something that sounded like a gunshot, and I just bolted across the road without even looking. I had no idea cars beeped, and I noticed just in time before a car almost crashed into me. The guy driving wound the window down and started shouting at me, and that made me think, was everyone always this angry? I ran straight into the park that I used to come to with my dad, and two of my friends from school were there. I felt so self-conscious about my new implants, and I didn't want them to see me. I hadn't told anyone at school about it, so I quickly ducked behind a tree. From there, I could still read their lips, and I couldn't believe what they were saying. How my boyfriend was only with me because it was easier to be with someone like him. But as soon as he gets his implants, he could get any girl he wanted, and that he was way too good for me. These girls were my so-called friends. How could they talk behind my back like this? A second later, my mom and boyfriend appeared in the park, and my mom looked angry. She was calling my name, and then the most awkward thing ever happened. She spotted my so-called friends and ran over to them asking if they'd seen me. She even told them I'd just had my implants done. They both went bright red and shook their heads, and suddenly I felt like they didn't deserve to get away with this. I climbed out from behind the tree, not realizing there were twigs and leaves in my hair, and walked over to them, smirking. I could see them whispering to each other, "Do you think she heard us?" Then my mom just grabbed me and said I needed to stop acting like a child. I looked back at my old friends, and they were laughing. It sounded like the most evil sound ever, and I decided I'd never speak to them again. I had no idea what was coming, and that getting the implants would ruin my life and reveal all our family's dark and dirty secrets. On the way home, I thought I was going to have a panic attack. My mom put the radio on and I just sat there. I couldn't believe my ears. I was finally hearing music for the first time, and all I could do was think of my dad. Every time he'd take me out in the car, he'd turn the radio on and then his head would start bopping along and he'd do all these hilarious dance moves. To a deaf person, he looked insane. But now that I could hear the music, all I wanted was to be in the car with him, dancing like a nutcase too. We finally got home, and I needed to lie down. I got out of the car, and then I spotted Sweetie Pie waiting for me at the window. She's been my dog since I was a kid, and she's the sweetest little thing, hence the name. As we walked up to the house, something wasn't right. I ran back towards the car, feeling scared, and my mom said it was just Sweetie Pie barking. Oh my gosh, it sounded like a monster, like even worse than crying. My mom opened the door and Sweetie Pie came racing towards me, and I'm not joking, I freaked out. The first night at home was horrible. I looked forward to hearing for so long, but so far it had just been a disaster. I couldn't sleep because everything was so loud. And then late at night, I heard voices. They were coming from my mom's room, and I figured she was on the phone. I wanted to go tell her to be quiet, but when I tried to get into her room, her door was locked. I knocked, and suddenly I heard my mom say, "Shh." Then she poked her head out of the door and told me to go back to bed because she was on a work call. I didn't believe her for a second. Over the next few days, I felt more alone than ever before. My boyfriend came over to watch movies one night, and we always watched with the subtitles on. I know I should have kept the volume up to get used to hearing voices, but I couldn't stand it. It was giving me a migraine. Anyway, my mom came home in the middle of it and asked why I turned the sound off. Then she started shouting that she'd worked her butt off to afford these implants and that I was nothing but an ungrateful little girl. Then she stormed upstairs. I was so shocked. My mom was acting so different. And come to think of it, so was my boyfriend. He seemed quiet somehow, like something was wrong. He asked if we could talk, and I made a joke that only I could talk. After that, he got up and left, saying he was tired. I woke up the next day and decided I would pay my mom back. I didn't want to feel like she could use this against me, so I asked my boyfriend's sister if I could work in the diner with her. She said I could probably do some dishwashing, but she didn't want me serving customers in case I got overwhelmed. I mean, I couldn't argue with her there. At first, everything was going okay. I just had to collect the dirty dishes and wash them. It was simple, really. After a while, I needed to use the bathroom, so I headed out front to find the toilet. That's when I spotted him. It was my boyfriend. How sweet. He must have been waiting for me to finish my shift. I walked up to the glass and was about to surprise him, but realized he wouldn't hear me knock. Then a girl appeared and he gave her a big hug. Who was she? Suddenly they were walking off together. I quickly ran back to the kitchen to get my phone. Then I smelled burning. The next moment, there was this insane beeping sound, and people started running. I was running too, because I had to catch up to my boyfriend. I looked around the kitchen, and it was up in flames, but I didn't care. My heart was up in flames too, and that was more important to me. I could hear my boyfriend's sister screaming my name, but I just kept running. I caught up to my boyfriend, but it was too late. He was kissing this girl. I started screaming. It was the first time I'd heard such a crazy sound coming out of my own mouth. People were looking at me in shock, but the only person I wanted to notice me was completely ignoring me. Of course, he couldn't hear me, but I thought at least the girl would. I noticed a woman running towards me asking if I was okay, but I just screamed at her and she quickly backed off. I was clearly scaring people. I tapped my boyfriend on the shoulder and he looked so shocked to see me. The girl he was with was so pretty, and I could tell she was deaf too. She signed to him asking who this monster was, and I swear I almost lost it. My boyfriend started walking away, and I signed back to her saying the only monster around here was the guy she was kissing, who just so happened to be my boyfriend. She looked really upset, and I thought it served her right. What did she have that I didn't? I chased after my boyfriend, and he just said that I'd changed too much and felt like he couldn't relate to me anymore. He said he tried to tell me, but I hadn't given him a chance to explain, and that he'd met that girl online and thought it was better if he dated someone who was also deaf. I couldn't believe it! What had I gained from getting these implants? Nothing, except one disaster after another. The day just went even more downhill after that. I got fired on my first shift, and my boyfriend's sister was so mad at me because it made her look bad. Great, I'd upset everyone. I went home and buried my head under the pillow, trying to block out all the sounds. My life was over. I'd been dumped because I could hear. I mean, how ridiculous is that? I must have fallen asleep because I woke up later that afternoon to a car pulling up outside. I looked out my window and saw it was a man, but I'd never seen him before. He knocked on the door, but I didn't want to answer. I crept downstairs, and then I heard him speaking. He was on the phone, and he was speaking to my mom. I heard him saying he was the house and that he thought it was time he finally met me. What? Who was this man? I thought about opening the door, but by then he'd got back in his car and driven off. Finally, my mom came home, and she could tell straight away that I'd seen the man. She told me she could explain and that he was just a friend. Then she said my dad had left so long ago and that surely it was okay for her to date again. Okay, so he wasn't just a friend then. Had they been creeping around behind my back? I felt sick thinking about it. All I wanted was to see my dad. I missed him so much. I didn't want some other guy moving into our house. My mom asked if I could just give him a chance, saying I would really like him. Yeah, right. But what choice did I have? So that night, he came over for dinner. He acted like he knew everything about me. It was so weird. And then, when my mom was getting dessert, he said I was a lucky girl to have gotten these implants. I didn't like this guy one bit. My mom came back in and kept telling me to try practicing my speech, but I refused. At least if I used sign language, her boyfriend wouldn't know what I was saying. I signed to my mom that he was a loser. And then she screamed at me to go to my room. I couldn't wait to get out of there. As soon as I did, her boyfriend asked my mom if they could finally kiss now. And my mom told him to stop because now I could hear them. Ew! I sat on the stairs and wanted to text someone, but I realized I had no one. No one cared about me. I was about to go upstairs when I heard my mom's boyfriend start talking. I could see him through the crack in the door. What he said changed everything. I crept closer to the door so I could see and hear properly. He sounded annoyed and said, "Come on, you have to tell her we've been together for years. You can't hide this from her. And does she seriously believe you paid for her implants? Just tell her it was her dad. Maybe she could even go stay with him for a bit and we could get some alone time." I was stunned. My dad had paid for them, but my dad didn't even speak to me. He left to go live with some woman he'd met, at least that's what my mom had told me. But now I wasn't so sure. I waited for my mom to reply, but she was just quiet. For a second I thought my implants had stopped working, but then I heard a banging on my door. I opened the door and saw her boyfriend standing there, and then he said, "Nova, you have to know the truth. Me and your mom have been together for years. Your dad left when he found out about us, and he's been so desperate to get back into your life that he paid for your implants. There, that's the truth. Now excuse me, I need a smoke." I wanted this man to go away. Who did he think he was? But more than that, what was my mom playing at? She lied to me about everything. Here I was thinking she'd worked so hard to get me implants. But the whole time she'd been out on dates with her boyfriend, and it was my dad who'd been working hard. My mom told her boyfriend to go home, shouting that he'd ruined everything. Then she tried to apologize, but I didn't want to hear it. I didn't want to hear anything. All that had happened to me since getting these implants was that my life had been turned upside down. Sure, I could hear music and the sound of rain and Sweetie Pie's bark, but now I'd heard my friends talking about me behind my back. I'd lost my boyfriend, and now worst of all, my mom was a liar and my dad was actually the good guy. All these years, I'd been made to believe that my dad had run off with another woman when it had actually been my mom. I told my mom to give me my dad's number. All I wanted was to hear his voice. She'd done enough damage so she couldn't fight with me on this. She gave me his number and I called him. I was completely shaking. When he answered, I just started crying. And then he was crying and saying, Nova, is that you? Oh, Nova, I miss you so much. I tried to speak, but nothing came out. My dad just kept crying, saying, my baby can hear. It is so good to have my dad back in my life. As for my mom, things are still a bit weird between us, but we'll figure it out. I guess I am glad I finally got to hear. Otherwise, I might never have found out any of these secrets. But seriously, the world is loud. It's gonna take time to get used to it all. And as for speaking, well, one word at a time for now.
Hey, I'm Celine, but my dad calls me Cece. My parents were always super rich. They had it all. Huge mansions, fancy cars, even their own helicopter. Mom really believed in keeping away bad luck, so she did all the crazy, superstitious stuff, like avoiding the number 13 and hating black cats. The day I was born, though, Mom almost dropped me when the nurse handed me to her. What is that? Look at her eyes. She's Satan. Get this devil away from me. Well, yeah, my eyes were a little different than others. One was blue and the other was green. But for some reason, my stupid mom thought it was the devil and meant bad luck. Growing up, Mom never really cared about me. Once, when I was 4, I gave my mom an invitation to the party that our teacher was having to celebrate Mother's Day. And Mom said, to celebrate what? Giving birth to the devil? My life was way better before you. Your teacher is stupid and doesn't know what it's like to raise an enemy. Yes, you're my enemy. Just get lost. I went crying and Dad hugged me and said he would attend the party himself. And we had a great time. When I was in the 3rd grade, Dad got me a puppy and I was super happy. But the moment Mom saw her, she took her immediately. This puppy is mine. I need someone to make me feel like a mom since I don't see you as a daughter. She kept the puppy for herself, but a week later, the puppy died. Mom went ballistic and said it was my fault. I got mad and threw my ball at her, but it hit the TV and broke it. Oh God, I told you, this girl is trouble for me. She's cursed. When I was in the 7th grade, she started taking me to shamans to have my curse lifted. I was sick of her nonsense. So I decided to get back at Mom. Before the shaman could start her chants, I climbed on her table and went all Tarzan, screaming something in Latin. Mom got super scared and the shaman ran out of her own freaking house. It was hilarious. But Mom was more convinced than ever that I was evil. She even told my teachers at a parent-teacher meeting, and my classmates' parents told them not to sit with me. I was alone there. When I was in the 10th grade, my parents had set up a new office in LA, so they decided to move there for a couple of years. I was super excited because I wanted a fresh start at school where no one would call me a freak. So the first thing I did was get myself some cool blue contact lenses. LA was so big and lively. I loved it there. On my first day of school, I received a warm welcome and even compliments on my eyes. A couple of days later, I saw the poster for cheerleading auditions and I decided to try my luck. And to my amazement, I got in. The captain of the cheerleading team, Tiffany, was super friendly to me. I want you on the squad, girl. And just like that, I joined the group of the most popular girls in the school. I couldn't believe it. My life was getting better and better over the weeks. That is, until Tiffany offered to drive me home one day, and I happily said yes. But when we got home, we saw Mom outside, and she looked scary. She started calling out to me non-stop. I turned to Tiffany. That's our maid, but Mom fired her because she's a thief. She keeps coming here like a crazy person. Ew. It's okay, Tiffany. You can go now. I'll deal with her. Mwah. When Tiffany drove off, I walked to Mom. What now, Mom? Did you say to your dad that you liked my new car? You did? That's why it got burned today. You useless, bad luck girl. Mom, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Just leave me alone. I left her screaming and walked away. Just then, I bumped straight into a boy who was also running like crazy. He held my hand and said, "Run!" So I ran, as fast as I could. After a few minutes, I stopped him and I said, "Why are we running?" "Oh, from my crazy dad. He thinks I brought him bad luck, and he's furious now, and I just ran away. Oh, by the way, I'm your neighbor." Oh, that's a lot of things we have in common. A crazy parent and the same neighborhood. Oh, yeah, I know your mom. She is... Oh, wow, your eyes. They're so beautiful. I've never met someone with odd eyes before. And then it hit me. My lens must have fallen out. Oh, geez. You don't have to be nice. I know I look like a freak. What? No, you look unique. He then came close to me and gently kissed me on the cheek. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. It's our secret. I felt butterflies in my stomach hearing his words. And from that day on, Sean and I started to hang out in school too. I found out later that Sean was Tiffany's cousin. Oh, you're hanging with the sexiest cousin I have. Lucky you. I'm also dating this hot college guy, and he's rich. It's not like I'm a gold digger, but I made sure he was rich. Tiffany was such a cool friend, and being with her and the cheerleading squad, I felt on top of the world. We were the queen bees, and I felt invincible. One day, we were in the bathroom fixing our makeup when a girl came in and walked towards a stall, but Tiffany stopped her. Hey, weirdo, leave the bathroom. We're having a private talk here. But I really need to pee. Didn't you hear what I said? Go away. Hey, Cece, was I clear enough? Yes. She said leave. Why are you still here? Because I need to go to the bathroom? No, she said leave. I tried to drag her away, but I forgot that I was still holding the eyeliner in my hand, and I accidentally poked her shoulder with it. She pushed me away, and I pushed her back hard, and she fell on the ground. She held her arm and screamed in pain. Tiffany and I freaked out and ran away. The girl later complained about us, and Tiffany and I were called into the principal's office. To make matters worse, Dad was there. He was so disappointed. You weren't letting that poor girl go to the bathroom? This isn't how I raised you, Cece. A bully? Who are you? His words made me realize what I'd done. I had tears in my eyes, and the way Dad looked at me broke my heart. I didn't mean to. I shouldn't have. Oh, cut it out, Cece. I tried to stop her, but she wouldn't listen. What? Oh my God, you started it, you lying jerk. All of a sudden, Tiffany pounced on me and pulled hard at my hair. She was suspended for a week and then removed from the cheerleading squad. I felt guilty and went to the girl to apologize. Luckily, she forgave me. A few days later, we were invited to the school quarterback Ashton's birthday party, and Sean and I danced like crazy. Feeling sweaty, I went to the bathroom to wash my face, and just as I looked up in the mirror, Tiffany came and shoved my face in the sink. You two-faced witch. I screamed and pushed her away, making her fall on her butt. Are you crazy or what? But when I turned, I noticed she was looking at me like I had a pair of horns on my head. OMG, so this is what they were talking about. You hid it well. While I was suspended, I dug up information on your previous school and talked to some people. Turns out you were quite popular for being bad luck. OMG, my lens, they must have fallen out in the sink. Okay, so here's the deal. Leave Sean and I'll keep your secret. He already knows which, and you have a boyfriend. Why can't a girl have two? He's your cousin. So what? And he knows about the weird eyes, but the rest don't. I talked to your old classmates and they all think you're a freak. It won't be much different here, trust me. I had no choice but to agree. I didn't want things to be like they were at my old school. After that, I quietly left the party. Sean kept calling me on my cell phone, but I didn't pick up. The next couple of weeks were awkward. Sean tried everything to talk to me. He was constantly following me and asking if he'd done anything wrong. I told him to just leave me alone. To convince him that I wasn't into him, I kissed Ashton one day when I knew Sean was watching us. Sean looked defeated. I knew his heart was broken, but so was I. Tiffany was by his side and held his hand with a wicked smirk on her face. I hated her. The very next day, I was sitting in the cafeteria when Tiffany suddenly came and knocked my sandwich out of my hand and then squished it with her foot. I just heard. You were made head of the cheerleading team. I think you should turn down the position. Don't you agree? 'Cause otherwise, you know what happens. OMG! Now she was blackmailing me to leave the squad? That was it. I was done with that bully. I stood up and shoved her away. What will you do if I don't? Tell everyone my secret? Wait, let me help you. And then I climbed onto the cafeteria table. May I have your attention, please? I want to tell something about myself that I've been hiding from all of you. And then I removed my blue lens and threw them at Tiffany. Yup, I've got odd eyes. I'm freaky. Want to come and take a closer look? Go ahead. But the reaction from my schoolmates was not what I expected at all. OMG, I always wanted to see someone with odd eyes. Cece, that's so awesome! It just makes you look 10 times cooler. Everyone complimented my eyes. I was the center of attention, and Tiffany was screaming with anger as she left the cafeteria. But all I could think about was Sean. I searched for him everywhere, and when I found him, I immediately hugged him and started crying. I'm so sorry I hurt you, Sean. I was so stupid and foolish that I let Tiffany blackmail me into driving you away. But it's only because all my life, my mom and other people have made me feel like a freak. Hey, don't cry. It's all right. I told you before, you're not a freak. Cece, you're the most amazing girl I've ever met. And then it happened. I looked up at him and he kissed me. I was back to going around with Sean now, and Tiffany looked crazier than ever. A few days later, we had a soccer match in school. Right at the end of our cheerleading routine, we were in the pyramid position and I was on top when I felt something hit my head. I lost my balance and was about to hit the ground, but the other cheerleaders caught me just in time, and they started screaming. OMG, it was Tiffany! Yeah, I saw her throwing a stone.
She's a psycho!
I knew Tiffany hated me, but this was next level psycho. Like a raging bull, I charged towards Tiffany and we both fell on the ground. You witch, why can't you just leave me alone? Leave you alone? Oh, I will destroy you, Cece. You became the cheerleading captain and you got Sean? No. Not on my watch. Sweetie, it's already done. The cheerleading squad had called the principal and Tiffany was expelled. When I got home from the game that day, Mom noticed I wasn't wearing my lens, and she flipped out. You've been going around like this? God knows what bad luck is going to come my way now. Go wear your lens. It makes me sick looking at you like this. You know what, Mom? Don't look at me. In fact, don't talk to me either. Just pretend I don't even exist. I'm just so sick of your stupid nonsense. All my life, you made me think I'm some kind of freak, but the only abnormal person I know is you. How dare you? Mom lifted her hand to slap me, but before she could, Dad caught her hand and pushed her away. Pack your bags and get out. What? Get out before I call the cops. You've hurt my daughter long enough. I'm not putting up with you anymore. Goodbye and good luck. Mom kicked and screamed, but Dad just threw her bags out. Then Dad hugged me. I love you, Cece, and I'm so proud of you. I love you too, Dad. And since then, our lives have been so much better.
On my 7th birthday, I climbed onto the chair to blow the candles on my cake when suddenly I felt someone pull a hair out of my head. Ow! I turned around to see that it was my older sister, and she was staring at the hair in horror. Oh my God, Mom! Bonnie has inherited the problem from you! You shush! Everyone, sing the birthday song now! Happy birthday to you! What just happened? Later that night, Mom inspected my head like I had lice, and it turns out I had a few white hair. Big deal! But by my next birthday, half my head had turned white. I thought I was transforming into some cool superhero, but Mom totally freaked. She had organic hair dyes imported from Brazil every month to color my hair a lovely deep brown. No one knew anything about my hair until I was 14, when suddenly everything changed. Hi, I'm Bonnie, and I have a condition called achromatrichia, which makes your hair suddenly turn white. Being different makes bullies think you're an easy target, but I showed them that I was not. Before I continue, click like and subscribe. The thing is, my parents used to be super rich, and we'd always live in a huge mansion and attend private schools. My oldest brother was a party animal, and my older sister's life revolved around shopping, salons, and changing boyfriends like clothes. But then, Dad lost all his money in a scam, and in a matter of days, we'd moved from our beautiful house to a tiny apartment in another town. Dad became super depressed and watched TV all day, and Mom was doing her best to support us all. But my siblings could just not stop complaining. I had to share a room with my sister, and she wouldn't even let me sleep on the bed. One night, she was sobbing so loudly about how poor we were, I dragged my mattress into the bathroom and slept there. Peace at last. The one thing Mom insisted wouldn't change was sending us to a private school. I felt bad she was working so hard for us, and I really wished I could do something to help. Dad dropped us off on the first day of school, and as soon as I walked in, I felt someone pull me by my backpack. I turned around to see a pretty girl grinning at me. OMG. Was that guy your dad? He's the millionaire who was all over the news for losing his fortune. So you guys are like, poor, right? Of course not. You have me confused with someone else. I tried to walk away, but she blocked me. Julia is never wrong about these things. Julia reads tabloid magazines cover to cover every day. Wait a second. Julia can see some white hair. Grandma? Everyone started staring at my hair. I was so embarrassed that I ran home to dye my hair. Thankfully, I had a big stock saved up. When I got home, I walked into our room to find my sister screaming at her empty closets. My bags! My shoes! My babies! Where are they? Just then, I saw my cupboard door hang open. Oh no! Oh my God! Where are all my hair dyes? We turned to each other. Our brother! We ran to his room and found him practically rolling in money. Turns out he'd sold all our stuff online. I wouldn't have cared if he had stolen my clothes, but I was really upset about my hair dyes. There was nothing I could even do except vent my frustration in my journal. I started writing stories featuring my crazy family. One night, when my sister was talking to her boyfriend on the phone, she had to pee, so she asked me to take the phone and say, to everything he said till she returned. That's when I heard him talking about a website called Wattpad, where anyone could publish their stories. So I started sending in the ones I'd written about my family, under a fake name, of course. Otherwise, my siblings would kill me. To my absolute delight, people loved my stories. I was flooded with comments from fans, and I would even hear kids talking about them at school all the time. The best part, people started messaging me for paid writing jobs. This was perfect. I could actually help Mom doing something I loved. While my online popularity was rising, things weren't so great at school. My hair had turned completely white by now, and that gave Julia all the more reason to bully me. And no one dared to be friends with me because of her. But that gave me another idea. I started following her around and started writing stories about all her boyfriends. Once I saw her kissing the captain of the soccer team, right after she went on a date with the class president. And then the next day, she made out with the captain of the swim team. I was so surprised, I accidentally tripped and fell out of the bushes I was hiding in. As soon as Julia saw me, she looked furious. Are you stalking me, you pervert? No, I was just picking berries. I grabbed a fistful and stuffed them in my mouth and then gagged. They were so bitter. Julia stepped close to me. I don't know what you're playing at, but you should know I'm not into girls, you weirdo. Then she walked away while I sat in the bush, and everyone eyed me like I was a creep. The next few weeks were brutal. No matter what I did, Julia was there calling me a perv or a weirdo. She told everyone I was crushing on her. A few days later, I was sitting in the cafeteria when Julia came up and dumped a bag on me. Take these hair dyes. You look like a homeless old woman, and this school has a reputation. Just stop embarrassing us with this hair, Bonbon. As her minions snickered, I rose from the table and pushed the bag away and stood up to leave. Leave me alone, Julia, or else. Aw, I'm so scared. And what will you do, huh? Then she and her minions took out all the dyes and dumped them on my hair. Blue, black, red, purple, everything. I pushed them back and yelled, What have you done, you psycho? I slapped Julia right in the face and ran to the bathroom. My hair looked like turd. I washed it and thankfully all the color came off. I was so mad that I went home and wrote a story where I gave Julia the lesson I wished she would get in real life. As soon as I published it, I received a message on my Wattpad account from a fan, ID-free prisoner. I love all your stories, especially the bully story, so I just had to message. Your characters are so relatable. I guess we both were stuck with crazy people. We started exchanging messages more often, and I felt like I'd finally made a friend. One day at the school cafeteria, I was writing crazy fast to meet my deadline, and I didn't even realize it when someone came and sat next to me, pushing a can of juice towards me. Can I get you something to eat? You look like you're on a mission to save the world. I looked up, and for a few seconds, I was so lost in his dreamy blue eyes. I'm pretty sure I looked like a dumb puppy. Hi, I'm Eric. Do I know you? No, but I know you. You're kind of hard to miss with that hair. I know you think my hair is weird. No, I think it's amazing. You look really cool. I stared at him in shock. Who was this boy? I wanted to talk to him more, but just then, I got a message from Free Prisoner. I think I'm falling for you. You're just so incredible. Oh my god, he had a crush on me? The next day, while I was working in the library, it got really late. Everyone was gone and I only looked up when I heard a noise. I felt freaked out. Just then, I saw Eric walking towards me. I'm beginning to think you're stalking me. Eric laughed and said, yeah, maybe. But also, I work here, and I was about to lock up. Want me to walk you home? Yes, please. Eric was so funny and adorable. He insisted on walking me home every time. I was definitely attracted to him, and it made me feel a little confused. What was I gonna do about Free Prisoner? One day, Free Prisoner asked me out on a date. I agreed. I needed to see who he really was. When I arrived at the address, my jaw dropped. It was a mansion bigger than ours used to be. I was greeted at the front door by a butler, who then led me to a large drawing room. And there were lit candles and flowers everywhere. At the far end was a high chair, and when someone suddenly spoke, I've been dying to meet you. Wait, why was this voice so familiar? When the girl stepped in front of me, we both stared in horror at each other and shrieked. It was Julia! You're Free Prisoner? You're the freaking writer I have a crush on? You have a crush on me? Julia looked insane. Of course not. How could I have a crush on you? You're gonna pay for this, Bonnie. Now get out of my house. I was only too glad to. I couldn't believe the person I'd been friends with for months was crazy Julia. And by the next morning, I walked into the most horrific scene. The school hallways were full of posters of me. They read, "The White Witch Can't Be Trusted." Everyone in school knew the writer was me. Julia was going around telling everybody how I was a terrible person who wrote mean stories about her family and kids from school just to get popular. Why would we want to be friends with someone like her? She can't be trusted. She'll be writing all kinds of things about us. Freak! But even worse than everybody suddenly hating me at school, I was in so much trouble back home. My siblings were so mad about the stories I wrote about them. We know we tease you, but we never thought you could be so mean. Guys, it's not like that. I never meant for anyone to know who those characters were. But they wouldn't listen to my protest and stopped talking to me. Later that night, Mom came to my room and asked me why I'd been writing these stories. I handed an envelope to her from my drawer. I only wanted to help you out, Mom. She let out a cry when she saw the cash inside. Bonnie, you're a kid. You don't need to worry about money. I'm not going to take this. How about we use it for your hair? Yeah, Mom. Let's do this, I guess. The next day, I decided to fix everything. I went up to the stage during morning assembly and nervously cleared my throat. I just wanted to say sorry to my siblings and anyone else who might have been hurt or offended by my stories. I only used you guys as inspiration, and you made such interesting characters. But it wasn't right of me to use anyone's secrets, and I won't be writing on Wattpad anymore. As I ran out of the auditorium, someone caught up with me. It was Eric. Hey, that writer is you? Oh man, your stories are hilarious. I wanted to ask you something a long time ago. Will you be my girlfriend? I grinned and pulled him in for a kiss. From the corner of my eye, I saw Julia storming off, and I followed her to the girls' bathroom. What do you want, freak? I just wanted to say, you and I have been friends for months online. We can actually get along. Why can't we be friends for real, Julia? She started to laugh. Friends? Oh, babe, how is that even possible? Look at your face, and your personality, and your ugly hair. I give charity to the poor. I don't befriend them. Well, look around you, Julia. I don't think you have any real friends. I'm here if you change your mind. And then I started to walk away. Don't hold your breath! Well, after that, things got a little better because my siblings forgave me, especially when they realized my stories hadn't affected their popularity one bit. I stopped writing and spent all my time with Eric, who asked me out to prom. That night, I went home with a big smile on my face. Mom was waiting for me to dye my hair, and then I said, you know what, Mom? I like my white hair. I'm born to stand out. Why should I try so hard to fit in? It's cool to be different. Mom smiled and hugged me. I'm so proud of you, Bonnie. Next day, when Julia found out that Eric and I were nominated for prom king and queen, she completely lost it. She went too far. On the night of the prom, she started throwing a huge tantrum and even tried to snatch my crown. That's mine! I'm the only queen this school has. Not this ugly beggar with the ugliest hair I've ever seen. When the principal intervened, Julia called her an old hag and dumped the whole bowl of punch on her. An hour later, she was expelled. Even though so many of the others laughed, I felt sorry for her because I knew there was a nice person inside her. But all her insecurities just made her a big bully. After that, high school was not so crazy. I got a scholarship for a writing program, and 4 years later, I joined a publishing house as a book editor. Fast forward a few years, and I'm married to Eric now, with 2 beautiful kids. And they are the only ones I write stories for.
Hi everyone, my name is Danielle, and I'm not your typical teenager. I've always been different. Instead of playing dress-up with the girls, I preferred playing football with the neighborhood boys when I was a little girl. And now that I'm 15, I always play video games with the boys, instead of going to the mall with my mom. I also sing a little, and it is my dream to become a professional singer one day. But before I get into that, please like and subscribe. I guess it's no surprise that I've barely got any girlfriends. My best friend's name is Chase, and he lives down the road from my house. Chase and I go to the same school, but since he's 2 grades above me, we only hang out after school. With his dark hair and light eyes, he's one of the hottest and most popular boys at Pineville High. I've had a crush on him for years now, but I know he'll never like me that way. Not when he could have any girl he wanted. No one knows we're friends, and I'd like to keep it that way. At least then, his female admirers will not find a reason to attack me in the hallways. At any rate, I am already pretty unpopular in school. Ever since I accidentally spilled juice on Michelle James's prom dress, the entire cheerleading squad has had it out for me. Well, I didn't trip on purpose. I've just always been a bit clumsy. This year was going to be different, though. This year, I planned to change. Now that I'm a freshman, I think it's time I got a boyfriend. Believe it or not, I've never even had my first kiss. So I straightened my auburn hair until it was long and shiny and picked out a super cute back-to-school outfit. I even applied makeup. In fact, with my pink lips and long eyelashes, not to mention my super cute miniskirt, I looked unrecognizable. Well, that was the plan. The first person who saw me was Chase, as he was picking me up from school, but his reaction was not what I expected. Whoa, what are you up to? Nothing. Is it obvious that I was a bit nervous? Chase gave me an angry look that had me squirming, then looked ahead and continued driving. He refused to say one more word to me during the entire journey. But apart from the disappointment with Chase, the rest of the day was perfect. Nearly every girl wanted to know where I bought my yellow crop top and blue miniskirt, and nearly every boy wanted my number. Yes, even the ones who were already in relationships. And by the end of the day, I had a date with Hugh Lautner. Hugh was a quarterback on the soccer team and super cute. He promised to pick me up from school tomorrow, even though he lived an hour away in a much posher part of town. I told Chase this on our ride back from school. I could tell that he was struggling to say something. Do you really like him? I don't know. I could if I tried, I guess. I just really want to become cool now. I've been an awkward klutz for too long. And what if I told you that you're perfect the way you are? You know that's not true, Chase. Because if that's the case, why am I invisible to you in school? Chase was silent. He did not even say goodbye when he dropped me off. That evening, Hugh and I went out for pizza. You're different from the girls I know. They always order a salad and say they're dieting or something. It's so much more fun to go out with a girl who eats. Soon, Hugh started dropping me off and picking me up from school. Unlike Chase, he never pretended not to know me in school. Apart from the awkward glances, Chase and I stopped being friends. I'm not going to lie, I missed his friendship. I missed playing video games with him and chatting with him until we fell asleep. But maybe I had never meant anything to him because he let our friendship end so easily. It hurt, but I kept my feelings to myself. Soon, Hugh asked me to prom. Of course I said yes. I spent a long time getting ready and spent all my money on a beautiful silver gown. Everyone oohed and ahed when we made our entrance as a couple. But even though I was with Hugh, I kept looking around for a glimpse of Chase. I wanted him to see me all dressed up. My heart sank when I could not see him anywhere. Finally, it was time to announce the prom king and queen. It was no surprise that Hugh won prom king. His queen, though, was head cheerleader Michelle. Michelle gave me a smug look before she grabbed Hugh for the official dance. Soon, she started getting close to him. I thought he would stop her, but he seemed to enjoy it. Then suddenly, she kissed him, and he started kissing her back. Shocked, I ran out of the hall and continued running. By the time I reached home, my beautiful dress was torn at the bottom and my cheeks were stained with tears. Suddenly, a familiar figure stopped in my path. Chase. He was wearing a tight-fitted jacket and looked, so handsome. What happened? I told him everything, and he took me into his arms. Let me go beat him up. No! Will you please stay with me, though? I missed you. But you chose him. What? What do you mean? You threw away our friendship. You completely changed yourself just to be with him. I liked you just as you were, in your pajamas, with your love for video games. But I liked you too. I was invisible to you only in school, so I had no hope. I'm sorry about that. I guess I didn't know my own feelings till I saw you gush over someone else. It's why I couldn't stand seeing you with Hugh. Suddenly, he took my hand. The question is, do you still like me? Yes. So will you go on a date with me? Of course I will. Wear your pajamas and meet me for video games then. Soon, Chase and I started dating officially. This was when I found out how romantic he really is. He was the best boyfriend ever. He would open the door for me and hold my hand wherever we went. And he had a sense of humor too. If any girl asked for his number, he would give her mine as a joke. A year passed, and soon he was going to go off to study at Yale in the fall, and I was really going to miss him. You'll forget me. Never. You'll get busy with studies and stuff then. Maybe, but I'll still come back for you. Or you can come study with me. Like that was going to happen. I was not as bright as Chase. Besides, I wanted to pursue music as a career. I had started recording videos of myself singing, but was too shy to show them to anyone. Soon after Chase left, I began devoting more time to my music. I started singing at school, but only when the classrooms were empty, and recording videos of myself. But I never shared them with anyone, including him. Chase and I were still going strong, though. He'd send me a good morning text every day and video call me every night. I miss you so much. I just want to get on the next flight and come see you. I wish you could, but I want you to concentrate on your studies instead. Yeah, I know. Promise me you'll at least apply to Yale, though. Okay, I promise. I probably shouldn't have made that promise, though. I really wanted to be a musician and had been practicing a lot recently. That night, on impulse, I shared one of my singing videos on YouTube. I applied makeup and wore a wig, though, so that no one could tell it was me. The next morning when I woke up, I realized it had gone viral. In just one night, my video had garnered 100,000 views. When I went through the comments section, I was shocked. Everyone loved my voice, and people wanted to know who the mystery girl really was. There were a few trolls, but I just ignored them. My eyes filled with tears of happiness, and I wanted to share the news with someone. But who? If Chase still lived down the street, I'd have gone running in my pajamas to tell him. But now that he was so far away and so busy, I didn't want to disturb him, especially since he had exams going on. Chase was busy with his studies for the entire week, but so was I. I started sharing more videos, and soon even magazines and news channels were picking up stories on the mystery girl. Everyone wanted to know who I was, but I was going to keep it a secret until I told Chase. But by the end of the week, I received a call. Good afternoon. Am I speaking to Danielle Jones, aka Mystery Girl? What? How do you know? I didn't tell anyone. It is my job to know Miss Jones. Oh, okay. Let me introduce myself. We are Superstar Inc., and we like to give a launch pad to actors and musicians who show a lot of promise. Now, there is no denying that you're talented, but you've also managed to create a fan following around your mystery girl persona. Part of the allure, I think, is because no one really knows your identity. Okay. And we want to keep it that way. We are offering $1 million for your talent and your silence. This means that you need to keep your double life absolutely secret. And clearly you haven't been doing it well enough because it wasn't that difficult for us to figure out who you were. Does that mean I can't even tell my boyfriend? Of course not. He may be trustworthy now, but what happens if you two break up? You think you'll keep your secret then? I was silent. I knew it was wrong not to tell Chase my secret, but I also didn't want to jeopardize my only chance at fame. So, I agreed to the conditions set by Superstar Inc. Within days, I was whisked off to LA. They gave me the swankiest car and the fanciest apartment, and suddenly I was making more money than I had ever dreamt of. The best fashion labels wanted me to sign as their models walked the ramp, so I was soon flying all over the world, from Milan to Paris to Zurich. Unfortunately, this meant that I was growing distant from Chase. I kept missing his calls and texts because I was always so busy with some concert or tour. I couldn't tell him the truth, so I would just send lame excuses. I slept off early last night, but I could see you were online till 1 a.m. I guess I was sleep texting then. Finally, one day, Chase sent me a voice broke. I spent many nights crying and poured all my pain into my music. The audience still loved my songs, even though they were sadder now. Male singers and actors would keep asking me out on dates, but I was still nursing a broken heart. I no longer had any ties to my old life, though. Mom and Dad had stopped trying to call me home for a visit, and we only exchanged the occasional text. I guess they still wanted to know that their daughter was doing all right. As time passed by, my heart began to mend. I began dating Hollywood stars, but I could never forget Chase. Even 3 years after he ended things with me, I was still not completely over him. One day, I was doing a live show with Aaron, an up-and-coming Hollywood actor. Everyone told me that you're a cutie, but I had no idea you were this cute. Thanks, I guess. I could marry you right now. On live TV? Yes. Will you marry me? Aaron got on one knee and pulled out a ring. Oh my God! No, I'm sorry, I can't. Why not? Because I don't love you. My heart is with someone else. But you're not dating anyone. Trust me, I've been having you followed. That's illegal, I'm sure. And he left me years ago. His name was Chase, and he was the best boyfriend ever. I started crying. Suddenly, I was sick of this job. It may have brought me fame and money, but it cost me my relationship with my parents and boyfriend. It was time to tell the truth about who I was, whether Superstar Inc. allowed it or not. Suddenly, I took off my wig and wiped off my makeup on live TV. My name is Danielle Jones, and I am the mystery girl. Only I don't want to remain a mystery anymore. I am real, and I want to live my truth for myself and my fans. My confession sent Superstar Inc. and the rest of the country into a tizzy. By the next day, I was the top trending topic on all the news sites. Superstar Inc. fired me and took back my apartment, but I didn't care. I had made so much money that I could live anywhere. The only place I wanted to go, though, was home. After 4 long years, I landed on my parents' doorstep to apologize. They had seen the news and cried tears of happiness while hugging me. There was still one more apology I needed to make, though. I texted Chase, "Hey, it's Danielle. I know this comes really late, but I'm sorry for everything." I waited a few hours for a response, but none came. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. It was Chase. "Chase, what are you doing here?" "Answering your text. Can I come in? I'm a bit tired. I just flew in." "Of course. Where are my manners?" Their perfect kiss.
Hey guys, I'm Ashlyn, and I lived with my mom and 2 siblings in Atlanta. And I have superpowers. Hang on to see why. My mom was a famous businesswoman in the city. She was from a filthy rich family and considered herself royalty. She carried herself like a queen and made sure my siblings and I behaved that way too. From the way we spoke, dressed, or even our posture, everything needed to be perfect. But because of my superpower, I couldn't get anything right.
Mom, I'm sorry. I was just squeezing the ketchup. I didn't know how it ended up in your face. It's not my fault. He threw the ball at me first. He ducked and it shattered the window.
Yep, being the clumsiest person on earth was my superpower. Sometimes, I even felt if I was bubble wrapped and kept in a corner, I would still end up breaking things. My siblings used to bet on how many times I'd trip over myself or drop something. Like once at the dinner table, I got the hiccups and they started giggling. Just wait, she'll break the glass.
No, I think she'll break the glass and the jug.
And sure enough, my sister won. But in the process, Mom was drenched in water.
It's okay, Mom. It's just water. Let me help you dry this.
I'll bring a fan. Oh, the fan isn't here. Okay, that napkin will work. When I pulled a napkin, it dropped the candle stand on the table mat, and in seconds it started burning. I quickly put out the fire with the curry. Oh, phew. Hiccup's gone and the fire's out. All good now. Oh, gosh, I'm sorry. Oh, just stop it, Ashlyn. How could you be so careless? Every time you're around, it feels like a disaster is waiting to happen. Always finding ways to ruin everything in my life. Such bad luck. It's like you're a curse in my life.
But Mom, it's not like I did it on purpose.
Just get out and let me have my dinner in peace. And all of you are fired. Mom's words really hurt me every time. But thank God I had Annie, who was my nanny, but she was so much more to me. She tucked me in bed, told me stories, and hugged me. Things my mom never did. I shared everything with Annie, and when she saw me crying, she asked me what was wrong.
Annie, Mom's always angry with me. She doesn't like me.
I don't know why things themselves fall even when I don't touch them.
Oh dear, don't cry. You know you have superpowers, so things just move around. It's not your fault. And don't worry about your mom. She loves you. Just be a little more careful.
Yeah, I know. Annie tried her best to make me happy and told me how Mom was just overworked, but actually loved me loads. But Annie didn't know that years ago, I had found out the reason Mom resented me so much. It was because Dad had left her for a maid working at our place, just 2 days after I was born. And since that day, Mom saw me as her bad luck. I tried not to let it get to me and focused on my studies, but I wasn't very good at that either. But still, I tried. I really wanted to win Mom's love because seeing her with my siblings made me feel like I wasn't even a part of the family. One time, when I was around 17 and on summer vacation, Mom had a launch party for her new business.
Please, just spare me the embarrassment and stay in your room. Order pizza, watch MSA videos. Just don't ruin my party.
Mom was always keeping me away from the fun things she did, and I was curious, so I decided it would be fun to just peek at the party. The moment I saw the guests dancing, I decided to join them, and it was then that I tripped and fell on a table. Mom was furious. Before she could even say something, Annie came running and started to clean the mess I had made.
You ruined! Ma'am, I got it. Please, don't be angry at Ashlyn.
Mom forced a smile, and I thought she'd let the matter go. But I couldn't have been more wrong. When I woke up the next morning, I learned from the other servants that Annie was fired. Mom could call me bad luck and whatnot all she wanted. But firing Annie? That was the limit. Mom, that's not fair. It was my mistake. Why did you fire Annie? She was the only one that cared about me in this big house of yours. What? She was just a maid. It was her job to take care of the house and you. I can't take it anymore. You're heartless. I won't live here a minute longer.
You want to leave? Fine. One day out in the real world, you'll realize how much you take for granted. I want to see you try.
You're not serious.
In fact, I am.
I left the house in a haze and found myself standing at Annie's door. When she saw me, she was worried and tried to send me back, saying how mad my mother would be. But I was determined, and eventually, she invited me into her small house.
Have a seat. You must be hungry. I'll get you something to eat.
Yeah, I'd like that. But as I sat on the chair, I ended up stuck. Just then, I heard a girl laugh.
Bet you never used a chair like that before.
No, I didn't. She helped me up and then introduced herself. She was Michaela, Annie's sister, and she was as nice and welcoming as Annie. I really liked their cozy home, even though the things were old and some were even broken. At night, I slept peacefully on the couch, which was far better than my luxurious mattress. But old habits die hard, and the next morning, when I told her I wanted an omelet with a fresh fruit smoothie and a pancake, hearing my words, she looked stunned.
Your Highness, this is not your palace, and I'm not your servant. Serve yourself.
I'm so sorry. I don't mean it. I can do it myself. But could you please tell me the thing that works like a grrr?
What?
I just forgot the name of the thing that was used for smoothies. Ah, a blender. Princess, here it is. She left me, and after watching a bunch of videos on how to cook an omelet, I couldn't make it and ended up burning my hand. Michaela came running when she heard me scream.
Like, why did you even come here? The real world is a difficult place to survive. I don't know why you would give up such a chill lifestyle for this.
Yeah, it might be kind of tough, but I'm confident I can work it out. She was kind enough that she made me breakfast and fed me herself. And in no time, we became friends. It had been several days, and although Mom was angry, I still hoped that my being gone would make her realize my worth. But she hadn't called me once, like I didn't exist to her. One day, when Michaela saw me sulk, she suggested we do something fun. I was totally up for it. We ate popsicles and cotton candy, which had previously been a big no for me, and even rode a bicycle. And it was just one more thing where I ended up with bruises all over my legs that I got by falling several times off the bike. A few days later, the summer vacations were over, and Annie got me into Michaela's school so I could finish my final year of high school, since I didn't want to go to my previous one where I would have to face my siblings and even Mom when she'd come to drop them off. On my first day, everyone looked surprised to see me. I guess I might have overdressed. Ugh. Oh wow, Michaela, who is she? She looks so pretty. I love that fragrance she's wearing. All of them were really sweet, and everyone gathered around to chat with me. You have a Gucci bag? Is that a real one? No, thrift store. She bought it from there. You want to fit in or stick out like a sore thumb? Fit in? Good. So from tomorrow, don't dress like you're modeling. Michaela was right. I needed to blend in, so I bought new stuff for myself. Things were going well at school, like really well. I even made friends and started to do well in studies. One day, we were walking down the hallway and I noticed a poster for a speech competition with the topic self-esteem. Michaela suggested that I should participate. I decided to give it a shot since it would be the perfect opportunity for me to voice my ideas, something I couldn't do much around Mom. I worked hard for weeks on my speech, practicing in front of my friends. I was still nervous, but I was determined to do my best. On the day of the competition, I kept my eyes on Michaela and Annie as I stepped onto the stage. I was so relieved when I finished my speech, and I knew I had done a good job. The judges were impressed and announced that I was the winner. I was so shocked and excited. To my surprise, the guest of honor was the mayor, and he took a picture of me with the other winners. My picture was in the newspaper the next day. Just a few days later, as I was lost in the pages of my book, Michaela came running and told me how she'd seen my mom go to the principal's office. My heart raced with excitement as I thought maybe finally my mom was proud of me and had come to my school. But then I heard my mom's voice from down the hall yelling at the principal. I gave you permission to give her admission, but that didn't mean you could use my name to publicize your school. Putting her picture in the paper and mentioning she's my daughter was a publicity stunt, right? This school runs on my donations. Do you have any idea how humiliating that is? Mom, why are you saying this? I thought you'd be happy, but all you care about is your name? My mom just gave me a nasty look and walked away. At that moment, it finally sunk in that I'd never be enough for her. I was done trying to make her happy. I was done trying to be someone I wasn't. I went to school the next day like nothing had happened, like my heart wasn't breaking. Throughout the day, Michaela and my friends tried to cheer me up. She asked if I could come and watch them practice their cheerleading routine. I'm glad I did because she did a backflip and landed smoothly on her feet. It was amazing. OMG, I can't believe it. I did it. Yay, I did it. Oh, Ashlyn, girl, you are like my lucky charm. You know, I've been trying this routine since like forever, and I could never get it right. Today, you came and I nailed it. Awesome. Congratulations, Michaela. Hey, what happened? Why are you crying? I've been called bad luck my whole life. No one has ever called me their lucky charm. Luck isn't something you're born with. It's something you create. If you focus on the good things in life, you'll be lucky. I stayed with Michaela until we graduated. Then she got a scholarship to a big university while I applied to business school and got in. I was stoked and couldn't wait to start my journey of becoming a business professional. I was in my 3rd year of college when one day, Annie told me how Mom wanted to see me. The company was failing. What? After all these years, she remembers she has a daughter, only when her company is going into the ground? Forget it. But Annie said Mom was sick too and kept insisting I visit her. But I just didn't want to. A few days later, Annie asked me to accompany her for shopping, but she had another idea. And before I knew it, she had driven me straight to Mom's house, and I was so angry. I get why you're mad, but she's still your mom. I know she was mean to you, but Ashlyn, don't let the anger take over. You are better than her. Please do this. For me. Fine, I'm doing this just for you. When I stepped in the house, I couldn't believe my eyes. Mom was sitting in a chair and she looked so weak. The moment she saw me, she had tears in her eyes. It turned out that my brother and sister had both taken their shares of the company and left Mom. Ashlyn, is it you? I am so sorry. I was so wrong about you. I always treated you wrong, called you bad luck. Please, forgive me. I was such a bad mother to you. Mom, you don't have to say that. Please, let me. I was so wrong to blame everything on you. Can you forgive me? I don't know if I can right now, but I'll try, Mom. I'll really try. And I'll spend every day of my life trying to make it up for being like I was to you. Then Mom and I hugged.
She apologized to Annie and thanked her for always supporting me. Mom told me everything about her business and I decided to help her. I spoke to her lawyer and got to know that to save the company, we would need a merger with some big company. I started working there day and night and bagged a meeting with a big company. On the day of the meeting, I was feeling confident and engaged in the discussion. Suddenly, I dropped the pen and it went rolling under the table. Why do I have to be so clumsy? Oops, I'm sorry. Silly me. It's like I have butterfingers. You know what? I'm gonna go.
Come on. Happens to the best of us. We understand, it's just part of being human. If it had been my mom, she would have screamed at me.
After that, the meeting went awesome, and they told me they'd let me know about their decision. At home, I told Mom everything that had happened, including dropping the pen. She looked unhappy, but right when she was about to say something, the phone rang. Oh my God, we got it! We got the merger! I knew it. I knew you could do it. This calls for a party. Mom threw an awesome party by the poolside. Everyone was having fun until Mom got a call, and her face suddenly changed. I followed her inside the house and saw my brother and sister were there.
What are you two doing? Get out now or I'll call security. You can't really own this house anymore, can you? It's impossible. You ruined the business. Oh God, did you trick Ashlyn into helping you? We'll tell her the truth. What truth could you possibly tell her?
That you were never sick, Mom? That it was all an act to make me save your business? I knew all along. Mom's jaw dropped and my siblings were left speechless.
You knew? But why did you still help?
Because someone very important to me told me I'm a better person than you. I turned around with a newfound confidence and walked away, leaving Mom behind.
Hi, I'm Lena from Poland. I grew up in a family of models. My mom and my 3 sisters were always spending time wearing makeup, but that made me nothing close to being a girly girl. They used to call me tomboy because I cared about cars and mechanics more than stupid makeup. But that's because my dad's a mechanic and I didn't care about their stupid opinions. One day when I was 5, on Christmas, my parents brought us some gifts. When it was my turn to open mine, it was a boy's underwear.
Ew, Mommy, what is this?
She and my sisters laughed like maniacs, and Mom said, "Oh, aren't you happy about it? It's boys' clothes since you're a boy, you know." I found tears flooding down my face, and I said, But Mommy, I'm a girl." I wish. Just then, my dad held my hand and gave me another present.
Don't cry, sweetie. Take this.
I opened up the box and felt thrilled. It was a toy car and a mechanic's toolkit.
Oh, Daddy, you're the best. But does this make me a boy?
No, of course not. You're you. Don't be embarrassed to be yourself.
And my sisters laughed even harder.
Yeah, that suits you better, tomboy.
I looked at my dad to say something, but he simply patted my head and smiled. Well, the truth is my mom and sisters thought they were models, but they only worked as waitresses and kept applying for modeling jobs for as long as I could remember. Mom believed that people were coming to the cafe only to see her and her daughters. One day, when I was in the 4th grade, Mom barged into my room screaming because her skirt that she used to wear 10 years ago was too tight. We're such beautiful ladies. I was prettier and more attractive, but getting pregnant with you ruined my body. I don't know why I wanted a kid after an 8-year gap. Maybe because I wanted a boy. Well, God listened and here you are. Mom, I have no idea what you're talking about because, honestly, you're not even that pretty yourself. Mom got red in the face and yelled, "Go to your room, and I hope you never come out." Is that meant to be a punishment? Because I enjoy my time there. And just like that, from that day, I started to spend my time in my room learning about mechanics, reading books about it, or helping Dad around the garage. But there was one major perk of living with 3 mean sisters who cared about fashion and makeup.
I met a lot of cute guys coming and leaving our house because my sisters dated half of the guys in town. And to be honest, I started to wonder how it would feel to kiss a boy. So when I was in the 7th grade and my aunt visited us with her son, I took him aside to show him my mechanic toys. Then I cornered him and blocked his way. "Kiss me if you want me to let you go." My cousin started yelling until his mom and mine came running to us. He said, "Ew, I don't kiss boys." But instead of being angry, Mom looked pleased. "Oh, Lena, I never thought you'd like boys. I thought you were into girls. I can't believe I'm saying this, but you just made me so proud. Not all is lost." Ugh, like I cared to make her proud. I just wanted a kiss, and I was determined to get one. So I turned to my only other option, school. At school, I had the same reputation at home, but there, at least, I could kick anyone's butt if they tried to mess with me. Anyone except Monica, the school queen. Once when I was in the 10th grade, she came to me and said, "Hey, Robin, I told you 1,000 times, my name isn't Robin. And who even is Robin anyway?" "Oh, he was a boy who attended the same kindergarten as me. He used to pee his pants, and you remind me of him. You're both ugly and have a crush on me. I'm telling you for the last time, I'm not into girls. Now out of my way." Then she pushed me aside and walked away. What a total nut job. That idiot thought I had a crush on her. Well, the person I really had a crush on was her boyfriend, James. But she didn't know something I did. James was cheating on her, like, at least with a different girl every week. Once, he came to my dad's garage with one girl, and the following week he came with a different one. But I didn't care. I still liked him. So one day, I figured out a plan. When he came to my dad's garage again, I offered to help him. The girl with him didn't mind me talking to him and touching his shoulder because she already thought I was a lesbian. I took his number and said I would call him when the car was ready. I was fully prepared to have James fall for me, but that night, everything changed. When Dad and I got home, we found no one. My mom and sisters were gone, leaving a note saying, "We thought it was the right time for us to leave and pursue our careers. Staying with both of you is just keeping us stuck and losers. So goodbye." Honestly, I felt good and thought Dad would feel the same, but when I looked at him, he was crying. Then he collapsed and started sobbing.
"I knew I wasn't good enough for your mom. No matter how hard I tried, she would always look down on me."
I hugged him and said, "No, Dad, you're amazing. My mom is stupid, and so are my sisters. We're going to be just fine, the two of us." But nothing was after that day. Dad went through a severe depression and stopped going to the garage. He never wanted to work there because it reminded him of Mom. I sometimes had to work instead of him to provide for us. So at school, I got so busy working and fixing other kids' cars that I forgot all about James and my crush on him. Until one day, he and his jerk girlfriend came to me. "Hey, Robin, me and James have been arguing since this morning whether this shirt is too revealing and attractive." James, the little cutie, is so jealous because a lot of guys were staring. But I keep telling him that I'm wearing too many clothes here. It's not my problem the guys are crazy about me. So, since you have a crush on me, I thought you can give an honest answer here. Do you think this is too attractive? I looked at her. Why did she even exist? She had gotten me on one of my worst days, so I said, "I think it's not attractive enough for your boyfriend because he's cheating on you with half of the girls in school, and they are wearing way less clothes than you." Monica looked at me with her mouth open and said, "Ugh, I didn't know you were this helpless. Trying to make me break up with my lovely James so you can have me? That's so lame." I would have punched her face, but then behind her back, I saw the new janitor, and I almost passed out. It was my dad. He smiled shyly at me, and before I could warn him, he introduced himself to Monica as my dad. She grinned at me, and without replying to him, walked away. I couldn't help but groan. To be honest, I wasn't ashamed of my dad or anything, but having him as my school's janitor added more misery to my life, and that witch didn't leave me alone. One day during a class, I dozed off because I was super tired. Apparently, I was talking in my sleep, and I said a few words, and according to Monica, I was mentioning her name. God, this girl. She came to me and pushed my chair away. I fell on the ground and woke up terrified. "Can you stop being so obsessed with me? It's freaking me out." I was boiling with anger. I just snapped, and for the first time, I pushed her away. She pushed me back and said, "No one touches Monica like this, especially poor people like you, the daughter of a janitor." I slapped her and was about to attack her, but the teacher came in and stopped me. Calm down. Are you a monster? What? She attacked me first. Do you really expect me to believe that? Look at her. She's too gentle to hurt a fly. And look at you. I'm what? Plus, you were sleeping in my class. Yeah, because you're the most boring teacher in the world. And you're the rudest girl in my class. Nuh-uh. Monica is, and you know that, but you're all afraid of her. But not me. Not anymore. I'm not an idiot coward like you. What did you just say? You heard me. To the principal's office. Right now. I walked out of the room without a backward glance. When I got there, the blonde, rude secretary followed me and pulled me back. Hey, what do you want now? I half expected her to yell something, but she said ever so sweetly, Can I please talk to you, kiddo? I narrowed my eyes. Why? So your dad, he's hot. Ew, he's dad.
Yeah, but he is. And since you're my favorite student in this school,
I am your favorite student? Since when?
Don't be silly. Since, forever. Just listen. Let's get to the point. I don't know why you're here, but if you can get me a chance with your dad, I promise you won't face any problems with anyone here, especially Monica. You can forget she even existed.
Well, honestly, that did sound like a good deal. Dad needed a new woman in his life, and I could take my revenge. Deal. And she let me go. And I didn't go to the principal's office that day or any other day in my life. Dad agreed to start dating the secretary after I begged him for the entire week. To my delight, though, he was genuinely happy with her. I couldn't be happier for him. One day, I got to school late. And when I entered the class, the teacher glared at me and told me to go to the principal's office. Then Monica said, "Oh no, please let her stay. She's been busy all night working in her dad's garage to help her poor, useless janitor dad." I swear I was going to attack her, but the teacher probably read my mind and dragged me out of the classroom. When I got to the secretary room, she wasn't there. I supposed she was with Dad. I looked at her computer and it was the grade sheet, and I saw Monica's name. So I changed her grades from A's to D's and F's, and also James, and left. They threw the worst tantrums after their grades were posted, but the secretary stood firm, and before long, everyone in the school knew about my power. Of course, some students tried to tell the principal, but since he liked and trusted his rude, suck-up secretary, he didn't do anything. And she didn't have an idea I was behind all of this, and I really felt like the godfather. Suddenly, boys were into me and wanted to hang out with me, and honestly, I enjoyed the attention and hung out with a couple of boys. But my eyes were only on one boy, James. I mean, the heart wants what it wants. So one day, while he and Monica were having lunch together, I went to him and said, "Hey, you gotta date me or kiss your dream college goodbye." He looked at me and pushed Monica away. "Of course, babe. Come sit next to me." Monica looked furious, but she knew her time as the school queen was over. She never faced me again. Dating James was nice at first, but soon enough, I found out he was a jerk. And I even felt sorry for Monica that she had to deal with him. He was embarrassed to be seen with me, and I was certain he was cheating on me. Once, he sent me a message by mistake that said, "Hey, babe. Want to go out tonight? That disgusting tomboy is busy in her dad's garage tonight." I cried when I read it. Next day, James came to hug me and I pushed him away. "Don't touch me, you cheater." Instead of apologizing like a decent person, he rolled his eyes at me and said, "Oh, but you knew that a long time ago and still wanted me because you're a helpless, ugly loser." Suddenly, I lost it. I had done so much for him and he was being such a pig. I slapped him hard. "Whether you slap me or not, you're still the janitor's daughter. Nothing more." Before I could reply, I heard a voice behind me. It was my dad. "Don't you dare talk to my daughter like that, you little mutt." "Dad, don't worry about him. He's a jerk." Then my dad put his arm on my shoulder and said, "I'm sorry I'm embarrassing you, Lena." "No, Dad, you're not. I'm so proud of you. Don't mind these empty-headed ignorants. They know nothing about hard work, about dignity, about being yourself without feeling embarrassed. Dad, we aren't like them. We are free." Dad looked at me with teary eyes and smiled. "Come here, sweetie. Give your old man a hug." We hugged. That night, I had the loveliest dinner with my dad and his girlfriend and felt like the luckiest girl in the world. I couldn't wait for tomorrow to become a better person and to love myself more.
Hi, my name is Raven and I'm from Texas. Please like and subscribe.
When I was born, my parents were delighted with my lovely black hair. She's our little raven-haired beauty.
That's what we should call her, Raven.
My twin sister Megan was born minutes later with blonde hair just like Dad's. No one ever believed we were twins because we did not look alike. In fact, we were complete opposites in every way. We had a farm and I loved our simple life and I never complained a day. But Megan constantly threw tantrums when she didn't get what she wanted, which was often. Once when I was 7, Mom got me a new pair of sneakers when she saw how worn out my old ones were. But when Megan saw them, she went bananas.
I want a pair of sneakers right now. The ones I'm wearing are ugly and useless. I told you I needed new shoes every 3 weeks. Do you understand that? You're such a brat, Megan. You have so many pairs already. You're such a brat. Me. I'm not talking to you. Mom, I need an answer.
We just bought you a new pair last month.
I knew it. You love her more than me.
She threw such a fit that Mom got her an expensive pair of shoes just to shut her up. Life at the farm was amazing, but we were always short of money. To help, Mom picked up a job as a seamstress in the city, and she was really good. Watching her work was magic to my eyes, and she agreed to train me too. I would finally be able to pitch in and help them get some extra money. By the time I was 16, I was so good at stitching that my parents got me my own sewing machine. Megan was so jealous. You won't get me the Gucci dress I wanted while you spoil her with expensive gifts? This is so unfair. Unlike you, I help Mom and Dad pay the bills, so either work or stop complaining. I hate my life. I deserve pretty things. One day, when I'm rich and famous, I will never come back. Seeing Mom's sad face, I felt awful. I had to do something that would make them both happy. I stayed up for 2 nights and made Megan an exact replica of the dress she wanted. It was perfect. When Megan saw it, she had no clue it was a fake. Oh, Mom, I love you. A week later, Dad announced that we were shifting to Houston. We had to sell the farm because of money issues and join his brother's business instead. I loved my life here and I hated the idea of moving, but Megan couldn't get out of there fast enough. Dad's brother was a rich businessman who lived in a huge house with his daughter Sasha. We met her on the first day at school and she seemed to be insanely popular. But to my surprise, everyone kept looking at me on my first day. I didn't know why, until several people came up to me and told me how pretty I was and how much they loved my black hair. Sasha was not happy. She came and slammed her locker shut next to mine, glaring at me. A word of advice? Don't let this attention get to your head. I'm the queen bee here. Good to know. I have to get to class now. I turned around and left, but a few steps later, Megan stopped me. What do you think you're doing? I know you think you're special, but don't get on Sasha's bad side. She's my ticket to popularity. Whatever, Meg. You do you, and I'll do me. That first month of school, Megan became a bigger pain in the butt because of Sasha. Megan copied everything Sasha did and blew up at our parents when they told her they couldn't afford her long list of demands. But things took a wild turn when a new boy, Dan, joined our class. All the girls were obsessed with him, including Megan. Apparently, he was a childhood friend of Sasha's, so Megan begged her to hook them up. Sasha obviously took advantage of the situation. She had Megan acting like her minion and doing stupid errands for her. One day, I saw Megan running around the cafeteria getting lunch for Sasha, and I just had to stop it. Megan, slow down! Wait! Ah! I suddenly tripped, and the entire tray flew and landed on Megan's head. She was covered in spaghetti. What is wrong with you, Raven? You did this on purpose! No need to scream like a farm girl, Megan. We have sensitive ears. Forget about it. And get yourself cleaned up. Dan will never take a chicken-smelling idiot on a date. Megan stomped off in embarrassment and I turned to Sasha. What is your deal? Stop treating her like she's your servant. She might not see through you, but I do. Really? Well, too bad I don't care about either of you. Tell Megan she can kiss Dan goodbye. What a witch! Later that day, I told Megan what Sasha had said, but she didn't believe me. Interesting, because Sasha just texted me that Dan wants to ask me out at lunch tomorrow. Go away, liar, and let me get my beauty sleep. The next morning, Megan took an hour to get ready, and she even bragged to everyone at lunch about it. But when the time came, Dan walked right past Megan and came straight to me. Hey, Raven. I'm sure you already know why I'm here. No, I don't. Oh, I thought Sasha would have mentioned it. I told her I wanted to ask out her cousin. Any chance you're free tomorrow?
Oh, no. I told Dan I was busy, but he looked so disappointed that I agreed to do a small meetup at the library later. And when I got home, Megan was furious. I'm done living under your shadow when I'm clearly better than you. Dan was supposed to ask me out, not you. I had no control over that, and maybe if you were nicer, people might like you more. Oh, please. You just get handed everything while I have to work so hard to get people to notice me. Then stop pretending and just be yourself for once. I happen to like that person when she's not a crazy, spoiled witch. Megan gasped and ran to her room sobbing. I felt so bad for what I said, but I couldn't take this anymore. I met Dan the next day at the library and learned that we had one thing in common: our love of fashion. His mom owned a huge fashion house, and he knew everything there was to know about clothes. We decided to be friends, and I invited him to our birthday party. Maybe if he got to know Megan, he'd see how great she was. It was supposed to be a small party, but that evening, the doorbell just kept ringing. Soon, over 100 people were crammed into our small apartment, and I overheard some girls saying that Megan had invited the entire school. She wore the dress I'd made for her and bragged to everyone about how expensive it was. But she had no idea that it was a fake. OMG. Do you expect me to believe that this is genuine Gucci? Please. I turned around to see Sasha laughing at Megan. Of course it is. My mom bought it for me herself. Oh, sweetheart. I can smell a fake Gucci from a mile away. And this one stinks. Sasha went on blabbering about the materials, tags, everything. Suddenly, something came over Megan and she screamed. She grabbed the cake and shoved it right into Sasha's face. I am so sick of everyone thinking they're better than me. Sasha stood stunned for a moment, and then she attacked Megan. They screamed and wrestled like crazy while everyone stared in shock. I had to think quickly, so I grabbed the fire extinguisher and sprayed them until they stopped. Enough! This is not over. I hate you, Sasha, and I will never forgive you, Raven. Megan stormed off, and I couldn't believe my eyes. This was a whole new level of crazy. But the next morning, I forgot all of Megan's drama when I went downstairs and found out Dad was feeling really unwell. The next thing we knew, we were in the hospital with doctors telling us that he had a heart condition. He was out of danger, but he still needed care for the next few weeks. I helped Mom do house chores and take care of Dad, while Megan never even moved a finger, like always. Later that week, I was just getting back home after some errands when I saw Megan with Sasha coming out of a super expensive store and carrying shopping bags. And they seemed as close as ever, like the fight never happened. But the next day at school, I was walking down the hallway when Sasha suddenly pulled me into an empty classroom. Hey, what? Just listen to me, okay? I'm worried about Megan. She's been really weird lately. Yesterday at the mall, we almost got busted because Megan stole an expensive top and threw a huge tantrum when she got caught. I had to pay for it. And she's been saying some really crazy things too. And why should I believe anything you say? All you've done is make things worse between me and Megan. Look, I know things that may shock you. Like that big scar on your stomach, I know about it. I was surprised Megan had mentioned it. It was a scar I got when I fell off my bicycle once as a kid. Okay, so Megan told you about it. Big deal. It was a dumb accident from when I was 7. That's not what she told me. It wasn't an accident. Megan said she messed up your brakes on purpose so you'd get hurt. I'm telling you, there's something very wrong with that girl. I just pushed her aside and walked out of there, but I felt a bit sick in my stomach. Could Megan really have done that? The next day, Dan came to visit me with some exciting news. His mom had seen a picture of the dress I'd made for Megan. She loved it and wanted to meet me. She wants you to bring the dress and come for an interview at her company. I was so excited. A job like this could really help us out, so I agreed immediately. I asked Megan if she could give me the dress, and she shot me the weirdest smirk as she fetched it from her cupboard. This dress? Just then, she grabbed a pair of scissors and ripped it apart. Megan, no! Oops, I slipped. She tossed the dress aside and walked off as I watched in horror. I called Dan and begged him to buy me another day so I could make a new dress, but he gave me an amazing idea. Why don't you just add a few things to the same dress and make it edgy? I did just that, and Dan's mom was stunned by my talent. She offered to take me along for the next Paris Fashion Week. She was all set to offer me a job afterwards too, and I was on top of the world. But just a day before my flight, Dad felt sicker and I decided to cancel my trip.
No, Raven, you can't miss this. You have to go. I'll be fine, love.
I'm here, don't worry. The unpaid nurse. Go, go, live your dreams, princess. I wasn't too sure about leaving my parents alone with Megan, but they insisted. And Paris was a dream come true. I also got a chance to wear my design and people showered me with compliments. I still had 3 days left in Paris when one morning I got a frantic call from Mom.
I'm so sorry to ruin your trip, Raven, but we need you here. Megan ran away with all our money, and all I have is a note saying that she's chasing her dreams and never coming back.
This girl had gone completely off the rails. I left for home immediately. Thankfully, Dan's mom said I could start the job right away, and we had some money coming in so I could take care of things, especially Dad's treatment. And he made a full recovery in a few months. I worked really hard and designed some brilliant outfits, and within a year, Dan's mom was so happy with me that she relocated us to New York to run her store and offices there. Life was good, except for the fact that we couldn't stop wondering what had happened to Megan. One day, I was reading at a cafe and the waitress brought my order, and when I looked up, I was shocked to see it was Megan. She looked so different. Her hair was all messy and she'd lost weight. She stared back at me in shock. What are you doing here? What does it look like? I work here. I know you're some big shot designer now, so please don't rub it in my face.
Wow, I see you haven't changed much.
That's all you have to say to me? Typical. What else should I say, Megan? You're meeting me after so long and you don't feel a tiny bit of shame for hurting your sister, for robbing our parents, for breaking their hearts? You're still just as awful as ever. I got up and started walking away, but suddenly she grabbed my arm and started sobbing. No, please, wait. I made a lot of mistakes, and I was jealous and selfish, and I'm miserable now, Raven. I need you, please. I'll do anything. I'll be better, I promise. It has to be more than just empty words, and you need to earn my trust. I'll offer you a job on 2 conditions. You will start at the bottom and you'll work your way up, just like everyone else. And you'll get therapy. Got it? Yes. Good, then you can start tomorrow. Now come home. Mom and Dad miss you. I was standing in the grocery section examining an apple when my eyes shifted to a man nervously eyeing the cereal boxes. I casually dropped a sack of flour into my shopping cart, then hid behind a rack and scanned the man's face on my watch.
Suspect identified: Tobias Steele, known for industrial espionage and diamond heists. Approach with caution.
Slowly, I moved my cart closer to Tobias. Hey, could you pass me 10 boxes of Fruit Loops, please? I'm too short. Don't you just love Fruit Loops? They're the best.
I don't like anything sweet.
Everyone likes Fruit Loops, dude. That's just criminal. Tobias looked at me nervously, then suddenly started running in the opposite direction. I flung the sack of flour at his head and he fell. Then I pinned him to the ground.
Who are you?
Your worst nightmare. Hi, my name is Jane, and I'm a secret agent with the CIA. Please like and subscribe to MSA. I grew up with my scientist dad and identical twin sister Camilla. Mom left us when we were babies, and Dad was always busy in his science lab in our basement, so we weren't too close. Having a twin sister wasn't the greatest thing either, because Camilla and I had nothing in common. She was much more girly and a social butterfly, and we never got along even as kids. We further drifted apart in middle school when she made friends with the school bully Kira, and I got into boxing. Soon, I was acing every competition in town. I was good. So good that at 15, the CIA secretly approached me and recruited me. 3 years later, I'm their smartest agent ever. Of course, my family didn't know. They thought I was a weird, introverted tomboy with a thing for flannel shirts and books. After pinning down another criminal, I was sitting in the school cafeteria when suddenly Kira started sniffing me. Ew, you smell like trash. When was the last time you washed your hair? Or shaved your armpits? About the same time you two said something worth paying attention to? Oh wait, that was never. OMG, shut up. Ryan just walked in. Kira, quick, how am I looking? Fix my lip gloss, will you? Camilla was a popular girl, but Ryan was the star of the school. Football team captain, really handsome, totally dumb. You know the list. Camilla started walking in Ryan's direction, smiling and waving at him, but he just smiled and looked away.
Ouch, that was painful. Anyway, just get my milkshake, Cammy, and stop wasting time on these dumb boys.
You look desperate. Kira walked away, and Camilla was leaving too, but I stopped her. Why do you do everything she says? She's not the boss of you.
And you are? Just keep your nose in your books and out of my business. Got it?
Loud and clear. Just then, my phone started buzzing like crazy, my secret phone, and I knew it was time for another mission. This time, it was about someone named Belinda Holland, who was running a secret lab on her private island. My mission was to locate that lab, gather intel, and report back. And Belinda's son, Ryan, happened to be the same guy Camilla was head over heels for. For the next few days, I noted every little detail about Ryan. When he practiced football, what he had for breakfast, even the girls he flirted with, just to find that one golden opportunity to strike up a conversation with him, and then get closer. But every time I tried to make a move, something or someone would interrupt us. I was starting to think luck wasn't on my side when one night I caught Camilla sneaking out. Ow, ow, ow! My arm! You're freaking strong for a girl! Gee, thank you. Where are you going in the middle of the night? To a party, obviously. Ryan's mom has this cool resort on a private island, and he's taking me and Kira there tonight. It's kind of a big deal because no one's ever been on it before, and I really want to go. You know how much I like him. Private island. Bingo! It had to be the same island where the lab was located. I mean, how many islands can one person own? I know it's MSA, but let's be realistic, guys. I just had to get to this party. Fine, but are you sure you want to wear that? That dress looks a bit dated. You think? Wait, what do you know about fashion? I know what suits my sister, and this isn't working. Tell you what, you change and I will hold the door for you. Camilla looked at me suspiciously, but then left to change. Once she was inside the washroom, I quickly closed the door and locked it. Dad wasn't gonna hear her anytime soon in his basement. I'm sorry, I'll explain everything later. I fixed my hair, did some makeup, and when I was done, I looked exactly like Camilla. Yeah, we were identical, but this was the first time I actually saw it. I took a cab to the dock and got there just in time. I was just getting my bag out when this guy tapped on my shoulder. Are you excited? I've never been to one of Ryan's exclusive parties before. Does this mean I'm famous now? I'm Patrick, by the way, Ryan's cousin. I'm Cam. Before I could introduce myself, the boy screamed and then jumped on me. It's a frog! Oh no, it senses my fear. Please save me. I've never even had a girlfriend or a kiss. Will you kiss me? Please. It's my last wish before I die. Or no, wait, kiss the frog and maybe it'll turn into a prince or something. What? It doesn't work like that, and it's gone so you can get down. You're awfully heavy. Patrick let me go, and soon after, we boarded the sailboat along with Kira and Ryan and headed for the island. As soon as we got there, I started scanning the place, but it just looked like a regular beach. And I noticed that we had no signals on our phones. I know you guys are wondering where we are, but trust me, this will be the best experience of your life. I just have a feeling, before Ryan could finish, a huge coconut fell on his head and knocked him out.
Is he dead?
It's a coconut, Kira, not a meteor. He'll be fine. Only he wasn't. We waited for Ryan to wake up on his own, but since it was too dark and none of us knew the way to the resort except Ryan, we decided to camp on the beach. And the next morning, I woke up to Ryan screaming his lungs out. Oh my god, what am I doing here? Who are you? And why are you sunbathing next to me? Ha, very funny. Stop the games and let's go to this resort. I really need to pee. What? I don't know you, okay? Or do I? My head is hurting. God. Ryan, what year is it? 2015? That's when I realized that the coconut probably hit him too hard and Ryan was suffering from amnesia. I quickly woke up the rest and we decided to go back to the city to get Ryan checked. But when we turned around to leave, we saw the boat had drifted into the ocean because Patrick forgot to anchor it properly. You've gotta be kidding me. I was still recovering from the whole frog thing. Are we gonna die here? Wait, did you guys kidnap me? I might not remember everything, but I know for a fact that I'm rich.
Oh, I know what we can do to save our lives. My aunt taught me this ritual.
Suddenly, Kira got down on her knees and started chanting something.
Oh, my Lord, Kumbaya, please save us. Don't let us get eaten by dolphins. As a sacrifice, I'm giving up my vintage Chanel sunglasses. Please accept this. Hoo la la la, hoo la la la, hoo.
Kira, can you please not act like an idiot for once and let me focus? What's gotten into you, Camilla? You're not usually this snarky, and I was just helping. It's not like I forgot to anchor the boat.
I said I was still hung up on the frog. Can someone please tell me what's happening?
Shut up, all of you! Focus. We have two choices. Either we stay here crying about a boat, or we walk till we find the resort. Everyone calmed down and decided to go with the second option, which was to find the resort. But the heat was killing us, and we couldn't spot anything for hours. To top it all, Kira was an absolute brat and kept asking me to piggyback her. When I refused, she threw a fit, and one of the boys had to step in. It wasn't until sunset that we came across a big building that looked really creepy. Thankfully, it wasn't so bad on the inside, and we slept like babies. But in the middle of the night, I woke up to a faint humming sound. I was sure it was coming from somewhere in the room and carefully scanned every corner trying to find the origin of the sound when I saw a tall figure standing at the end of the hall. Who's there? No answer. I can hurt you really, really bad. I know kickboxing and kung fu. Still no answer, and the sound kept growing louder as I got closer. It was too dark. I couldn't see the face and was sweating bricks when suddenly Patrick jumped out of the shadows wearing headphones.
Ah, what are you doing?
What are you doing? And why were you making that sound?
I was just singing. It helps calm me down. You should try it.
I relaxed a bit, and both Patrick and I sat down. As we got talking, I asked him more about Ryan and Belinda. He was Ryan's cousin after all.
I've never really met Ryan before. I was here on vacation, and when he heard I was in town, he invited me to this party. My mom hates his family because she thinks Ryan's mom is kinda snooty.
Rich and pretty people are often snooty.
Well, I guess that means you're not rich then. But you are pretty. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say you looked poor. I meant, watch out!
Just then, Patrick pulled me in as a lizard fell from the ceiling. We were so close, I could practically feel him breathing on my face. It wasn't so bad to look at, actually. Ew, no, Jane, snap out of it.
That was a close call.
It's a lizard. Also, you're kind of strangling me.
Sorry.
Patrick and I left for bed soon after, and the next morning, I woke up extra early to check the places for clues when I noticed that Ryan was missing. I searched for him everywhere in the house, but he was nowhere to be seen, so I rushed outside and walked around till I spotted Ryan standing under a coconut tree.
What are you doing? I figured if I stand here long enough, a coconut might fall on my head again and I might get my memory back.
I don't think that's how it works, Ryan. Let's go back. We started walking back when I noticed a weird-looking bird following us. I grabbed it to take a closer look when I saw a small camera under its tail. Holy cow, this was a surveillance bird. Just then, the bird started flapping its wings like crazy, making loud beeping sounds, and within seconds, a black van arrived and 2 guards came running in our direction.
You're outnumbered, sweetheart. Surrender peacefully, and we might go easy on you.
Please, I fought tougher men than you before breakfast. Let's dance. I launched into some of my best boxing moves, knocking one of the guards to the ground, but the other guard pulled me into a tight grip. I tried to fight my way, but he was too strong, and the next thing I knew, he pushed me into the back of a van with a really weird smell, and soon everything went dark. When I woke up, I was in a big room with my hands tied to a pole, and Ryan was sitting across from me playing video games.
Oh hey, you're up, finally. Care for some candy?
No, you idiot, untie me.
Oh yeah, sorry. I've been a little in and out with my memory since Mom got me here this morning. There, all done.
As Ryan untied me, I quickly got up to run, but just as I turned around, a woman walked in, and I immediately recognized her from the photos, Belinda Holland. She saw my hands untied and screamed at Ryan. What have you done, you moron? Guards, catch her! I bolted towards the door and managed to escape the room, but just as I turned the corner, I saw the guards running towards me, blocking the exit. Come on, Jane, you were trained for this. Knock him down. I took a defensive stance and was ready to attack when suddenly the window next to me shattered and Patrick jumped in. What are you doing here?
Saving your butt, of course.
Where's Kira?
You didn't think I'd bring her on a rescue mission.
Good call. Also, that glass could have hurt me, hero.
Oh, yeah. Didn't think that through.
Dude, look out! Guard incoming, 9 o'clock. But Patrick failed to react in time and the guard pinned him to the ground. But I kicked the guard in the face.
Next time, just say duck or dodge or something. I'm bad with directions.
Got it. We started throwing punches and kicks left and right, and we were surprisingly well synchronized. I didn't know Patrick could fight like that, and he looked so hot doing it. After knocking the guards down, Patrick and I ran like crazy up some stairs. We must have climbed over 7 floors before stopping in front of a door with a passcode. Maybe it's Ryan's birthday. It's his mom's place after all. Patrick started punching numbers like crazy.
Okay, it didn't work. Maybe it's his parents' anniversary. It could be his jersey number or locker combination, his blood report number.
Are you in love with Ryan or something? How do you know so much about him?
Because I did my homework. Special Agent Patrick Yapper, NSA.
You're an agent? So am I, CIA. So you're not Ryan's cousin?
I am, but I'm also an agent. It was my mission to stay close to the family and get information about some secret lab. And can you stop talking? I'm trying to concentrate.
Yeah, sure. Dude, you're like the clumsiest agent ever.
That was just my cover. I'm not that clumsy, okay?
Sure, whatever you say. How did you find me?
I heard some loud beeping sounds, ran out, saw you get abducted, and followed you here. Also, I maneuvered through a laser maze, fought almost 1,000 guards, and came here to save you.
That sounds like an exaggeration. But wait, you came here to save me and not for the mission? Why?
What do you mean, why? Because oh God, I can hear footsteps. I have to break this door down. Brace yourself.
Before I could react, Patrick took a deep breath and charged at the door, but it was made of metal and he stumbled backwards right into my arms. There now. All good, princess.
Happens to the best of us.
I looked around and saw a fire extinguisher, which I used to smash open the lock. When the door flew open, we saw something that blew our minds. There was a huge machine in the middle of the room that looked like some kind of weapon. We were inspecting it when Belinda walked in with her guards and Kira.
What are you doing here? I told you to stay back in the room.
I couldn't stay back when the love of my life was taken away from me. Camilla, I love you. If we survive this, I'd love to take you out sometime. What? I thought it was obvious. I have always loved you. I was just jealous that you liked that idiot Ryan. No offense, ma'am. None taken. Let's get to the point. You will not be leaving till your dad comes here and gives me the key chemical I need to finish my master project. What chemical? And what's my dad got to do with any of this? Belinda went on to tell me how my dad was actually working for the government and he was the only person who could make the chemical she needed. That's why I asked Ryan to invite you here, so I could use you as bait and get your dad to help me. But unfortunately, my son's an idiot and lost his memory. Also, I didn't know you were an agent, so that kind of messed up my plan. A little tip, cooperate and I might be lenient with you. I have a little tip for you too, ma'am. Don't watch the mouth, watch the hands. With that, I landed a solid blow right on Belinda's face, sending her stumbling backwards. In the meantime, Patrick picked up the weapon and hung it over the railing.
One move, and I swear this thing will go over the edge.
Patrick, your family, son.
Family my butt. You didn't even know I existed till I showed up at your door. Tell your guards to drop their weapons and release Kira, now.
Belinda reluctantly signaled her guards, and when they'd put their weapons down, I took the phone from one of the guards and alerted my team. Within minutes, reinforcements arrived via helicopters and arrested Belinda, seized the lab, and safeguarded the weapon. Ryan, too, was taken in for questioning. When everything was wrapped, Patrick, Kira, and I went back to the mainland, where I saw Dad and Camilla waiting for me. I rushed to them immediately. Why didn't you ever tell me you worked for the government, Dad?
You never told me you were a spy either. That's just how things are. But Janie, I am so proud of you.
Thanks, Dad. Wait, you're not Camilla? No, I am. Before I could react, Camilla started hitting me like crazy. Who does that to their own sister? You locked me and you took my phone? You know I can't live without my phone. Ow! I'm sorry, but it was important. Ow! I swear to God, if you put yourself in danger again, I will kill you. Are you crying? Aw, I'm glad you're here. By the time I was done meeting with my family and briefing the team on what happened, I noticed that Patrick was gone. I couldn't even thank him properly. And worse, tell him that I might have a little crush on him. A few weeks passed after the operation, and I was informed that Belinda had finally confessed that she was working for an enemy organization. Ryan was sent to his dad in Germany, and I never heard from him again. Kira finally asked Camilla out, but unfortunately, Camilla didn't feel the same way about her, and they mutually decided to take a break from their friendship. Meanwhile, I tried to use all my sources to find out where Patrick was, but it was like he disappeared into thin air. Then one day, I was in a coffee shop when I heard a huge crash.
Ow, my head.
Patrick, what are you doing here? What happened to your clothes? I got lost, then took a little detour and fell into a puddle. Then 2 minutes later, I walked into a flower shop to get you some flowers, but ended up tripping over something there too. But I know you like to come here often, so I thought of giving it a shot and voila. How did you know I came here? Have you been stalking me? You make it sound like stalking's a bad thing. Stalking just means caring enough to find out things about people that they don't want to tell you themselves. Look, I like you, Jane, and I know I'm kind of clumsy and stupid, and I say all the wrong things, but I was hoping I could get to know you better. But Kira asked you out and... hold on a second. Kira likes my sister, Camilla. I'm very much into boys, especially clumsy ones. Really? Yes, but you can't disappear like that again. Noted. Now, can I kiss you spy style? Patrick took me by the waist and leaned in to kiss me, but ended up losing his balance and we both crashed into a table. Why am I not surprised?
Tiptoed into the lounge. I nearly jumped out of my skin when I heard a voice. You're gonna be in so much trouble. It was my annoying older sister Natalia sitting in a corner and recording a makeup tutorial. Listen, you can't tell Aunt I came so late. She'll make me do the dishes and laundry for a month. I might keep your secret if you do my math homework for the rest of the school year. Just then, my eyes fell on the mound of honey cakes on the table and my stomach growled. Don't even think about touching these. Aunt wants to sell them at the farmer's market. We came to live with our miserable Aunt Ursula after our parents passed away in an accident a few years ago, and she treated us like we were her servants. I was really hungry, so I just grabbed one and popped the whole thing into my mouth. Just then, my aunt suddenly showed up and yelled, "That's it! I'm sick of breaking my back looking after you girls. I'm sending you off to foster care." We looked at her in horror. Going to foster care meant we'd be sent off to different families. As Aunt stormed off and we heard her making a call, I got a flying shoe on my head. Ow! Oh, I forgot to tell you about my third sister, Tanya. The sleepyhead had been snoring in front of the fireplace, but she was wide awake now and glaring at me. "This is all your fault, Marina. Go tell her you're sorry. I'm not living away from you guys." Natalia and I ran to hug her, and I promised I'd make everything okay. Just then, we heard loud knocking on the door. Aunt came waddling out to open it, and she let out a loud gasp. Standing in the doorway was a huge man with a beard. His voice boomed in the small room. "Did you really think you could send them off and keep taking the money I give you for their care and I wouldn't even know? Girls, pack your things. You're coming with me." Hi, my name is Marina, and I'm from Russia. My life turned around when Mom's eccentric brother, who I never even knew existed, took away me and my sisters to live in his old mansion. But it gets even crazier from here. Before I continue, click like and subscribe. The next few weeks living with Uncle Ivan was like a dream. He got all three of us into the best school in town right away. A few days later at dinner, while Natalia and I were busy arguing over something, Tanya suddenly said, guys, is Uncle Ivan okay?" We looked at him and saw that he sat slumped in his chair. "Oh, no. Natalia poked him, but there was no response. I bent down to check his pupils, and just then he yelled, "Do svidaniya!" We all screamed and nearly fell back in shock. He glared at us. "Can't a man take a nap in his own house?" Uncle Ivan startled us again by suddenly banging his goblet on the table. "I've just decided something. I want to give you $1 million. For a few seconds, we stared at him with our mouths open, and then we started hugging each other in delight. "To one of you." We froze in our spots. "Wait, what?" "Well, if it's only one of us, of course it should be me. I'm the oldest, and I'm running a business already. You know, my beauty blog."
Your business is just Dumbos watching another Dumbo putting on makeup. I'm going to be a big shot singer one day, so I'll need that money for my album. Guys, come on, $1 million is a lot of money. We can share it. But the other two weren't even listening to me. How dare you call me a Dumbo, you little bug? I'm 11 and I can kick your butt. And before I knew it, they were attacking one another while I was trying to break it up. Uncle got up and looked at us with sad eyes. "I will make my decision in 3 days." And with that, he walked off. The next morning, when I peeked into Natalia and Tanya's rooms and didn't find them there, I knew exactly where they'd be. And sure enough, I found them standing outside Uncle's bedroom with breakfast trays loaded with his favorite foods. Seriously, guys, we're family. I swear if I find the money, I'll happily split it with you two. Well, I wouldn't do that for you. Yeah, me neither. It's gonna be all mine.
And with that, Tanya knocked on the door loudly, but there was no reply. We opened the door, and to our surprise, the bed was perfectly made and the room was empty. Just then, I caught sight of a note on his pillow and ran forward to pick it up. A fat lady with no eyebrows sitting in a frame, smiling strangely at the world. Everyone knows her name. P.S. I had to go somewhere. What on earth is he talking about?
The woman he's describing sounds like Aunt Ursula. I'm not going back to her, not even for $1 million.
Later that night, when I was in bed, I was still thinking about the strange poem when I suddenly sat up straight. Of course that's what Uncle meant. I quickly put on my nightgown and rushed downstairs. I crept quietly into Uncle's study and switched on my phone's flashlight. I knew I'd seen it here, the Mona Lisa hanging on the wall. I stared at the painting for a while, wondering what I was supposed to do now. Then I took it off the wall and flipped it over. I gasped. Taped to one corner was a small bronze key. I couldn't wait to tell the others. And then suddenly, I felt a hand around my ankle. Ah! I jumped back in fright and fell on the floor. And then someone popped up from behind the couch.
Oh, hi, Marina. I thought it was Natalia bringing me food.
Oh my God, how could it possibly be? It was Petrov, the hockey team captain at my old school and my biggest crush. What on earth are you doing here? Just then the door burst open and she walked in with a tray of snacks. She looked shocked to see me, then quickly smiled.
Oh, I see you've met my boyfriend. We were really missing each other, so he decided to pay me a visit.
I couldn't believe my own sister would do this to me. She knew how much I liked him, and she'd been dating him behind my back. Just then, Tanya came running in, saying she'd heard my screams. She didn't even look surprised to see Petrov. You knew he was here too?
Yeah, I saw Natalia sneaking him in a few nights ago. Petrov, it's really uncool to eat someone's chocolates without asking, man.
Petrov stared at her like she was crazy.
What are you talking about? I didn't eat your stuff.
Well, one of you is lying then because they were in the fridge this morning. Who ate them, ghosts?
Just then, the study door behind us slammed shut and we all turned around startled. And then we heard a key turn in the lock. I ran towards the door and pulled the handle, but it wouldn't budge. Who could possibly have locked us inside? Petrov started banging on the door and screaming like a maniac.
Help! This house is haunted! I don't want to die here!
Jeez, Petrov, you're gonna wake up all the ghosts. He looked even more horrified, and Natalia kicked Tanya before taking him aside and calming him down. Just seeing the two of them sitting so close made my blood boil. And now we were just stuck here and would have to wait for Uncle to let us out. As we all sat there sulking quietly, Natalia suggested that we could play a game to pass the time. Oh, I have a great game in mind. It's called Reflection. I picked the antique mirror from Uncle's desk and shoved it in her face. Mirror, mirror in my hands, who's the worst sister in all the lands? OMG, loser, get over it. Petrov looked really confused and asked what was going on. Natalia just said, oh, nothing. And then she grabbed him by the collar and started kissing him in front of me.
Oh, my eyes, my eyes!
Tanya ran off to the other end of the room and refused to come back. She snuggled into a big armchair, and after a few minutes we could hear her loud snoring. Natalia opened a packet of crisps for herself and Petrov and glared at me. Don't even think about it. Also, why were you snooping around at night? As if I'd tell you. When Petrov asked us what we were fighting about, Natalia spilled out everything about how Uncle was leaving one of us $1 million. If you're keeping any secrets from me, Marina, I'll find out. Come on, babe, I'm so tired. And with that, she took Petrov's hands and they both snuggled onto the couch. I put my fingers in my ears to stop hearing their kissing and giggling sounds. This was just the worst night ever. Finally, after ages, it seemed like they'd fallen asleep. I was still wide awake and my stomach rumbled loudly. A few minutes later, someone shook me by the shoulder. I turned around to see it was Petrov, and he'd brought me some food. We stayed up for hours talking, and I was having the best time.
You know something, Marina? I think you're the smartest, and you'll win the money.
His face was really close to mine, and he was leaning in to kiss me. Just then, we heard Natalia stir, and he quickly ran off to her. A little while later, I crawled over to the Mona Lisa painting on the floor and found a key on the back. I clutched it tight and fell asleep. I woke up the next morning, and to my shock, the door was unlocked and wide open. I woke the others up, and everyone was so excited we were free. Just as I was walking out, I heard Natalia say,
"Hey, why is this painting on the floor? Oh, I saw Marina take it off last night. There was something behind it."
And before I knew it, Natalia had jumped across the room and pinned me to the ground. "Tell me what you found, you witch!" I tried to push her off me, but she was crazy strong. As we wrestled on the floor, the key slipped out of my hands and Tanya ran to pick it up.
Both of you shut up!
As we sat panting and staring daggers at one another, Tanya said that there was something written on the key. Together in Paris. We had no idea what that was about and decided we'd come back from school and figure it out together. I went to Uncle's room and slipped the key into a drawer. During the first recess, I snuck out of the school and went back home as fast as I could. I crept into Uncle's room and headed straight for the drawer, to find it empty. What? Just then, I saw the curtain move a little. I crept up to it slowly and pulled it back to see Petrov behind it. What are you doing here, and where's my key? I saw you with it, and I just wanted to help solve the mystery for you. You're so smart. I really wanted you to think I'm smart too. He suddenly took my hand and pulled me close. I like you, Marina, a lot. Let's figure this thing out and get out of here with $1 million. We could go anywhere, just you and me. Just as he was about to pull me in for a kiss, I pushed him away. Seriously? You were just making out with my sister this morning. You're such a cheater, and I'm no idiot. Give me the key, Petrov, now! Suddenly, Petrov pushed me aside and made a dash towards the door. He bumped into a small table and knocked everything over. I jumped towards him and managed to tackle him to the ground. The small key flew out of his hand and went skidding across the floor and landed at Natalia's feet. She looked livid. Oh, so you were going to just take my money and run off with my sister? He crawled up to her on his knees. Don't be silly, babe. I didn't mean a word of that. I was just doing this for the two of us. You mean the three of us? Tanya and I stared at her in shock, except Petrov, who just looked stupidly confused. It's not some riddle, idiot. I'm pregnant and you're going to be a daddy. He stared up at her in horror for a second, then ran out of the room screaming. We heard the huge main door slam shut. I ran to Natalia and hugged her. I had no idea. Petrov's such a jerk. But don't worry, we will be really good aunts, and She pushed me off. Ew, I'm not dumb enough to get pregnant. That was just to get rid of him. Just then, Tanya, who was picking up the things Petrov had knocked over, suddenly screamed, "Look, girls, look what this says!" She was holding a beautiful little music box in her hands, and there was a small carving on the lid, "Together in Paris." I placed the box on the table and we all gathered around as I turned the key. The lid slowly opened and we gasped in delight as we saw two figurines dancing to the tinkly music. There was a tiny compartment underneath and a small note tucked away, 271287. For a moment we just stared at the paper when Natalia suddenly gasped. These numbers! This is Mom's birthday! She was right! But what could Uncle possibly mean by this? I have no idea, girls, but Uncle said we only had 3 days, so we have to put our heads together and figure it out soon. Later that night, as I tossed around in bed, I suddenly heard a loud thump from downstairs. I froze for a minute, then quickly crept out of bed and tiptoed down with a baseball bat. I couldn't see anyone around, and just as I was about to turn away, something on the floor caught my eye. Muddy shoe prints. We definitely had an intruder in the house. I followed the shoe prints down the corridors that led to the eastern wing of the house. I'd never been here before. Suddenly, they faded away, and I looked up to see a door at the end of the hall. Holding my breath, I slowly opened it. There was no one inside, but it was the oddest room I'd ever seen. It seemed like a museum of forgotten things, and there were hundreds of clocks on the walls of all shapes and sizes, ticking away and all telling the wrong time. And in one corner was a shiny bronze safe. The minute I saw it, I had a light bulb moment. Of course that's what the numbers were. The combination to a safe. With trembling hands, I entered the numbers and heard a small click. I opened it and squealed when I saw what was inside. Stacks of money. It definitely looked like $1 million. Were you going to keep this for yourself? I turned around to see Natalia and Tanya standing behind me. Of course not. How could you even think that? Come, let's split it right now. There's plenty for us all. Just then, the door burst open and we turned around to see Uncle Ivan beaming in the doorway. Uncle, you're back!
I was here all along. Who do you think locked you up when you girls were being so noisy? I just wanted to see how you would play my game. Marina, you really know what family is all about. Good girl. You get to keep all the money.
The other two looked horrified. I turned to Uncle and smiled. Thank you, Uncle, but I couldn't. It'll make me happier to share it with my sisters.
I knew you wouldn't. Now only time will tell if your sisters deserve their share.
Yes, we deserve it. We'll prove it. We'll be so good to each other. I laughed and put my arms through theirs. Let's divide it and go shopping tomorrow, shall we?
I'm Maya from New Orleans. Please like and subscribe to 4Eve. I lived in an old house with Dad who worked as a potter. Mom left us when I was 4 to make it as a big movie star and never came back. With gorgeous hair and porcelain white skin, I looked exactly like her, and no one believed my dad and I were related, especially our nosy neighbors. Once when I was 6, Dad got a big order from the city. He worked all night to make all 20 vases. I was admiring them when I accidentally knocked them off, shattering them to pieces.
I am so sorry, Dad. I didn't do it intentionally.
It's okay, Maya. Don't worry. I'll make new ones.
But Dad couldn't make them in time, and he lost the order. He was devastated. Things got worse when the police knocked at our doors later that night. Our nosy neighbors heard the crashing sound and thought I was in trouble. Dad tried to convince them, but they only left when I showed them my birth certificate. I begged Dad to give the neighbors a piece of his mind, but he was a softie.
They're just concerned.
No, they're crazy. Things didn't change much even as I grew up. We struggled with money, but I was happy as long as I had my dad. On my 10th birthday, Dad took me to a mall and asked me to buy whatever I wanted.
I saved it for your birthday, dear. You deserve it.
But Dad, I don't want anything, and we could use this money. But he was dead set that I should buy something. I walked in, but the store manager refused to let Dad get in. You won't be able to afford anything here. Why not? We have money, and we're here just like everyone else. The manager made a face and refused us straight to our faces. Eventually, Dad gave in, and we left. It was humiliating. That day, I decided I'd never let anyone bully us like that. Soon after, I got into boxing, and by the time I was in 12th grade, I was the toughest girl in my class, and I started participating in all the major competitions around town and aced them all. One time during practice, I felt a sharp pain in my hand. Dad took me to the doctor, who confirmed I had a minor sprain and needed some rest and medicine. But Dad looked extra worried. Dad, relax. It's just a small sprain.
It's not that. Your mom called this morning. She wants you to complete your school year with her.
What? No way. She never looked back once, and now it's too late.
This is only temporary till I look for a job. I don't even have the money to buy your meds, and you'll be starting college soon.
I'll work hard and win a scholarship. I'm good at what I do. Please don't send me away. But I knew Dad had made up his mind when the next morning a big car arrived in front of my house with Mom in it. When she saw me, she hugged me tightly.
Oh, my sweet Maya. You're all grown up and so pretty, just like me.
I pulled myself away as Mom smiled at me. It was the first time I'd seen her after so long. If not for her movies, I would have never recognized her. I am nothing like you. And please, don't think that I'm happy to do this.
As long as I have you.
Mom got her staff to pack my stuff, and I was ready to move within minutes. I was still unsure if this was a good idea, but Dad promised he'd get me soon and we'd be together again. So I left him with a heavy heart. The next few days in Mom's mansion were a nightmare. I wanted quiet time away from her, but she was stuck to me like gum in your hair. I was forced to take long walks with her and go on unnecessary shopping trips. And then one day, she changed my entire wardrobe. Where's all my stuff? Your old stuff was rotten, so I threw it away. But those things were important to me. Dad gave me those things. I want it back.
You're my daughter. I can't let people see you as a poor girl anymore.
So, that's what it's all about? That's why you took me away from Dad?
Stop twisting my words.
I was just too angry to hear her out and slammed the door shut on my way out. Every passing day I spent there made me miss Dad even more. But he spoke to me whenever he could, and I was happy. When Mom told me I'd start school soon, I couldn't be more excited. Anything to get away from her would work. On the day I was supposed to start school, I woke up late to my mom screaming at someone. I went down to see it was the cook, and a boy stood next to him holding a bagel. How dare he steal from our kitchen?
But I found this in a pile of food you were throwing away, ma'am.
I'm talking to your father. If your son does this again, I'll fire you. They nodded and left. I went after the boy to see him give that bagel to a helpless girl on the sidewalk. That was the kindest thing I'd seen since I'd come here. When he looked in my direction, I noticed how cute he was.
She was hungry. I'm not some thief, but your mother didn't seem to believe me.
I believe you. I'm Maya. He introduced himself as Zach, the cook's son. We exchanged smiles, and when the driver arrived, he continued on his way. At least there was one kind person in this strange place. My first day of school was nothing like I'd imagined. Thanks to my mom, everyone knew who I was, and to make things more awkward, a really good-looking guy approached me in the hallway.
Wow, you're even prettier than your mom.
I looked at him, clueless.
I'm Marco. Your mom must have mentioned me. She's best friends with my parents.
Nope, doesn't ring a bell. I started walking to class, but Marco stopped me again.
I wasn't done talking, princess.
Too bad. I was, and I'm late for class, Franco.
Marco.
Don't care. After that day, Marco did everything to get my attention. He started showering me with expensive gifts and flowers, and it almost looked like he was on a mission to get me to date him. Only later did I learn he was the mayor's son and one of the most powerful guys in town. Not that I cared. I already had an obsessive mom, so my hands were full. One day, it was Mom's movie success party, and the entire town was invited. She was so excited that she even bought us matching dresses and begged me to wear them.
We'll look like twins, baby. It'll be fantastic.
First, that's weird. And secondly, that dress looks like poop. I'd rather wear a tent. There was no way I was doing anything she wanted me to. So I went ahead and bought myself the weirdest dress I could find, just to embarrass her. The party was boring, and my eyes hurt from all that bling. And when I saw Marco enter, I knew I had to get out of there. I tiptoed my way into the kitchen, but banged into Zach.
Are you okay?
Hey, I'm just trying to ignore someone.
The guy in white who looks like he eats money for breakfast?
Yeah, how did you know? Zach pointed in Marco's direction, who was frantically searching for someone under the tables. We burst out laughing, and I noticed what a heart-melting smile Zach had.
Come here, I'll show you a great hiding place.
He pulled me toward the back entrance, leading to a sprawling garden. It was beautiful. Our eyes met for a second, and I felt a weird rush in my tummy.
So, why were you hiding from him?
He's just an idiot from school I'm trying not to punch. I wish I could return home and get away from this place.
You really hate it here, don't you?
I nodded. Zach and I walked around and started talking. He told me how he was saving up for culinary school and wanted to be a chef someday. And I told him my story.
Boxer, huh? Show me your moves. I know a little boxing myself.
Don't say I didn't warn you. I tried to do a fake box in the air, but ended up hitting Zach smack in his face.
That was good. Ow.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Are you hurt? As I tried to check for any broken bones, Zach moved in closer and tucked my hair behind my ears. I felt my knees go weak.
Better.
His eyes caught my attention because they were a gorgeous shade of green and could make anyone swoon. I wasn't paying attention when I noticed a flash from the corner of my eye, and then 100 people started taking pictures of us. I turned to run, but saw Mom staring at me with eyes blazing like fire. It's bad enough that you're dressed like a joker, and now you're flirting with the help? His name is Zach, and he's my friend. That looked more than friends. You embarrass me, Maya. Why don't you just abandon me then? You're good at that. Mom and I got crazy on each other, and the party fell silent. You rude child. I saved you from your pathetic father, and this is how you repay me? Mom reached for me, but she tripped over a rock and fell into the life-size fountain. Her makeup washed off her face, and she looked like a zombie. I knew I'd taken it too far. I stepped forward to help her, but Marco reached before me and helped her out. I apologized to Mom the following day, but she ignored me. Zach and I were all over the news, and as a result, his dad was fired and they left. He was my only friend here, and I missed him so much. With Dad not responding to me either, I was left all alone. Soon after, Marco and Mom started working on a movie together because Mom recommended him. It was bad enough I had to deal with that fame-hungry, good-for-nothing brat in school, and now he was always at home. A week before my 18th birthday, I was already feeling low, so I decided to treat myself to some ice cream. But while I was walking back home, I saw a hooded figure following me. Come out, you jerk! What are you hiding your face for? I was all set to knock his teeth out when suddenly the guy came forward and revealed his face. Zach! Oh my God, you got me there for a second.
Sorry, didn't mean to scare you.
Scared my butt? Why are you following me?
I work in a store nearby. I saw you come in, and I just had to talk to you. Maya, your mom is hiding something from you.
Zach told me that when he was fired, he'd gone back to collect his check when he heard Mom talking to someone over the phone.
She said something about a big deal, and Marco is involved too. Just check her office.
No wonder that jerk is always home. And he's also involved in her new film. What could this be about?
I don't know, but it's something big.
Thanks, Zach. I always knew my mom was up to something. Maybe it's time I got my answers.
One more thing.
Zach moved closer and kissed me lightly on my forehead.
Please be careful. I like you a lot, in case that wasn't clear.
I thought I'd lost my chance after that black eye I gave you, but I'm glad to know I didn't. Before leaving, I pulled Zach in for a magical kiss, and then I started with my secret mission. But I had no idea what I was looking for or where I would find it. With Marco around the house, I had to be extra careful. I found my opportunity when Mom offered to throw me an 18th birthday party. She'd be busy with the guests, and I could snoop around the office. She got me the most beautiful dress and even hired someone to do my makeup. I hated everything, but I didn't want to draw any attention, so I agreed. The whole house was filled with guests on my birthday that evening, and I spotted Mom in the corner talking to Marco. This was the perfect moment. I went to Mom's study and found some papers in a red mailer about some land deal. I was just opening them when Marco walked in. He saw me and grinned, and I had the weirdest feeling ever.
You're a sight for sore eyes, sweet face. That dress looks amazing on you.
Shut up, moron.
That's not how you talk to your fiancé, sweetheart.
Is this some kind of sick joke?
Well, your mom would answer that better. Why don't we ask her together?
Marco took my arm and pulled me outside. When Mom saw that, she came rushing and pushed him away. What are you doing?
Just bringing the truth out.
Mom, what's happening and what are these papers about? Mom looked at me in shock as the color drained from her face.
Why don't I do the honors?
Marco told me that Mom wanted to open a film academy but had money issues, so his dad pitched in. In return, she promised them a role for Marco and our marriage.
But now, she doesn't seem to believe me. Maybe she'll believe you.
I looked at Mom in shock, and she stayed silent. She totally did it. What kind of mother are you? First you abandon me, then you take me away from Dad, and now you want to use me as bait? My beauty won't last forever, so I had to think for myself, and I don't regret it one bit. You will marry Marco, and that's final.
Not without my approval. Don't forget, you signed over full custody to me.
I turned around to see my dad looking angrier than ever. I rushed to him and hugged him tight. Dad, I'm so glad you're here.
Maya, there's someone I'd like you to meet.
We all turned around and I was completely shocked to see Zach walk in. He told us how Zach had called him a few days back and told him I was in trouble.
I was out of town to set up my pottery school. I wish I could have come sooner.
You're just in time. As Mom and Dad argued, I walked up to Zach. Marco tried to butt in, but I kicked him so hard, I'm sure he'll limp for days. I took Zach's hand as he smiled at me. Thank you. You truly are amazing.
Not half as amazing as you. I'm moving to Paris to study. Want to join?
I'll follow you anywhere. Zach and I kissed as I said goodbye to this fake life forever. Hi, my name is Ava, also known as the Vampire Girl, and it's all because I had the meanest parents. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. I was born in a small town in Romania, and growing up, I realized that my parents were weirdos. For starters, they were always talking in whispers to each other, which was so annoying, and they never left the house. They wouldn't go out for work or even groceries. A box of supplies just mysteriously arrived every week. Every day, Dad would spend hours reading the newspaper and circling stuff on it with a red marker. Once when I was 4, I kept asking him to pour me cereal, but he kept ignoring me. So I leapt onto the table and put my foot in his bowl, spilling it all over his newspaper. And Dad went bonkers.
Oh my God, do you realize what you've done? You're such a nuisance. Here, take the whole box. Just leave me alone, you idiot.
Gosh, I wished I could just leave them forever. They didn't even love me. We never had any visitors, but when I was 5, Grandma came to see us once, and she brought me an adorable cat. I was so happy, but of course, my parents were not. A pet? We already have Ava. It's hard enough to take care of her. No, just take it back, please.
No freaking way!
I ran up to my room with the cat and slammed the door shut. But when I woke up in the morning, it wasn't anywhere in my room. I looked all over the house. Nothing. I just knew my parents had gotten rid of it.
I screamed and cried, but they said they didn't know anything. Liars. Before they could stop me, I just ran out the front door. I was never going back. It was a really sunny day, and as I kept running, my skin suddenly started turning really red and itchy. I looked up at the scorching sun, and my whole body began to burn. Ah! I let out one huge scream and fainted. When I woke up, I was in my bed. Mom told me the doctor had been to see me, and he'd said I was perfectly fine.
No, that's not true. I'm not fine. The doctor is dumb. The sun almost killed me.
My parents said I was crazy, but I knew they were evil, and I wasn't gonna let them hurt me. So after that, I refused to let a single ray of sunlight touch my body, not even indoors. I covered myself from tip to toe, socks, Trek pants, hoodie, and a face mask. Only my eyes were visible. My parents almost fainted when they first saw me roaming around the house like a little ninja. The only time I removed my costume was when the sun was gone. I'd never go out during the day. I even insisted on being homeschooled. But by the time I was 13, my parents refused to homeschool me anymore. There's nothing wrong with you. Just go to school. It's been years since you last walked under the sun.
It's because I'm allergic to the sun. You just want me to die?
If you keep behaving this way, I swear I'll send you to your aunt's place in Norway. There's only sunlight there for 6 months. Gosh, they were unbelievable, and they thought I didn't know about their plan.
Fine, but don't think I won't wear this costume to school. I will, and when people say you're weirdos for dressing me up like this, just know that you asked for it.
I joined school in the 8th grade, and the minute I entered the classroom, everybody started laughing and whispering things like weirdo and freak. I ignored all of them and sat down quietly on the first empty seat. During lunch break, I stayed back in the classroom while everybody left, except for this one girl, Jessie.
Ava, right? I'm just curious. Why are you dressed like a garbage bag? I'm allergic to the sun. It burns my skin.
She started laughing and just left. Soon enough, I discovered she was the meanest girl around, and she'd pick on me every chance she got. Once she put a fart bag on my seat just as I was sitting down, and the farting sound had everyone howling with laughter. Another day, I solved a math problem on the board, and as I was returning to my seat, I slipped on some water and fell on the floor.
That's where your place is anyway, weirdo.
I ignored Jessie's stupid pranks, but one day, she went too far. I was standing under some shade and enjoying a baseball match when suddenly, Jessie came out of nowhere and dragged me into the sun. She started to pull my hoodie off, and I bit her hand really hard and ran away as she screamed.
You crazy freak! Are you a vampire?
And that's how I got my name, Vampire Girl. I could hear people calling me a monster, but I didn't care. At least the bullies were a little scared of me now. A few days later, the teacher introduced a new kid, Nick, to our class. His clothes were old and ragged, and I could see Jessie and her minions already laughing at him. They'd found their new target. I joined him in the cafeteria at lunch that day, and we started talking. I found out that he was the new janitor's son. He was really sweet and never even said I was crazy when I told him about my condition. I was so happy to have made a friend. But one day, as I was walking down the hallway, I found Jessie and her friend surrounding Nick. She spilled juice on the floor and said,
Oops, you can clean this up, Nick. I mean, you'll grow up to be a janitor like your dad, right? Come on, just sit down and wipe it with your butt. Hey, jerk, have you forgotten the last time I bit you? Stay away from Nick, or this time I'll do some serious damage.
Jessie rolled her eyes at me, but when I leapt forward, she actually screamed and went running. Nick thanked me, and I always made sure to stick close to him after that. But then one day, Nick and I had just entered the classroom after recess when Jessie started screaming like crazy.
OMG! My brand new iPhone, it's gone. Someone stole it.
And then she pounced at Nick and grabbed him by his shirt.
You must have done it, you beggar, you thief. Where is it?
Hey, knock it off, you witch. You have no proof.
Oh, I'll get the proof, girl.
She snatched his bag and started throwing out all his things. I grabbed her hair and she turned around and attacked me. We got into a huge fight, and just then, the principal walked in.
Jessie kept screaming that Nick had stolen her phone and it must be in his locker. Of course, the principal found nothing there, but Nick was left humiliated in front of everyone. He was silent the whole day, and I caught up with him after school. "Hey, Nick, are you okay? Jessie is just terrible. I hate rich people. They always look down at us as if we aren't human. She called me a thief just because I'm poor. God, I just hate everyone." And he just walked away. He didn't come to school the next day, and his dad was nowhere to be seen either. A week passed, and there was still no sign of them. I felt worried, but I didn't know where he lived. But then I remembered Nick talking about how his dad also worked at a restaurant in the evening. So I decided to go talk to him. As I was walking down the street one night without my mask or hoodie, I saw a masked guy running towards me, and suddenly he started snatching my bag. As I tried to get away, I lunged at his face and pulled his mask off, and I nearly fell back in shock. It was Nick! But before I could say anything, he ran away. I just stood there in disbelief. Jessie was right all this time? He was a thief? I felt betrayed. Nick showed up at school 2 days later, but I just ignored him. But when he kept following me and asking me what was wrong, I suddenly lost it. You want to know what's wrong? I'll tell you. The girl you robbed the other night on the street? That was me. He looked horrified. You? That was you? I didn't know. I've never seen your face. What does it matter who it was? What matters is that you're a liar and thief, and to think that I fought for you. Suddenly, he started weeping like a baby. I didn't want to steal, Ava, but I just had no choice. My dad's in the hospital. We needed the money. I'm so sorry. I swear, I didn't steal Jessie's phone. I've never stolen anything until that night. He kept crying and my heart went out to him. I'm sorry about your dad, but stealing isn't the answer, Nick. You should have told me. I could have helped. Let me help you now, but promise me you'll never steal anything ever again. He promised, and I went to talk to the school principal. Together, we planned a fundraiser for Nick's dad, and within a day, we were able to raise all the money Nick needed for his dad's treatments and more. And the biggest donors were Jessie's parents. They kept praising me at the fundraiser for arranging the event, and this made Jessie even angrier. Don't let it get to your head, Ava. You're still a freak, and you could never be me. As if I want to be. What's so special about you anyway? Other than being super dumb. Excuse you? I've been prom queen for the last 2 years. You could never. Oh, is that so? We'll see this year. Seriously? It's the prom, not some freak show. You'll never win against me, loser. Nick whispered into my ear, says the girl who's never seen your face. I bought a beautiful red dress for prom. Since it was at night, it was the first time anyone in school would be seeing me without my mask and hoodie. As soon as I entered the hall, I saw people turning around and asking each other who I was. Just then, Nick came to me and took my arm. Ava, you look beautiful. That's Ava, the vampire girl? I can't believe it was that face behind that mask all this time. She's gorgeous. Jessie looked furious when she saw everyone's attention was on me. And to my shock, I was actually voted as that year's prom queen. As I was being crowned, suddenly Jessie came charging at me on the stage, trying to rip the crown off my head. But then something strange happened. The bullies who used to pick on me saved me. They all stopped Jessie and took her away. Don't lay a finger on our prom queen. That was amazing. Things at school started getting better. Everyone was super nice to me now. Nick was tutoring kids after school, and his dad came back to work soon. Nobody paid any attention to Jessie and her gang anymore, and all they could do was give me death glares. But one day after gym class, I was quickly changing in the dark locker room when suddenly Jessie and her minions barged in. One of them quickly grabbed my hoodie, while the others grabbed me by my hands and legs and started carrying me outside. Oh my God, no! They dragged me out into the sun and pinned me to the ground. This is for stealing my limelight, you witch. Now, let's see what happens to you in the sun. I hope you melt and disappear. Suddenly, someone pushed the girls away. It was a teacher, and Nick. While the teacher dragged the bullies off to the principal, Nick quickly took me inside as I cried like crazy. Hey, you're okay now. And your skin?
It looks totally fine. It's not even red, Ava. Does it hurt or burn? I looked all over my arms and realized he was right. There were no rashes, and it didn't itch or burn at all. Was my condition gone for good? Or had it just been all in my head? When I went back home that day, my parents were shocked to see me.
Ava, where's your hoodie and your mask?
Mom, Dad, I was out in the sun, and nothing happened to me. Was I just crazy all this time? They hugged me tight and actually started to cry. Sweetheart, we tried to tell you it wasn't real. You just got a bad sunburn as a kid, and you let that fear get so big in your head. I just never believed you guys because, well, I always thought you hated me, and you wanted to be rid of me. You got rid of my cat.
No, we didn't, honey. It just ran away. And we never hated you. When you were growing up, your mother and I were working as undercover government agents. It was a really stressful time for us, and I'm sorry we made you feel ignored.
What? My parents were secret agents? That was the last thing I'd ever expected. But suddenly, their weird behavior made sense. I wish you'd told me sooner. All this time, I've been believing things that just weren't true. We're sorry, Ava. We should have been better parents to you. We love you so much. I love you too, guys.
Hello, I'm Lily from Canada. Please like and subscribe to MSA. Growing up, I was a healthy and strong kid who wasn't afraid to jump from high walls or do anything extreme, but I could only imagine all that because my parents were so overprotective. Once when I was 4 and Mom took me to the park, I started doing handstands and cartwheels with another child, and all the moms were cheering us on. But my mom started to panic.
Lily, where did you learn to do those dangerous stunts?
From TV. There's this cool dance program and…
Enough. We need to go home.
From that day onwards, Mom and Dad stopped watching anything with dance, gymnastics, or any physical activities. When I was in 3rd grade and wanted to be part of an extracurricular dance for school, they never allowed me.
You guys are so unfair. You know how good I am with my feet. Why can't I just dance?
Because, hun, we live a very peaceful life right now. What if you become a famous dancer and then there are reporters and the next thing you know you're being published? Do you really want all that attention?
Yes? Who doesn't?
My parents still refused, and their excuse was ridiculous. And then when I went into high school, I started to rebel against them and become friends with the most rebellious girl in school, Zoe. Everyone in school was scared of her because she did the craziest things. Like this one time when we were in the 8th grade, she set the school's rose garden on fire.
Oh my gosh, Zoe, we're gonna get in so much trouble.
There's no cameras here, so no one will know. This is my payback to the principal for giving us detention for an entire month.
I know, that was so unfair.
We weren't the only ones who threw food around in the cafeteria. Even though Zoe was crazy wild, she was the most genuine person I'd ever met. And one day when we were in the 11th grade, she finally invited me over to her house for a sleepover. I can't believe this. This is the first time you invited me to your house. Well, you haven't really invited me to your house either. But anyway, my mom only recently got a decent job to take care of us. We struggled for a really long time after my dad left. Oh, I'm sorry. You mentioned us. I assumed that you were an only child. I wish I were an only child. I have a brother. And just because he goes to a special school, my parents give him all the attention. And just then when we entered her house, the most gorgeous looking guy gazed at me from the living room. Lily, meet my goofball brother, Grant. Hi, Grant. As we walked past him, Grant winked at me and I blushed so red. I was definitely gonna enjoy my sleepover. Zoe's room was exactly what I expected it to be. Creepy and a little scary since she had bats hanging from every corner. And then her mom came into her room limping. I made you girls some cookies. So glad to finally meet you, Lily. Zoe's mom was so sweet, but Lily told me she was sad most of the time. And when I asked why, Lily said she didn't want to talk about it. I was really moved by the story. And then Zoe broke the ice by slamming my face with a pillow. Pillow fight! We had loads of fun pillow fighting, dancing, and just being free until my mom called. Honey, I think you need to come home. But Mom, we spoke about this. I'm sleeping at a friend's house because we're working on a school project. Your father and I are very worried. I'm hanging up now and I'm not coming home tonight. Zoe saw how frustrated I was, and I ended up telling her all about my crazy parents. Maybe they're hiding something from you. Because why would any parent not want their kid to participate in any hobbies or activities? Yeah, they're definitely hiding something because my life is not normal. That night, I couldn't sleep, thinking about what secrets my parents had that made them so scared about everything I did. I checked if Zoe was asleep, and she was snoring like a bear. I got up to go get some water, and while I was at the kitchen sink, a hand suddenly touched my shoulder, and I jumped, feeling freaked out. And before I could scream, Grant held my mouth. Oh my gosh, you gave me such a fright. I'm sorry. I usually wake up to get a glass of milk around this time. I have night eating syndrome. I got it from my dad. You want to join me? Well, I'm struggling to sleep too, so why not? Grant and I sat outside on their swinging chairs on the porch. We spoke for hours, and I couldn't believe we had so much in common. I sometimes teach Latin dance to some of the younger kids at the community hall after school. You should come by. Wow, that's so cool. I'll definitely stop by. We continued talking until we lost track of time and fell asleep on the chair. But I woke up to a camera flashing in my face and Zoe looking angrily at me. So, I guess having a sleepover with my brother was much more fun than with me. Zoe, it's not like that. Zoe didn't let me finish and rudely asked me to leave her house. But Grant stood up for me. Why are you being so difficult? I like Lily, and there's nothing you can do about it. Grant took my hand and walked me out. I just felt more and more sparks between us. Zoe started acting weird after that, but at least I had Grant. As time went by, I started going to the community hall after school to watch Grant teach. I was mesmerized by his moves, and one day after his class was over, he called me to dance with him. Grant, I don't know anything about dancing. I'll just watch. He took my hand and held me around my waist, and we almost kissed, until we were interrupted by Zoe. She had her music kit and danced in the hall glaring at me. Oh, don't mind me. I'm just here to practice for the up-and-coming competition. You need a dance partner for the competition. Don't worry about me, brother. You should be concerned with your dance partner, who has 2 left feet. I wasn't planning on taking part in any dance competition, but because of Zoe's new attitude towards me, I took her mockery as a challenge. What if we practice until we shine so bright that Zoe won't be able to open her big mouth anymore? I think I like that plan. After a while, I stood up to Zoe. She tried to make my life a nightmare at school. Once I was reading a book under the school tree during recess, and then suddenly I felt eggs cracking on my head one after the other. And when I looked up, I saw Zoe looking like a koala. Zoe, I'm gonna get you for this, you crazy witch. She definitely laughed like a crazy witch after that, and that wasn't all for the day. When I got back home after school, she was at my house, and thank goodness my parents weren't around. Have you completely lost your mind? I didn't come here to fight. I'm just here to warn you about my brother. He has a girlfriend, so let's just stop being enemies and let's go back to being pals. Your brother and I are not dating, and besides, he would have mentioned his girl. Before I could complete my sentence, my parents came back from shopping and Zoe's expression changed. You know what? I think we should just forget the friendship thing. I felt so confused with her, and my parents acted even more strange when they rushed me into the house and locked the door. Who was that? And why was she at our house? Relax, that's Zoe. I was at her house for a sleepover. And why are you two always on edge? Did y'all commit a crime or something? Lily, we will not have you talk to us like that. To your room, now. My parents frustrated me with whatever secret they were keeping. I was done listening to them and never told them about my dance lessons or the local competition. But I did invite them to the contest and told them it was a school function. I thought after they saw me dance, they would understand my passion. But I was wrong. Lily, what did you do? I just won a local competition. You should be proud of me. And then Mom suddenly took my hand in a panic. Come on, we have to get out of here before anyone sees us. But before I could walk out the door, Zoe called out to me. She was with her mom and Grant. Lily, wait. My mom wants to meet your parents. I pulled my hand away from Mom and ran to them. And when Zoe's mom saw my parents, she immediately stopped smiling, and my parents had this look of guilt in their eyes. Lily, are these your parents? Yeah? Why? Our parents used to be best friends and famous dancers. But one time, they were doing a competition. Your mom tripped my mom and broke her foot. Your mom ended up winning the competition, and my mom's foot was permanently injured. She was never able to dance again. I looked at my parents, and all of a sudden, Mom started crying, and I looked at her angrily. So all this time, when you were stopping me from doing what I loved, it was to avoid how you felt about your guilt?
We did everything for you. When I found out I was having a baby, it came as a shock, and your father and I didn't have any money for a baby.
So you cheated and left her to suffer?
We are so sorry, Lily. This has haunted us for so long, and we are still ridden with shame every day because of it. Somehow, we thought if we shielded you from pursuing any hobby you loved, we'd prevent you from ever making the kind of heartless mistake we made.
Zoe walked away with her mom, and Grant stood watching me with sad eyes.
I guess we'll meet in another life.
That was the last time I saw Grant, because when I went home, Mom and Dad quickly made plans to leave town. So, I guess you guys are just gonna run away from your problems again?
Honey, we have built a good reputation for ourselves, and we can't have anyone ruin it.
Yeah, whatever. I was so disappointed in my parents, and after we moved, I was homeschooled, which I hated, but stuck through it, and whenever I felt like dancing, I did it in my bedroom. And then one day, when I was in the 12th grade, I was tired of being indoors all the time, so while my parents were out, I decided to take the bus to visit Zoe and Grant. The bus rode for hours before we could reach the town, and when I finally got there, it was so dark. As I walked to Zoe's house, I could feel someone following me. And then suddenly, the person who was following touched my shoulder, and I screamed, "Ah!"
Calm down, it's me.
Grant! I immediately hugged him tightly, crying. I had all these emotions bottled up inside, and seeing him, I couldn't hold back anymore. I am so sorry about what my parents did to your mom. Please, don't hate me.
I don't hate you, Lily, but I don't think I can ever forgive your parents for what they did to my mom.
But
it's about to rain. Your parents are waiting at my house.
I was shocked that my parents would even show their faces in this town. And when I got there, Mom ran to me crying.
Oh, Lily, we were worried sick.
How are you guys here?
When we didn't find you home, we asked everyone we could in the complex. And then finally, a little girl said she saw you get on the Kibler bus. And that bus only goes to one town.
I was shocked that Zoe and her mom allowed them into her house. And then Zoe looked at me sternly. Why would you run away from your house to come here? Don't you get it? We don't like your family. Wow, I thought maybe over the years you would have grown a heart. Zoe and her family still couldn't find it in their heart to forgive my parents, and I had to accept that. My parents took me back home, and I eventually moved on. And one day, Mom and Dad gave me an envelope. When I opened it, I was so surprised. They applied for me to study dance in one of the best universities abroad. Wow, Mom, Dad, are you sure you want this for me?
Dance is what you love, and we deprived you of it for too long. Yes, we will support you every step of the way.
My parents finally started being supportive, and I sent the university my audition clips, and I immediately got accepted. I lived in New York for 5 years training as a professional dancer, and one day I was chosen to perform in the biggest theater production called The Nutcracker. We traveled everywhere, and one day we were set to perform in my previous town. I went to my favorite cake shop and was shocked to find Zoe dressed up like a hobo. Zoe, is that you?
Lily, my friend, can you spare me $1? I'm starving.
She smelled awful, and instead of giving her $1, I bought her a meal, and after she ate the food, she changed towards me. Don't think this small gesture means I forgive you. You need help, Zoe. I was shocked and hurt that she still had so much bitterness inside her. From there, I decided to go to her house and find out more of what went wrong. And when I got there, I was surprised to find a new family staying at the house. It seemed as though Zoe was left abandoned. I went back to the streets where I found Zoe, took her back to my parents' house, and started her off with a bath. She moaned and grumbled the whole way through, but I wasn't gonna leave someone I knew on the streets. Why are you helping me? Is this because you feel guilty about your parents? No, and that happened a long time ago. I think it's about time you get over it. Now tell me, what's your story? Why are you out on the streets? I messed up. When I found out that you were gonna study dance, I wanted that too, but my mom couldn't afford it, so I gambled hard. So hard that we lost the house. I'll never forgive myself. Zoe started crying, and I comforted her. I invited her to the Nutcracker production, and she loved it so much that I even put in a word for her with my manager to be an assistant props girl. And when we went back to my parents' house, Zoe and Grant were there with their mom. They looked so relieved to see her.
Zoe, what happened to you? We've been looking for you for nearly a year now.
I know. Every time I saw you, I hid away. I let you guys down, and I'm sorry. Zoe's mom thanked me and my parents for helping Zoe come to her senses.
I don't think you'll ever know how sorry I am. Do you think you can forgive me one day?
I don't know about that,
but we can still make peace with each other. Just then, Grant and Zoe hugged each other and then walked over to me.
So, what about our friendship, Lily? Can we have a new start?
I would love that, you guys. I whispered to myself as I scaled the wall. Just a few more feet. My dad would kill me if he knew what I was up to tonight. I know you're thinking I'm some kind of cat burglar, but it's not that bad. Oh, hi there, Daddy.
We need to talk about your behavior, Jessica.
I was just out studying with some friends and didn't want to wake you up.
I've had it with your made-up stories. I know you've been sneaking off and meeting Armand. Ever since you started dating him, you've been out of control. You need some supervision.
I started to laugh at him. It didn't work when I was a kid, and it's not going to work now. My father just looked at me and slammed the door so hard that a picture fell off the wall and broke. The next day, I slept in super late. Oh, it's already 1 p.m. I need to get ready. What the? The shocked boy looked at me with surprise in his eyes.
Are you supposed to be Jessica? How old are you?
I pushed him down with all my might and ran down the stairs to my dad's office, screaming for help the entire way. The boy chased me all the way. Daddy, help! This guy is trying to kidnap me. He looked over his glasses and chuckled.
So, I see you've already met your new babysitter, Liam?
Babysitter? I'm a teenager.
If it makes you feel better, we can call him your bodyguard.
Ugh, I don't have time for this. I have to go meet Lisa at the mall.
Great. I hope you 3 have a good time.
I thought it was all some kind of sick joke until Liam hopped in the limo with me. And what do you think you're doing? Liam let out a long sigh.
I'm following your father's orders and supervising your little trip.
Aren't you a little young to be a bodyguard? Who even takes creepy jobs like following teenage girls around?
In my defense, the ad made it seem like it was an actual child who needed babysitting.
I rolled my eyes at him. Well, then, why don't you just leave?
Well, I made a promise. This is a great job and I intend to stick with it.
I sank back in my seat. Good luck with that. No babysitter has lasted more than a week with me. Lisa leaned in and whispered to me as she stared up and down at Liam with a judging glare. So, this is your new babysitter? He's my bodyguard, Lisa. Right. Well, I'm not into the whole stalker vibe, so maybe I should just leave. Oh, trust me, Lisa. He won't be around for long if I have anything to say about it. We went into any and every store that guys would find embarrassing. Lisa even held up a pretty pink miniskirt and asked, "Is this your size, Liam?" He was so red in the face, but he never complained. No matter how hard we made fun of him or tried to shake him off by dragging him into girly stores, he stayed. Lisa pulled me in tight and whispered, "I have an idea." "Oh, Liam, we need to make a detour." We rushed to the bathroom, but stopped Liam right outside the entrance. No boys allowed, Liam. He said he would wait for us outside. Well, he's gonna be waiting a long time. As soon as we made it to the bathroom, we crawled through one of the windows and ran across the street to our favorite cafe. We were there for maybe 10 minutes sipping on smoothies when an announcement made Lisa spit it all over me.
We'd like to report a missing child. Jessica went missing from the mall across the street. If found, please bring her to the help desk so we can reunite her with her guardian.
The announcement went on to describe my appearance and outfit. People started to stare and point at me. Isn't she a little old to have a babysitter?
Wow, something must be wrong with her. I'd be so embarrassed if I were her. Maybe we should go walk her to her babysitter?
I ran out of there so fast to avoid any more humiliation. I went right up to the help desk where Liam was standing with a huge smile of relief on his face.
"That's the girl I'm watching. You can cancel the announcement."
The attendant even handed me a balloon, like I was a child, and told me what a smart girl I was to come there. I was about to flip out when Liam rushed over and hugged me.
"Your father said I needed to stay with you. I was worried sick. I'm so glad you're okay."
It was actually pretty pathetic how worked up he got over a stranger. Maybe losing him was going to be harder than I thought. Needless to say, Lisa said she was done hanging out with me until the Liam fiasco was taken care of. No matter what crazy things I did or how horrible I was, he stayed. One time, I stole a penguin from the local aquarium and let it loose in the gift shop. I mean, I tried everything. I made him come with me to this super sappy rom-com movie night at the local theater. I thought any boy would run straight out. Liam, he just cried. I was about to go crazy from how nice this guy was. until my prayers were answered by a little text from Armand at 2 a.m. I figured everyone was sleeping, so I scaled down the house again when I heard something rustling in the bushes. Where do you think you're going? Don't you sleep? It's my job to watch you. An idea crept over me. Your job is to watch me, not stop me from going places. Why don't you just come with me? I don't know what your father would say about that. Please. I begged, and he agreed. What a sucker. I told Armand that Liam had to go. I just meant I wanted him scared off or something. Even I had to admit that what we ended up doing was pretty cruel. We went to a 24-hour diner and ordered a bunch of food. Liam insisted that he just wanted the free water and wasn't hungry. When the time came to pay the bill, Armand and I ran away as fast as we could. We were laughing so hard. Our little outing cost Liam over $100. Armand and I were hanging out in the woods when the diner owners spotted us. They yelled at us to come back and pay for our food or join your friend with the dishes. Armand pushed me toward the owners. It was her idea. I stood there shocked as he scurried away like a bug. Armand just yelled that it was my idea, pushed me over, and ran. Unfortunately, when he pushed me over, he pushed my wallet into the lake too. That meant Liam and I had to do the dishes all night to pay for our meal. Ugh, this is taking forever. Why don't you just pay the tab? You've seen my Lamborghini collection. I promise to pay you back with interest. Liam shifted uncomfortably for a bit before muttering, I can't. What do you mean you can't? I don't have enough money in my bank account right now. I nearly fell over. You're kidding, right? That was like a 10th of my allowance when I was 5. You have a job? Are you that stupid and irresponsible you blow your whole paycheck? He got really quiet and said nothing at all the rest of the night. We got home around 4 a.m. and were greeted by my very angry father. I braced for the lecture of a lifetime, but when he started shouting, he was looking at Liam. What do I even pay you for? You're fired. Mission accomplished, right? It was weird though. I'd tried all that time to get rid of him, but once he was gone, I was super sad to see him go. The house felt so empty without him, especially since I was grounded from seeing Lisa and Armand ghosted me yet again. I decided the least I could do was bring him an apology gift. After all, the guy didn't even have $100 in his bank account. I looked through my dad's pictures and found his address. I nearly fainted when I made it to the house he had listed. It was a dump. I nervously knocked on the door and was greeted by a frail woman with breathing tubes. Phew, I made a mistake. Can I help you? Sorry, ma'am. I was looking for a guy named Liam, but it seems like I had the wrong address. Oh, honey, you have the right house. Liam is my son. He's out picking up my medicine. She invited me in for a cup of tea, and I felt too bad to say no. She told me all about her kind son who got a job babysitting to help her pay her medical bills. The woman coughed. I wouldn't get better if it wasn't for him. I'd never felt more horrible. Liam suddenly walked into the room and looked shocked to see me. Okay, upset to see me might be a better description. He pulled me into the kitchen with him and whispered, Haven't you done enough? Oh, I'm actually here to give you your job back. Are you now? Your father seemed pretty upset. No, Daddy insisted you come back. I'm here because he wanted me to. I don't know. I don't want your pity. Don't say that. It's not pity. You need this job and I need you. Please come back. Liam heard his mom coughing in the other room and did something unexpected. He pulled me in for a hug and my face turned scarlet red. Thank you, Jessica. Truly. I felt so awkward and said, I don't know what you mean. My dad made me come. Of course it was a lie, but I didn't want to give him any wrong ideas. I just felt bad for him, right? Now, on to the next part of my mission. Convincing my dad to rehire him. That was actually easier than expected. Daddy, please, just give Liam one more chance. It was all my fault. I'm sorry. An apology? Who are you and what have you done with Jessica?
Just, please, Daddy?
Fine. You get one more chance, but only because I think this boy is a good influence on you. I rolled my eyes and left. Liam owes me big time. Now that I knew about Liam's personal life, I couldn't help but like him a little more. In a sad puppy kind of way. My heart started to flutter every time I saw him sipping his coffee in the morning. Every time I caught him staring, I couldn't help but blush. I wasn't being very good at hiding my girlish stares though. This one time, I was watching Liam carry in some packages and Lisa snapped at me. Earth to Jessica, you can't seriously be pining over that guy. Don't you have your super hot dream boyfriend already? I don't know. Do I? I'm not even sure who's my dream guy anymore. Lisa said Armand and I were just having a rough patch because of the whole dinner thing. I shrugged. When it struck 12 that night, I kept waiting for that loser to message me or call me to wish me a happy birthday. For half an hour, nothing. I went downstairs to get water from the kitchen and saw a nicely wrapped package on the table. I gasped when I opened it. It was a rare, signed edition of Harry Potter. Of course, Liam knew what a huge fan I was. While I was dreaming of Liam and me, my phone beeped. Hey babe, sorry for being missing in action. Meet me at our spot at 2 a.m. I messaged Armand to say I was done with him. Armand reacted pretty horribly, but it was his last text that really hit me hard. Oh, don't tell me you've gone and fallen in love with the help. It was that moment I realized I'd really fallen for Liam. In fact, I loved him. I walked toward his room in the middle of the night to confess. When I heard him talking to another woman, I pushed the door open a bit and saw he was sitting on the bed, hugging a very attractive young woman. I was filled with so many emotions. I ran away. I never wanted to see him again. I ran back to my room and called Armand and said I took everything back and wanted to meet him tonight. This time, Liam was too preoccupied to notice me leaving. We hung out at a park and spray painted a wall. Of course, Armand left when the police came, but they caught me. They had to drop me off at my house at 4 a.m. My dad was so mad I thought he was going to explode. He ran over to Liam's room to yell at him and I followed. When he pushed open the door, he saw Liam sleepily getting up off the floor and the surprised woman sleeping in his bed. And you brought a girl here? You are fired. Don't count on getting your last paycheck. I stood there as the young girl screamed, "What are we gonna do about Mom?" before crying and running out. Oh, does your girlfriend have a sick mom too? Girlfriend? That's my sister. Our mom is in the hospital right now and she didn't want to stay at home alone. My heart sank. I had jumped to conclusions and possibly ruined everything. Before I could say anything, he ran after his sister. I hesitated a moment and then followed him out the door. He was out of breath, standing on my lawn looking around. I'm really sorry. It's not your fault. It was my job to watch you and I shouldn't have snuck a guest in. If you tell my father it was your sister and not a girlfriend, he'll understand. Why do you all assume I'd have a girlfriend? After how close we got, you really think I would want to be with anyone else? What do you mean? I think I love you. Liam, I think... We locked eyes for a moment when an irritating voice ruined the moment. Hey babe, sorry about ditching you again with the police, but this time, I came to apologize in person. Armand looked at Liam and me skeptically. Sorry, am I interrupting something? No, you're not. I was just leaving, forever. Wait, Liam. Stop. You don't have to feel bad for me. It was stupid of me to think someone like you could ever like a loser like me. He ran off crying before I could stop him. Wow. What a pathetic guy. Armand leaned in for a kiss when I slapped him. The only pathetic person here is me for sticking around with someone like you for this long. Babe, is this about the cops? I said I was sorry. He continued to apologize as I went into my house and slammed the door behind me. I ran up to my room and texted Liam to say we had to talk. I hoped Liam would show up the next day to work something out, but he didn't. I stood by my phone anxiously waiting for a response. When my phone started buzzing, I excitedly picked up. I knew you'd answer, babe. Great. I don't want to talk to you. Just hear me out, babe. When you love someone, you need to swallow your pride and go to them. Do you get what I'm saying? Actually, Armand, I think I do. Great. So that means you'll come and meet me tonight? Not in a million years. I hung up, hopped in my limo, and told the driver to take me to Liam. When I knocked on the door, he answered this time in total shock. I told you, I don't need your pity. My family is fine. Before he could say another word, I interrupted him. Liam, would you be my boyfriend? What? I don't understand. I don't understand either, Liam, but I love you. I love the way you help your family and work hard no matter how horrible I'm being. I love the way you cry at movies and always have my best interests at heart. Now, I'll only ask one more time. Will you be my boyfriend? Nothing would make me happier. We smiled at each other and he got closer when his sister suddenly said, So, your babysitter is now your boyfriend? We should send this story to My Story Animated. I'm pretty sure people would love it.
Hi, my name is Ray, and I'm from Virginia. Please like and subscribe. My parents were pretty famous singers back in their time, so when I grew up, I became one too. But Mom and Dad had an accident when I was only 6, and ever since then my uncle and aunt took care of me. Both of them spoiled me to bits and always supported me in everything, especially in my singing career. By the time I was 14, I was already doing huge shows and concerts, and it kept me so busy that I always wondered what normal stuff like making friends and going to school would be like. But suddenly, my life took a wild turn on my 15th birthday. Just as I entered my room, I saw my auntie going through Mom's stuff. What are you doing in here? Hey, honey, happy birthday. I was just missing your mom so much today. Came to see these pictures and stuff that belonged to her. I hope you don't mind. Aw, thanks, Auntie. And of course not. This belongs to you as much as it belongs to me. After that, she got me to sign some papers for my upcoming show and hugged me tight. We have the greatest surprise party for you, sweetie. You're gonna love it. And it was actually awesome. It was my biggest concert ever, and I was gonna sing in front of my biggest live audience. I was jumping with excitement backstage, and that's when I heard the most shocking thing of my life. Now that we have my cunning sister's real will, and we got that orphan brat to sign the property papers, everything will be ours, honey. Yeah, and all that money she's gonna make, we'll bite on that too. We're gonna be so rich. OMG, who were these people? I pushed the curtain aside and confronted them. You blood-sucking mosquitoes! I can't believe you'd be so greedy and evil. You're gonna what? There's nothing you can do now. We are the freaking owners of everything. Your money, your life, and your soul. Yes, sir, and now you're gonna make more money for us, so get your butt on that stage and do what you trained for. No, there's no way. I'm not gonna do anything you guys say. That's enough. I'm not asking. I'm giving you an order. Security, watch over this room and don't let her out until the show starts. Oh, God, no. I tried to kick her with all my might, but that witch got away. And now I was gonna be trapped in this room with 2 Hulks standing outside keeping an eye on me. I had to do something. I looked at the window in the room, and without a thought, I climbed out of it. I had to run away from these evil people at all costs. But just as I was climbing down, my hand slipped and I fell on something. Ah, my back. I'm so sorry. The guy looked at me super stunned, but he finally spoke. Oh my God. I'm sorry. I'm Noah, super crazy fan. I've heard all of your songs 1,000 times. Suddenly the guards heard me and they were running down to catch me. I didn't have any time for the introduction, but he had a bike. Get me out of here, now! What? He looked shocked and I didn't have time to explain, so I just kissed him and told him to get me out of here. He went into shock for a few seconds, but then he held me and got me on his bike and we rode off. In no time, we were far away from my evil aunt and her potato head husband. After some time, he stopped and he turned around to me. Is everything okay? Why did you run? Should I call someone? His name was Noah, and he was actually a year younger than me. I told him everything that had happened, and then he offered me his place to stay. What? Are you sure? Yeah, I live with my mom, and you can stay with me. I mean us, as long as you want. Honestly, I had no other place to go, and I ran from a freaking concert. I didn't want the media or my aunt to find me, so I said yes, and Noah took me to his house. We climbed into his room through the window so his mom wouldn't see us. Once inside, he got me all the food in the house and kept looking at me like I was some kind of alien. What's wrong? Do I have something on my face? I just can't believe you're here. In my room. This is like... I pinched him hard and he squealed loudly. Now do you believe me? Ouch! Okay, I do. And we both burst out laughing. Later, when it was time to sleep, Noah offered me his bed and went to sleep on the floor. Oh God, he was so cute. But the next morning when I woke up, I was startled to see Noah staring at me. What the heck, dude? Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. I was just leaving for school and Mom will go to work. She's a lawyer, so you have the home to yourself. Make yourself comfy, okay? He then got me breakfast and a pair of clothes which were obviously his and left. But the next morning, as Noah was getting ready for school, I had a crazy idea. I want to go to school and see what a normal school life looks like. Will you take me? And he straight away denied. No, what if someone sees you? It's too dangerous for you to step out like this. What? So I was again a prisoner? No way! After he went downstairs, I sneaked into his mom's room and borrowed some wigs and some makeup, and then I followed him to school. And public school was nothing like I had imagined. The kids were coming in on buses or bicycles, and everyone minded their own business. That was so freaking awesome. But then I saw a bunch of guys surrounding Noah, and one of them was holding him by his collar.
I thought you'd stay at home after the butt kicking I gave you yesterday, nerd. Next time when I ask you to do my homework, don't you dare refuse. Leave me alone. I don't want to talk to you. Sure, I'll do that, but before that, you'll have to lick my shoes.
Seriously? I couldn't hold it back anymore. I marched up to him and punched him hard in the face.
Oh my God, what are you doing here? Oh, and who is this you got with you, Noah? Your sister? 'Cause I didn't think a scaredy cat like you can get a girl. Ha!
He sure can, and here I am. 'Cause you see, he ain't a giant crybaby who has to pick on others to satisfy his tiny ego, and that's why I love him. And then I kissed him again. The guy looked raging mad after this, and he turned to hit me when Noah came in and took the hit. Noah, are you okay? Just then, seeing some of the teachers coming our way, the bullies ran away. And I didn't want to be caught either, so I took Noah's hand and ran too.
Wait, what are you doing here? This was crazy.
You're crazy. Why didn't you tell anyone you were being bullied? And why did you come in between?
Because he was gonna hurt you.
You didn't have to save me, you dummy. Look at that. It's gonna hurt. But don't you worry. I'm gonna make those jerks pay for what they did.
What do you mean?
I showed him the phone camera I had on all this time and recorded whatever those jerks did. Later, Noah showed it to the principal, and those jerks were suspended for 2 weeks. Later that night, I went downstairs to get some ice for Noah's bruises, but just as I picked up the ice tray, I freaked out to see Noah's mom right behind me.
Goodness gracious, where did you come from?
Suddenly, Noah came running downstairs screaming,
Mom, listen to me. I can explain.
"You better!" I didn't want to complicate things, so I told her everything and begged her to let me stay. Just a few more days, and then I'll go back, I promise. She melted and agreed, but Noah had to sleep in the living room, which he was totally fine with. This guy was winning my heart like anything. The next day, Noah's friends were throwing him a huge party for getting into the basketball team, and he asked me to tag along. This was gonna be awesome. When we reached there, Noah and I danced to my favorite song and partied so hard. This is the best day ever. I'm so happy you got onto the team.
Yeah, I think I made it 'cause I got my good luck charm. Oh, your good luck charm?
The bully guys from school. What were they doing here?
How about you share this babe with us too, Noah? What are you even doing this evening, sweetheart? Want to go out with a real player?
I was gonna poke my fingers right into his eyes this time. But before I could do that, Noah kicked him hard and he fell to the ground. Both of them broke into a fight and I had to pull Noah apart from him. But Noah looked raging mad.
Stay away from my girl or I'm gonna kill you.
Whoa, his girl? I was blushing so hard. Noah took my hand and we were about to leave when the bully got up and pulled me by my hair. My wig! It came off and everyone gasped as they saw me. Ray! It's Ray, the music superstar! Within seconds, everyone had their phones up and were taking pictures of me. Oh, shoot. Noah put his hoodie over me and rushed me out of there, but I was terrified now. My aunt was gonna know about me. As soon as we reached home, I hugged him tight. I don't want to go. I can't, Noah.
Don't worry, Ray. I won't let them take you, I promise.
But minutes later, someone barged into the front door, and it was none other than my aunt and uncle with loads of paparazzi and a huge crowd gathered behind them. My darling niece, thank God I found you. I've been worried sick. Come, let's go home. Get away from me. I'm not going anywhere with you. And you already have everything. You made me sign those papers and all my money. You have it. What do you want now? You little witch, shut up and get in the car. Do you know all the record and concert deals worth billions that we'll lose?
What's happening here? What papers?
Noah's mom came in and pulled me to her side, and then I told her everything.
Oh my God, why would you do that to your own blood?
'Cause it was easy to trick a trusting moron like her into signing whatever we wanted. Ugh, I don't have time for this chit-chat. We're still her legal guardians, and I'm taking her with me.
Not anymore. Say cheese.
Apparently, Noah had been live streaming the whole thing since the moment my wicked uncle and aunt had stepped inside, and the media outside was going crazy to bash them now. No, this can't be happening. I'm gonna kill you. My aunt tried to get a hold of my arm, but I pushed her away. She turned into a witch, but thankfully, Noah's mom had already called the cops, and they got there just in time. After everyone went away, I turned to Noah and I hugged him tight. Thank you so much for everything. His cheeks went all red. I want to say, oh, get in here. I pulled him in for a kiss and he swung me into the air.
I love you.
I love you too, dummy. Hi, I'm Elodie. Before I tell you my story, please like and subscribe. I was born on the outskirts of Paris, and my early life was pretty uneventful until I turned 7, and my parents decided we were going on our first real vacation. That involved flying to the Maldives on the other side of the earth. I was super excited, but as soon as the plane took off, I started feeling very uneasy. The height made me feel dizzy. Then, halfway in our flight, we started having really bad turbulence, and that made me panic.
Are we gonna crash?
Don't be silly. The chances are really low.
So you're saying there is a slight chance we might die?
I cried hysterically for the remaining flight, and when we finally landed, I was shaking. Not even a week of fun at sea could make me forget, and when it was time to go back home, I refused to get on the plane again. I caused such a scene at the airport that my parents had no choice but to take a ship for the return trip, and it drained their credit cards.
This is the last time we're going on vacation ever.
Mom and Dad argued about money all the way home, and soon after, they separated. I was convinced it was my fault. No, honey, we were having problems for a while, and don't worry, we'll be okay. But seeing them divorce was heartbreaking. Dad remarried, had new children, and completely forgot about me. Mom tried many things to cheer me up, but it seemed like nothing was working until one day she took me ice skating at the local rink, and that changed everything. When I was on the ice, it felt like I was flying, and all my problems disappeared. Mom saw the potential I had and signed me up for private lessons. By the time I was 10, I was already winning junior local competitions. My training was expensive, but Mom worked double shifts to cover for it. If this is your dream, I will do anything in my power to help you.
You're the best, Mom. I'll make you proud.
At school, I did well enough. My peers admired me, but unfortunately, I didn't have many close friends. Also, as time went by, I started noticing I wasn't like other girls my age. Like one time when I was 15, I was at a friend's house for a sleepover and we were watching the movie Titanic. During the final scene, all the other girls were crying, but I just couldn't get it. I snatched the remote and paused the movie.
This is so stupid.
Look, there's enough room on that door for Jack to climb too.
Elodie, you're ruining the moment. This moment is already ruined. Who even likes such dumb movies?
Needless to say, I was never invited for a movie night again. So maybe I wasn't that much of a romantic, or at all. Big deal. As I grew older, most of my peers started dating, breaking up, and crying over ice cream, while I was still waiting for my first crush to happen. I felt like I was being weird, and the only person in the world who got me was my best friend Louis. We got closer months ago. Mom is happy I'm not getting distracted by dating, but her sister and friends always ask why I don't have a boyfriend, as if there's something wrong with me.
It's not something you can force, the same way I can't like girls. And even if you never fall in love with someone, who cares? You're amazing just the way you are.
I know, but sometimes I wish I wasn't so different, and that guys would stop asking me out.
I wish that was my problem.
It would be if you came out.
No thank you, I'd rather swim with alligators.
Louis was terrified of his father finding out he was gay. In a way, we were both fishes out of water, and maybe that's why we got along so well. I knew I could talk to him about everything without being judged. When I turned 18, I was added to the national competition that would send the winner to the Olympics. That would give me the opportunity to have a real sponsor, relieving Mom of the huge financial burden. By that point, I was training daily, and my coach had given me a very complex program.
You have a real chance of winning, Elodie, but you really need to land that triple axel.
That jump would keep me up at night. It was so difficult. Less than 20 women landed it in competition ever. And as if that wasn't enough, one day, the restaurant where Mom worked caught fire, and she ended up in the hospital with a broken ankle and some burns. Her condition wasn't too serious, but she needed time to recover. I won't be able
able to work for a while. I'm sorry, Elodie, but I can't pay your coach anymore.
I was devastated. It felt like my only chance at a career had just been taken away.
But I didn't want to show that to Mom. She was already feeling bad, and I didn't want to make her feel worse. I picked up a job in a small cafe to earn some extra cash, but between studying and working, I was exhausted. I was crying on the phone with Louis one night when he came up with a crazy solution.
You won't like it, but hear me out. My dad is having this big party in a couple of days with all his business partners, and he insisted that I invite my girlfriend.
What girlfriend?
I may have lied about that. Dad kept asking me why I was still single at my age, so I panicked and told him I was dating someone. I know it's wrong, but I never expected him to meet her. Anyway, you could pretend to be my girlfriend, and I'll ask him to sponsor you. He likes donating to all sorts of causes, and for a potential daughter-in-law, I'm sure he'll accept.
I don't know. Lies like that always end badly. Can't you just tell him the truth?
You don't know him. Ever since I was little, he wouldn't stop talking about my future wife and how he hopes I'll have like 25 grandkids. Trust me, this is the only way.
I was uncomfortable with the fake dating plan, but Louis was right. It would benefit both of us, at least until I managed to win the championship and get another sponsor. So when the day of the party rolled out, I put on my prettiest dress and ended up charming all of the guests. Louis was cold sweating when it was time to introduce me to his father, and I could see why. His dad was a very stern-looking man with a permanent frown on his face, but when we started talking, he seemed kind in his way. Louis took the opportunity to tell him about Mom's incident and how I needed help with my career.
I understand, but unfortunately, this isn't a good time for my company. Maybe next year.
I felt like the earth stopped spinning. Louis looked as shocked as me and promised to talk to his dad again, but it was of no use. Some days later, I was at the cafe working, but I really couldn't focus and started crying again. Just then, someone tapped on my shoulder.
Why is a pretty girl like you crying? You're ruining your makeup.
I looked up and saw Henry, a famous skater who had won the championship the previous season, staring at me. He sat me down, and I ended up telling him all my worries. So now, my career is basically over.
It doesn't have to be. I could pay for your training.
Really? You can? But why? You hardly know me.
I know that everyone needs to see real talent. My family is one of the wealthiest in the country. My car insurance is more expensive than your lessons. It's nothing.
I couldn't believe my luck. From that day on, I started practicing with Henry, and he seemed quite impressed with my skills. Some days we would go have coffee after training. He was a lot more experienced than I was, and I loved hearing about his travels and all the talented people he met during competitions. One afternoon after practice, Henry was dropping me at home when he leaned in and tried to kiss me. I quickly pushed him away, and he seemed very confused.
I'm sorry, is there a problem?
I think I might have given you the wrong idea, Henry. I like you, but only as a friend. I'm just not interested in dating anyone.
I see. What can I say? It's breaking my heart that you're doing this to me, and I get it, but I don't think any other guy would. You have to be careful about giving a guy wrong signals, especially when you get so close in such a short period. Guys always expect something in return. Anyway, I guess I'll leave now.
Henry gave me a quick hug and left. I decided to keep my distance from Henry after that. I didn't want to hurt him anymore. Soon it was time for the competition, but the day before the competition, I was so stressed out I could barely stay still. So Louis asked me to go to the local fair with him to calm my nerves down. We went to all the booths trying our luck. I spent an embarrassing amount of money at the duck pond game, and Louis won at the miniature rifle range. The lady gave him a huge heart-shaped plushie, which he gave to me.
A lucky charm for tomorrow.
Sure. It has nothing to do with how bulky this is. We were having a good time, going on roller coasters and eating fries, but just then, I heard someone calling my name from the crowd. I turned around and saw Henry walking in our direction.
So he's the reason you broke up with me?
Henry? No, you're misunderstanding. Louis is just a friend.
Just like I was a friend to you? You know, if you liked someone else, you could have just said that. And what's even about this guy that made you reject me? Is it money? Careful, dude, you got yourself a gold digger. Don't you dare talk to her like that! Or what, you'll hit me?
Henry took a step forward, his fist balled up, but I got in the way and pushed Henry aside. It's not worth it, Louis. He's just a crazy, possessive guy. Forget about him.
Oh, wow. Crazy and possessive? This is how you say thank you for being a good friend and helping you? Something this idiot would never do?
I wanted to argue more, but I decided against it and left with Louis. I couldn't believe Henry would turn on me like that. I thought he was my friend, but I couldn't waste too much sleep because of him. I had a competition to win. I set the alarm on my phone and went to sleep early so I got some rest. But the next morning, I woke up to Louis screaming in my face.
Get up, Elodie, you're late!
What? Oh my god, how did I not wake up? I checked my phone and the screen was glitching. It looks like my phone
phone's broken.
We don't have time for that. Hurry up or you'll miss the competition.
I quickly got dressed and left with Lewis, but the road was jam-packed with traffic. It was the weekend and the main carnival day. As if that wasn't enough, the main bridge was closed because of a small accident. This is the only way to cross the river. We're never gonna make it. What am I gonna do?
I might have an idea.
Lewis got out of the car, and we made our way back to the fair from the previous night.
Okay, anytime now.
Who? What?
That.
I looked where Lewis was pointing, and my heart dropped. Right over the fair, a couple of hot air balloons were already taking off, and others were waiting for customers on the ground. Oh, no. You gotta be kidding.
I know you're afraid of heights, but this is your only chance. Listen to me, Elodie. You can't let your fear win. Not now, when you're so close to making your dream come true.
Lewis was right. My stupid fear was getting in the way of my dreams, but I was stronger than that. We paid the man piloting the balloon and hopped on. As we took off, I closed my eyes and wrapped myself around Lewis like an octopus.
You can look now. Trust me.
I slowly opened my eyes, and it was so different from what I remembered from that airplane all those years back. Sure, I was still afraid, but from up there, the world looked so peaceful and beautiful. The flight didn't last long, and soon we were landing in front of the arena. We ran inside, and I got my skates on just in time. The place was packed, but I felt confident and performed my best routine. And then came the final moment, the dreaded triple axel. I took a deep breath and spun 3 times, landing beautifully, and the crowd went crazy. The results were announced soon after, and I was over the moon to bag the first prize. Right after I got my trophy, I was getting back to Lewis when Henry got in my way. What now?
I just came to tell you that I'm sorry. I was wrong and totally out of line. Also, I really thought that hackers would hack your phone and keep you away from the competition, but I guess talent always finds a way.
You hacked my phone? That's why the alarm didn't go off and nobody could reach me? That's horrible, Henry. Why would you do that?
Because I wanted to show you your place. But like I said, I was wrong, and I'd like to start a new friendship with you from scratch.
Yeah, I don't think so. I can't trust you, and friendship is based on trust. Now, if you'll excuse me, my friend is waiting for me. I went backstage to Lewis and was kind of surprised to see his dad waiting for me.
Congratulations, young lady. I'm proud my son has such a talented girlfriend.
Actually, Dad.
Lewis gathered himself for a moment and then told his dad the truth.
I'm sorry for all the lies, but all this time I was afraid of disappointing you.
You're right, I am disappointed, but with myself. I kept projecting my ideal life without even considering you'd want something different. Son, all I really care about is for you to be happy. And you, young lady, this was a big step in your life, and I have a surprise for you.
Lewis and his dad took me home with them, where his dad had organized a party to welcome Mom after her discharge from the hospital. She couldn't be at the competition, so the party was our chance to celebrate together. Mom introduced herself and thanked him, and then they kept chatting, and it gave me a weird feeling. What's going on with our parents? They're so red. Are they sick?
Worse, they like each other.
And yes, you guessed it. That's how I ended up with a stepfather and brother. I learned that you have to face your fear, or you'll be afraid for the rest of your life. I stared down at my beautiful white gown and the giant rock on my finger. I couldn't believe I was marrying the most handsome man in the world. Then suddenly, the door burst open. I turned around to see my worst nightmare. Wait. Before we get into all this, let's circle back around to the beginning. I'm Jordan from California. Please like and subscribe to hear my story. I grew up with a single mom who was a high school teacher. We didn't have a lot of money, and my older sister Cass was always a huge brat about it.
My friend Becky got the newest iPhone at school, and I need it.
I'm sorry, sweetie. I can't afford it. And you just got a new phone 2 years ago.
2 years? Mom, do you know anything about phones? Jeez, your phone works fine. And no new camera is gonna fix that ugly personality. Ugh, this family sucks.
Mom always felt guilty that she couldn't provide us with the best things, so I never asked for anything expensive. But when I started 7th grade, I went through a crazy growth spurt. Mom took me shopping, but she kept looking worriedly at the price tags. Mom, I don't mind getting secondhand clothes. Oh, sweetie, no. We can make it work. Really, it's fine. I like thrifting anyway. Jordan, you're an angel. One day the universe will give you everything you ever wanted. Later that night, when Cass saw my clothes, her eyes popped out of her head. Wow, how could Mom afford
all these nice brands for you. These are secondhand, genius. Ew, gross. You better not tell anyone at school. It'll completely ruin my reputation. You're committing social suicide, girl. Is something seriously screwed up in your brain? I'm not letting mom go broke so you can impress people who don't even like you. One day in 9th grade, I was walking back home when I saw a girl going bonkers on a guy, hitting him with her purse and screaming while he tried resisting her blows. Can you please stop? Hey, ow! Listen to me, miss. I'm not a thief or pervert. Ow! She smacked his head one last time and walked away, and the boy brushed himself off. Then suddenly, he caught me looking at him.
I swear, I didn't do anything wrong.
What happened?
I'm an idiot. A pen fell out of her bag and I just wanted to return it. I kept calling her, but she didn't hear me because of her stupid headphones. Then I thought I'd just slip it into her bag, but that's when she noticed me and lost her mind. Anyway, you want it?
We started talking, and it turned out his name was Zach, and he'd just moved into my neighborhood. And soon, we were hanging out almost every day. We had a ton in common, like our love for hiking and video games. Even Cass got along with him and sometimes joined in for movie nights. Once in 11th grade, the three of us were going to a party, and Cass came down in a cheerleader's outfit, and she wasn't even a cheerleader. Why are you wearing that? There's a new guy in my class who'll be at the party, and he's the most genuine person I've ever laid eyes on. It's time to introduce myself. So, you haven't even spoken to him yet? How do you know he's genuine? I wasn't talking about his personality, idiot. I was talking about the brands he wears, not a single knockoff. And you know your girl can tell from a mile away. He's the real deal. Cass wasn't kidding about getting that guy's attention. He was surrounded by a bunch of girls, and somehow she thought it would be a good idea to enter the room doing a cartwheel. Except she didn't know how to do one and smacked straight into the glass door. Everyone gave her the weirdest looks, and Zach and I nearly died trying not to laugh as we carried her out of there. She fractured her arm and had to wear a cast for 2 months. A few weeks later, the town's power went out on a really hot day. Zach just got his driver's license and asked if I wanted to drive a few hours away to a beach for a swim. Of course, but I can't really ask my mom for money.
She works all the time, huh?
Yeah, she knows I want to go to med school, and I swear, my first paycheck is going to her.
You're so amazing and selfless, Jordan. That's why I love you.
Love me?
I mean, as a friend, obviously.
Right, of course.
Come on, let's go. I'll pay for gas and food. It'll be fun.
Are you sure?
Sure, I'm sure. I just like your company.
And that's kind of how it went from there. Zach's parents gave him a hefty allowance every week, and we started going out often, to the movies, theme parks, and even concerts. I wanted to get a job to pay for things too, but he insisted it was fine, and it was kind of nice having someone take care of me. I knew you were just like me, sis. You pretend to be better, but your little boyfriend spoils you rotten, and you love it. OMG, Zach is not my boyfriend. He just pays for my things sometimes. Oh, so you're a gold digger. I'm so proud of you. I'm not a gold digger. We're just friends. Oh, really? Is that why you talked him out of dating my friend Ashley? What? You know about that? Ashley heard you tell Zach that she was dumb and high maintenance, and he deserved better. Look, if you want him all to yourself, fine. But if you don't like him that way, then let him date someone else. It's not nice to lead people on. Oh, did the Tin Man suddenly grow a heart? Mind your own business. Ashley was dumb, and I had to protect Zach. He was too naive, and girls like her would totally take advantage of him. But I was only looking out for him as a friend. He wasn't exactly my type. I wanted to be a surgeon, and Zach wanted to teach high school social studies. Not that there's anything wrong with it, but I'd seen my mom struggle a lot as a teacher. I didn't want that for my future. Besides, Zach and I were both fine with our relationship. We went to prom together as friends and had the best time ever. Soon college started, and Zach and I lived across campus from each other and met often. One day, I was studying in the library, and I needed a book from the top shelf, but the little step stool under me wobbled and brought down a pile of books with me. Just then, someone came to my side. It was Sean, the mysterious and most handsome guy in my class. He always sat in the back, but blew everyone out of the water on tests.
I think you may have dropped this, mon chéri.
Oh, thanks.
Come now, you're in my class, yes? Maybe we could be study partners?
Yeah. Sounds great. When I say Sean was amazing, this guy was amazing. He was brilliant and explained things to me in ways my professors never could. He brought me delicious French pastries and laughed at all my jokes, and let's be honest, I'm not that funny.
His parents owned an airline company, and he was going to medical school only because he got bored one day and decided to apply. Everyone wanted to be around Sean, and for the first time in ever, I was popular by association. Only one person didn't like him. He's a total jerk. You're blinded by his swoopy hair and fake accent. I saw him yelling at the teacher the other day for giving him an A instead of an A+.
Come on, don't be like that. He's sweet.
You can't be serious, Jordan. Zach made it so obvious he couldn't stand Sean. Whenever we hung out together, he sat in a corner and sulked. What is wrong with the little boy, eh? Nothing. He's totally fine. Then why is he crying in the corner like an injured duck? Walk, walk. Now waddle away and let me enjoy my beautiful view. Excuse me? Jordan, aren't you gonna say something?
Sean, come on, don't tease him.
But Zach, maybe we'll just catch up later? Zach stormed off, and I felt kinda bad. But Sean started feeding me chocolate strawberries, and everything else left my mind. I hoped Zach would warm up to Sean soon, but he started acting crazy. On one of my dates, I spotted him wearing a stupid disguise and glaring at us from across the restaurant. Another time, he just happened to be at the movies where Sean and I were, and he took the seat between us. Zach fed me popcorn and wiped my face every time I drank soda, and I wanted to punch him. Then one day, Sean arranged a rugby match, and Zach said he wanted to join too.
Are you crazy? Do you know how intense it gets?
You think I'm not strong enough or man enough, huh? Yeah. They're gonna mash you like a boiled potato. I can play it rough, Jordan. You don't need to worry about me. And then he let out a weird war cry and jumped into the field. Oh man, this was gonna be painful to watch. And of course, he got injured within minutes, and I had to take him to the ER for stitches. We started drifting apart, and I missed him, but I was really busy with studies and Sean. After graduation, Sean asked me to marry him, and of course, I said yes. I couldn't believe how amazing my life was turning out. Mom threw a little engagement party for us, and Sean's parents even flew in from France. But when I went to introduce myself, I overheard them talking. This place smells like poor people. I thought Sean said she was becoming a doctor. Don't eat anything here. They don't even have chefs. The girl's mom made everything herself. I turned to leave, and of course, Zach was right behind me, and he'd heard everything. Is this really the type of family you want to marry into? I can't do this right now, Zach. I pushed past him and left. I was planning on confronting Sean about his parents' comments, but wedding planning took over. Cass was my wedding planner, and she was a nightmare to work with. But she did take care of all the arrangements just in time. On my wedding day, I felt anxious. I hadn't really forgotten what Sean's parents had said, or Zach's disappointed face. He'd stopped answering my calls soon after the engagement. Hey sis, what's wrong? You're marrying a freaking prince. Look a little happier. It's just that I am doing the right thing, right? Is this about Zach? I just thought he'd show up, is all. I bit back my nerves as the music started playing. Mom and Cass walked me down the aisle together, and I followed. Sean looked gorgeous standing up at the altar. He smiled at me, and I forced one back. But just as I started walking, the doors burst open. Zach was standing in the doorway with a freaking child who was crying at the top of his lungs and then came running to me with open arms.
Mommy, please! You said you were gonna get milk for pancakes. You said you'd make pancakes if I stopped pooping in the closet. And I did, Mommy, I did. Please come back. Don't leave me.
What the fudge? Everyone was staring at me, and Sean looked furious. I dragged Zach out the door. What do you think you're doing? What is this?
You have a child with him? How could you keep this from me?
No. What? No, I don't. That's not my kid.
How can you say that? How could you just deny your own child and what we mean to each other?
Things turned chaotic after that.
I knew this girl was trash from the start. Humiliating us like this. How dare you? But I'm just glad we found out now and not years down the road.
Who are you calling trash, moron? No one speaks about my family like that.
Sean, don't you believe me? And do you really have nothing to say to your parents? I knew I was marrying below my station, but you were smart and pretty, and I thought you would learn our sophisticated ways. But this, I won't tolerate. I was clearly wrong about you.
I almost punched him, but he left with his parents on his tail. Mom and Cass were handling the guests, and I turned to Zach furiously. How could you do this to me? You just ruined my life.
And who the heck is that child? My nephew. And I just saved your life, Jordan. Those people are not you. You care about others. That's what I always loved about you. But you changed when you met that rich jerk. It's none of your business. As my friend, you should be happy that I'm happy. Like you were happy for me and Ashley, or me and Taylor, or me and any of my other girlfriends you convinced me weren't worth dating. Look, that's different. You just wanted me to take care of you while you kept your options open for someone better. Admit it. You can't start blaming me right now, Zach. You've gone too far. I don't want to see you again, ever. Later that week, I found out Sean had flown back to France and was getting married to this girl his parents had wanted to set him up with. I couldn't believe he moved on so quickly. Cass tried to cheer me up with a junk food movie night, but it wasn't working. I just don't understand how Zach could sabotage me like that. He's supposed to be my best friend. Well, it pains me to break it to you, sis, but you haven't been a very good friend to Zach. What? He's the one who ruined my wedding. Remember? The guy has loved you for years, and you knew he did. But you led him on all throughout school. He had plenty of girls swooning over him, including me. Wait. You like Zach? Not anymore, but I had a crush on him at one point. Lots of girls did, but he only had eyes for you, and you threw him to the side as soon as someone better came along. I didn't mean to. I just didn't want to lose him. Well, now you've lost him anyway. I knew Cass was right, and I felt so horrible for treating Zach the way I had, but I was still so angry at him. I just wanted to graduate and start fresh, away from all this drama. I finished my residency and became a neurosurgeon at a big hospital. I paid off my student loans and soon gave Mom a down payment to buy a cute flat. Cass got married to a rich guy who adored her and moved into a house close to mine. We saw each other every week and life was good. Then one day, I was invited to give a lecture at a local university. I was so nervous and stopped by the coffee shop on campus. I had my face in my speech as I walked away with my drink and ran straight into someone spilling their smoothie all over them. Oh my God, I am so sorry. Wait, Zach? Jordan, what are you doing here?
I'm a guest speaker at the medical school today. What are you doing here?
I'm a history professor here.
Wow, that's amazing. We sat down to catch up, and it was so good to see him again.
Hey, listen, I never apologized for bursting into your wedding like that. That really wasn't cool of me, especially using my nephew.
No, I'm the one who's sorry. For all the years I took advantage of you, and I did keep you away from other girls. I was afraid you'd easily fall for someone and she'd take you away.
You didn't take advantage of me, Jordan, and I wouldn't have treated someone else the same way. Me taking care of you was my love language, and not just being nice to a friend.
You were so good to me, and can I tell you a secret? I think even if you hadn't burst in, I wouldn't have gone through with the wedding.
Really? Why not?
Because you were right, and Sean and his family are jerks.
I'm glad you finally saw it, but I'm sorry I wasn't more supportive. I guess I always liked you, and when you started dating Sean, I knew I could never compete with a guy like that.
You shouldn't have had to. You were always the better guy.
You think we could pick up where we left off? We could go hiking. I'll pack a picnic, just like old times.
I'd love that.
My 7th birthday is one I'll never forget. My parents threw me a huge party, and everyone from school and the neighborhood was invited. I was about to become really popular. Turns out, I did become popular, but not in a good way. Just as I was about to blow out the candles on my cake, Mom suddenly turned to Dad and started screaming at him. Mom yelled, "I saw where you were looking! You better keep your eyes to yourself!" My dad started screaming back that she was a psycho. But before he could say anything else, Mom had dug her hand into my cake, grabbed a fistful, and shoved it in his face. Everyone stood looking at the two of them in stunned silence, while I started sobbing. The worst was yet to come. One day, when I was in 6th grade, my best friend Melissa and I were watching a movie in my room when I heard something break, followed by shouting. We both ran down and saw a broken jug on the floor, and Mom and Dad were yelling at each other while Melissa's mom stood in a corner, looking absolutely horrified. Mom was screaming at Dad that he was flirting with Melissa's mom while Dad was, as usual, denying it. Her mom pulled Melissa by the arm and said angrily, "Your friend's parents are lunatics! You're never coming here again!" Melissa turned away from me in disgust.
Yeah, I don't think we're friends anymore.
I ran after them, crying and saying sorry, but they got in their car and drove off. That was my life growing up. One evening, when I was in the 7th grade, I could hear Dad and Mom shouting again. I just had enough. I was going to tell them that I was moving to my aunt's place. When I got closer to their room, I saw that Dad was throwing his clothes and stuff into a suitcase, while Mom was crying and begging him to stay. "What's going on?" I asked in a shaky voice.
This was the last straw, Dad shouted. This mad woman made me lose my job today. As Mom sobbed loudly in a corner, Dad furiously explained that Mom had turned up at his office and accused him of having an affair with the new intern. During a meeting in front of the entire board of directors, the intern was the CEO's daughter. She has ruined my life. I'm sorry, but I can't stay here anymore. Not even for you. Dad gave me a quick hug, and with that, he was out the door. He would occasionally call me to check up on me and would send us money, but he refused to come anywhere near my mom. I was so angry that I was left to deal with her craziness all by myself. 6 months later, he sent her divorce papers, and she completely lost it. Mom shouted, I knew he was cheating on me and didn't love me or even you. Your dad is abandoning you for another woman. What a horrible father. Some days, I just hated her. Suddenly, she became obsessed with my grades and kept telling me that I had to focus on my education because I couldn't rely on a man for anything. Funny, because she wouldn't even get a job and just lived off of the alimony she was getting from the divorce. She would spend most of the money on silly dresses and shoes, trying to look 10 years younger, and went out to clubs with her friends every other night. She started dating this guy, Ron, who I didn't like instantly. He was fat and had yellow teeth and chewed his food so loudly it gave me a headache. I didn't know what Mom saw in him, but she seemed happier at least. One night, the doorbell rang. I went to check and was horrified to see Ron with 8 children trailing behind him. He looked at me with a weird expression and said, Are you Edna's daughter? I called Mom to the door. As soon as Ron saw her, he got onto one knee and said, My dear darling Edna, marry me. I've given up everyone and everything for you. Now I and my 8 children are all yours. In fact, we can make more beautiful babies together, unlike this one here. Mom lost her mind. Get off my property, she yelled. Ron tried to convince her to let him stay. Apparently, his wife had kicked him out. After 5 hours, she finally managed to make him leave after threatening to call the cops on him. After that, she just stopped going out and ended up a depressed couch potato. She would sit in front of the TV all day eating junk and watching stupid soap operas. I would come home from school to find her sleeping on the sofa with food all over her sweatshirt and the whole house in a mess. She'd gained a lot of weight and always looked like she hadn't showered for days. I was so tired of being the adult in the house and cleaning up the mess. On top of that, she threw tantrums anytime I tried to go out and do something fun. One night, as I was getting ready to go out and admiring myself in the mirror, I suddenly felt something hit me in the back of the head. You're not going out half naked, Missy. Put this on. I picked it up to see that it was an ugly, oversized turtleneck sweater. I wouldn't be caught dead in that. I just tried to walk past her and get out of there as fast as I could. But she was in one of her crazy moods. She followed me all the way down the stairs, yelling and screaming at the top of her lungs. You're such an attention seeker, Sarah. You think you'll find a nice boy dressed up like that? All boys are scumbags, Mom said. Oh my God, Edna. You're just as crazy as ever. Leave her alone. Mom and I both turned around in shock to see who was standing in the open doorway. Dad! We hadn't seen him in 2 years. Hey, Sarah. Meet your new stepmom, Dad said, and he stepped aside to make way for the most gorgeous woman I'd ever seen. Right behind her was a girl, who I guessed was about 5 years younger than me. This is my wife, Anna, and her daughter, Mallory, Dad said. I got married 3 months after the divorce. Anna stepped forward and took my hands. Hey, Sarah, aren't you so sweet? Just like your daddy. And what pretty hair you have. I guess your housekeeper took really good care of you. Anna turned to Mom and calmly said, Now, can you show me to my room, please? And be a dear and bring in some of those bags. Mom threw a fit when she saw all the suitcases they'd brought. Dad told her that she could make arrangements for herself, or she was welcome to stay as long as she behaved herself. It was his house, and he was moving back in with his family. As they all walked in, Mallory dragged her bag right over my toe. Ouch! I cried out in pain. She looked back at me with an evil grin and walked off. Mallory wasn't at all as sweet as she looked, but mostly, I was actually quite happy to have someone other than my crazy mom in the house. Anna was a retired supermodel and had the best taste in clothes, and she let me borrow whatever I wanted. She was also an amazing chef and was always cooking up a storm in the kitchen. It was nice to eat something other than instant noodles for a change. Mallory was obviously pissed at me because she was always trying to mess things up. The day after they'd arrived, she snuck into my room and trashed all the gifts Anna had brought me. I was devastated. When I confronted her, she said, Get lost. Get your own loser mom to buy you gifts. One evening, I heard Dad yelling my name, so I rushed downstairs. When I walked into his study, he turned to me furiously, asking me why I was stupid enough to have a chocolate milkshake at his desk, and then spilling it all over his papers. I could see Mallory grinning in a corner. I tried protesting and telling Dad it wasn't me, but he wouldn't hear a word against Mallory. Of course, the one person who was truly unhappy with the situation was Mom. She would never eat with us at the dinner table, but a few times I caught her sneaking into the kitchen late at night and shoving Anna's food in her face. She started working out and losing weight because she clearly couldn't stand how good Anna looked. And every other day, just as we were sitting down for dinner, she would come down all dressed up and say she was going out on a date. One day, she said Brad freaking Pitt had met her at a bar and asked her out. Mallory snickered. Brad Pitt? As if! Are you sure it wasn't Danny DeVito? Dad roared with laughter and called Mallory his funny little girl, while Mom stormed off in a huff. One night, Dad announced that we were all going out for dinner. Mom made a face and was about to walk out of the room, but Dad turned to her and said, "If you want to live here, you better start acting like you're part of this family. Go get dressed and come down in 20 minutes. Mom looked furious, but she had no choice. She was turning her nose up at everything and not talking to anyone. But as soon as her beef burger arrived, I could see her eyes going wide and her stomach growling. Without even waiting for anyone else's food to arrive, she started chomping down on her burger. Anna looked at her in disgust. "You eat like a cow!" She laughed. Dad and Mallory joined her. Anna's laughter died as a flying burger struck her in the middle of her chest, and she looked down at the ketchup and mustard stains on her white Gucci dress. She walked over to Mom and poured a large glass of soda over her head. Before anyone could stop them, the two were in a catfight. Mom was yelling crazy things like, "You stole him from me! I met him after the divorce, you psycho!" Anna yelled back. Someone had called the police, and they tried to pull them away from each other. Dad came down to the police station and bailed Anna out. We all decided that leaving Mom in there to cool off for a couple of days would be the best idea. We had a great family movie night in peace. I'd been wanting to ask my boyfriend Jake over to my place for ages, but of course, I never would with Mom around. When I told Anna about him, she was really excited to meet him and told me to invite him that night. Luckily, Mom was still behind bars, so it all worked out pretty well. Jake was an instant hit with everyone. Anna nudged me with her elbow and said, "I didn't think Sarah would be able to get someone as hot as you." And she winked at him. He turned completely red. Wait, was she flirting with him? And what the hell was Mallory doing putting food on his plate and looking at him with puppy dog eyes? I thought, feeling annoyed. Later in the evening, while we were watching a movie in my room, Mom suddenly barged in, grabbed the remote, and switched it off. I jumped up angrily. "What the hell do you think you're doing, Mom?" "Oh, you just wait and see. That boyfriend of yours is as good for nothing as the rest of them," she said excitedly as she shoved some photographs into my hand. I gasped in horror as I saw pictures of Jake with a gorgeous brunette in a cafe. There were more of them on his college campus, and then one of them going into his apartment with their arms linked. I stared at Jake in shock. "I keep telling you that you can't trust any boy. Here's the proof," Mom said, looking really pleased with herself. I was so angry I threw the pictures in Jake's face. "This is what you do behind my back? You two-timing piece of trash!" I yelled at him. He jumped up from the couch looking furious. "That is my sister. She goes to another college and was staying with me over the weekend. I am out of this madhouse." And with that, he stormed off. I'd had enough of this. "Mom, you're crazy and you're making everyone around you miserable. Dad never cheated on you and Jake would never cheat on me. Stop ruining our lives!" I screamed. I went over to Jake's apartment and cried and apologized for everything. He was super sweet and understanding and asked me to move in with him. I moved out as soon as I could, and life started looking up. Dad and Anna kept in touch occasionally, but I didn't hear a word from Mom. Later, I heard she'd gotten a job and had finally moved out of Dad's house. Well, good for her. I still wanted her to stay miles away from me. One evening, as Jake and I were planning to go on a dinner date, he handed me a bag with a lovely yellow dress in it. I tried it on and kissed Jake because it was just perfect. He laughed and said, "Well, actually, Anna helped me pick out the dress." I called her the next day to thank her. "I knew you love it," she said happily. "I remember you'd pick sunflowers at the park when you were a kid because you loved yellow so much." I froze. "Wait, what?" I mean your dad told me," Anna said, sounding a bit flustered now. "Anyway, gotta go."
My mind was spinning when I hung up the phone. I headed to Dad's house. I went straight to Anna's room and started going through her closets and drawers. I came across an old photo album, and with my heart pounding, I opened it. I sat down on the bed in shock. The woman from the park was Anna! It all came rushing back to me now. I hadn't recognized her because it was such a long time ago, and she'd changed her hair color too. I was left with no doubts as I went through more pictures. The three of them together. Not only had my dad been cheating on Mom all these years, but Mallory was his daughter. She was my half-sister. I rushed to Mom's new address, and as soon as she opened the door, I gave her the biggest hug. I cried and told her that she had been right all along. She started crying too and said she just knew it, and she wasn't crazy like Dad had been saying all these years. I convinced Mom that we had to confront Dad and Anna about this, and we headed over to his place later that evening. As I stormed in, ready to scream at Dad, I saw him and Mallory sitting in the lounge looking really worried. Dad said Anna had dropped Mallory at his office in the afternoon, saying she had errands to run. But since then, she hadn't been answering her phone, and he had received a notification from the bank that a large withdrawal of money had been made today. Stunned, I called Jake. I knew he and Anna were on good terms, so maybe he knew something about her whereabouts. His phone was turned off. Oh, I didn't have a good feeling about this. I drove like a maniac to Jake's place and called out his name as soon as I entered. There was no one home. I walked into the bedroom to see that all his closets were empty and all his stuff was gone. Had Jake run away with Anna?